DJ party Let's go, let's move, let's ride. Pump it up to the rhythm inside. Hands up, feel the heat. We don't stop, just move your feet. Let's go, let's move, let's ride. Drop the beat like it's do or die. From the floor to the atmosphere. Good night to the kids under the Good night to all the men and women, and good night to all the kids under the stairs.
One of them, you're getting inted by another team that's already thinking about taking the same hole.
BRDM flying in.
And then a BRDM flies in, and then a mortar comes, and then you look at the map and there's a red zone on you, and you're just like, what is going on?
There's a lot.
There's so much. And then you start smoking yourselves, and then you have 4 blue zones on top of yourself by another team that's already third-partying you, and you're just like,
Well,
I don't know what's happening.
don't worry. Now somebody's going to drive through that smoke.
And it's going to be gone.
Gentlemen, we were on a good track, but I am afraid we have run out of time. Thank you very much for joining me here. I love the conversation here with Batulins, Nixie, and Shrimsy. That does it here from the Esports World Cup 2026. We'll see you for more.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm your teacher, French teacher. Bass.
Is this torture equipment?
Bass for the snails.
Huh? For the snail? What snail?
Yes.
No,
yes,
no.
of
I ain't trying
course.
to
You
see
do
no
it.
snail. Wait, there's no snail. I dare there's snail be in there. I dare
hold
you.
up.
Oh,
Wait, I got it out.
Why can't you bring butter croissant? This place is mental.
AJ.
All right, so when are we gonna do the? Oh!
She is matching.
Nah, no. There is no way.
And people say that
You
the
like it?
Americans are not cultured. What are you doing? Don't you eat beans on toast or something?
Hey. She went too far there.
She went too far.
went too far? That was a hate crime. I apologize.
You went for the low blow there.
I apologize.
Oh, this is the frogs. Ou alors vous dégustez les.
Oh! Look at you like this as well.
Just stick with chicken. Like, what's the point of doing this? You know what I mean?
C'est une spécialité
Just
française.
let them just walk around. They don't want to be eating. They were just trying to rib it and jump around. And these in front said, go on in, put some sauce on it.
Cuisse de grenouille.
Double check.
Cuisse de grenouille, like a chicken.
Oh, that's like an action figure.
No, you don't do that normally.
Well,
You put it
they
in
used to do that, and they
Put it
can't
in your
now.
plate,
Yep, not possible. Foglegs.
just like Paulette.
We can't. Look, the fact that they're there right now, I'm devastated.
Cut it in two.
Cut it in two?
Yes. Okay.
How do you say
cut it-
teacher?
Yes.
Professora?
That's
Professor.
Portuguese. Professora.
No, you-
Professora, this is
Vici,
6-7.
my Vici.
My Vici, my Vici.
I said the tension. I'm trying to finish 6-7.
Sorry.
Am I insulting the French if I don't try it?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, here I go.
Let's
3,
go.
2, 1.
Oh, yeah.
Oh là 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 là, c'est magnifique. Bravo.
The snail was easier. The texture
Yeah.
Oh,
is interesting.
That's
yeah.
not good.
Why do people only eat the legs?
This is nearly.
Nearly the whole body, yeah.
Yes, afterwards it's a
Ramon, chuck me a baguette.
This is I can go with
Yeah!
bread. This is what I can get into.
Catch it.
That was a good catch.
Alors,
Put
the
it in.
plates.
Okay.
Comme ça.
Just do the sideways, man.
Ouais, sur le côté. Voilà,
Yeah.
c'est ça.
On my hand. If he's put his hands all over the bread, at that point, you might as well just put it in your mouth.
What are you doing? It's
Voilà.
not French manière. I'm so sorry.
Voilà.
but-
Bread's good.
Hey! Finally the good stuff.
Madame,
Ouais.
why does AJ get a cake when he didn't even try the snail?
I don't know.
Is that what type of snitch you are?
Yeah, that's kind of bad shit.
Could you please take a spoon?
She's not looking, she's not looking, she's not looking. They're not bad. I think you have to cut his cake for him.
Why did it take that long to do that?
If we lost our napkin, do we use the tablecloth?
No, never. Take your napkins.
So you never used your hands to clean this ever?
Wipe it off.
Look,
On the napkins.
not here. So if we don't have anything,
That's what the tablecloth is for, right?
we grew up in the
You're gonna
wilderness.
wash it anyway.
Merci beaucoup.
And we'll see you at the next French lesson.
Hello, it's Avenger here, the PUBG Unk, and I'm here with in-game settings with Shrimzy from Falcons. How do we get a setup for an esports World Cup past champion?
I like to have my chair as high as I possibly can without my legs dangling so that I get like this 90-degree angle, you know?
Right.
Yeah, I like to be
Of course.
taller than my desk as well. So about 72, 73. I like to have like my belly button hitting my desk,
Right.
you know, at the same height. And then with my keyboard and mouse, I like to have my mouse pretty far right and then my keyboard pretty far left.
Right, Shrimzy, talk to me the screen settings here, saturation, digital vibrance. What's important to you when you get into a setup?
For monitors, I like to have my brightness really high, so I usually do 100.
Okay.
My contrast is lower, like 60 usually. Those are really the only settings I mess with. Sometimes I mess with the color settings, but not a lot.
And Shrimzy, of course, the headset's also important here. Like sometimes you just use those, you get in-ears. What's your preference here?
So I use in-ears personally. I think if I didn't play professionally, I would use a headset. It's a lot more comfortable. It doesn't hurt your ears at all. It's very comfy, so.
All right, walk me through your mouse here. DPI, what's your sense, what's your hertz, what's your use? Because that's also something that's super important. You go in, you got to get used to it. You got to get comfortable what you're used to at home as well.
So I use 800 DPI. It's one of the defaults. It's 1,000 pulling hertz, and then in-game, I use 35 general sense, so I'm pretty high.
And last one here, the shortcuts in the game. A lot of people use a lot of difference, but tell me, smokes, grenades, first aids, and energies. What's your shortcuts? How close it's to you? Is it something you use the menu for, or is it within reach?
I have every single thing bounded to my keyboard. I don't like to use any wheels.
Nice.
So for my first aid, I have it on in because I could use it with my thumb. I don't have to go into tab and then click it. It's just a fast key. My med kit now, which is super important because
New buff?
they buffed it. I use caps lock. So pretty much everything I can
Nice.
use while I'm, you know, peeking or crouching, jumping.
All right, thank you so much, Shrimzy. This was in-game settings with Falcons and with Shrimzy from here. And I'm really happy that you showed us how to be one of the best. Personally, you're on my Mount Rushmore. Maybe not the GOAT yet. Maybe that will show if you win here.
Thank you.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
What's up, man? What's going on?
Not much. Getting ready.
Ready for what?
Winter ceremony.
Yeah, but you're ironing both.
Well, yeah, James. That's because I believe in miracles. I believe in miracles.
Okay, well, yes, I get it, but I guess I'll take this one, EMEA. Actually, ooh. Gracious.
Still doing that.
Guys, we're live in 3.
We gotta get changed.
Gotta go.
Come on. Go.
Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir on m'emmène la vie. Comme sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais fait trop de pas big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, je suis pas j'attire. Je coupe la line, laisse la qui laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. Deux pas, je tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Vite encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi. Trop vite, trop fort.
Let's go! Welcome everyone to the stream. We have made it! This is it, the final day of PUBG Esports World Cup Grand Finals. 24 of the best teams on the planet. One final chance to lift the trophy. Millions of dollars on the line. Careers can be made today. Every single point matters. If you're joining us You're in the right place because today you're going to witness incredible rotations, insane clutches, impossible long-range shots, and those heart-stopping final circles that only PUBG can deliver. Who's taking home the championship? Will leaders hold their nerve? Or are they about to witness one of the greatest comebacks in PUBG history? Get yourself comfortable, grab a drink, get the chat fired up, and let me know who you're all backing to win it all. If you're new here, don't forget to hit a follow, subscribe if you're watching on YouTube, and share the stream with your PUBG squad. This is the Esports World Cup Grand Finals. It's the final day. The pressure is at its absolute maximum. Let's jump straight into the action. Let's go.
Even though we don't have the Eiffel Tower behind us, we do have the totem where the champion team will be putting their key up there at the end of the day. How are we feeling, Toppies?
I mean, I feel good. Probably not as good as VP feels, though. I'll tell you that right now. But I think it's going to be an exciting day of play, no matter how you slice it. Right, Godspeed?
I think today is going to be incredible. There's an actual chance that we only play 2 games. Obviously, we'll talk about that a bit later. But that is just a crazy proposition to think that we could have a grand finals here end in 2 games potentially.
It could end in 2 days. I know everybody is hoping that's going to be the case. I see you, production. I see you, Tomash, back there. We'll see if that's going to be the case because this is championship weekend. It is club championship. We'll not just be crowning a champion here for PUBG Battlegrounds. We'll also be crowning a champion for other games going on at EWC. So why not? Let's get an update with what's going on with the club championship with Glitter.
It's championship weekend here in week 3 of EWC 2026, and it's time for another club championship update because we have a lot of action going on here today. So let's start with a little bit of an update from some of our other stages. Yesterday was a big day in TFT as Team Vision was able to claim the win, and this is big for Team Vision because they were a club that only had 2 participations in CC. So the ability to have performed so well and gotten those points on the board will be massive for them. Then we're going to move on to EAFC. It's their last day of competition today, and as it stands, Team Falcons are currently only 3 wins away from claiming that trophy. This could be massive for Falcons as they are one of the teams that need a win in order to then make themselves fully CC eligible for that title. However, that could also happen in our game here today, PUBG Battlegrounds, as it is our grand final day. And we have a stacked lobby that is going to play into so many of our CC storylines that we've been talking about. So let's dive into it. At the top of our leaderboard, we have VP and Falcons. And like I mentioned for Falcons, they're still looking for that win, but so are VP. And VP have a massive point lead over the rest of the pack right now. So they've set themselves up potentially well.
EWC free, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Welcome in
our top 6 are Navi and Vitality, teams that have been sitting at the top of our CC leaderboard for the last 2 weeks. They already have their wins done and dusted, so for them, this is all about a points grab. Will they be able to add to their overall total, or if they even claim a win, that then becomes a win denial for the other clubs looking to do exactly that. So we will definitely be keeping our eyes on them. And then, of course, kind of a big surprise so far here in week number 3 is actually Team Liquid. They are at the bottom of our standings right now, and that's in PUBG specifically. If we're looking at CC, Team Liquid has 0 points on the board, whereas this is a club that has performed historically incredibly well when it comes to the club championship side of things. So an overall pretty slow start for Liquid, and they really are going to be looking to pick it up in the upcoming weeks. But of course, we still have 4 weeks of competition left in EWC 2026. So things are only starting to get heated up. I can't wait to see how all of it plays out today. It's going to be a massive day for some of these clubs. We're going to have to wait and see how all of it plays out.
Hey guys, Poor Source and Matrim here, and we've got 2 days of finals in the books, and now that has set the stage for our grand final here today to determine if we will have a new Esports World Cup champion for 2026.
I mean, it all comes down to when we're looking at yesterday, it was about VP. They had a massive day 1, and it was about how much points could they get ahead of everybody else. There was a drop down into them and Falcons, who also had a lead, enough to feel comfortable away from everybody else. But VP spent the day hunting, trying to find as many points as they can so that way they could push up the cut line, and it felt like it wasn't going to happen until we got to that very last game when finally they got a chicken dinner with a ridiculously high kill count, really pushing them ahead of the pack.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Up until that point, it felt like they were hunting down Falcons. They were hunting down the teams that were kind of in contention with them, and they weren't really separating themselves that much. But that final game really pushed them right up there, and Falcons honestly did a good job of keeping up, but there were other teams that also managed to kind of jump their way up in the leaderboard as well.
Yeah, it was vicious day. And I don't mean because it was vicious because of lobby, I mean the vicious. These guys were popping off in a big way. Tycon suddenly finding his legs again and finding his aim, putting in a lot of work, that whole squad finding successes, and they were eating so many points. That's why VP couldn't really find the lead, and Falcons were getting like a couple points here or there, but they couldn't push their lead. And it all comes down to now when we look at
King Potty, cheers for the follow. Appreciate you. Welcome in.
Rules at 136 with VP on top, Falcons on the hunt, but I don't even want to count out VC yet.
No, you don't. And they, so yes, there you go. Virtus.pro has to get 10 points, and then they have to get another chicken dinner if they want to secure the win early. Otherwise, it's going to go all 6 games. But there's so much more on the line. Obviously, our eyes are set at the top of the leaderboard to see where Virtus.pro wins, to see if we get that new champion. But up and down the leaderboard, there's more at stake when it comes to club championship points.
Oh man, there's 2 squads that really want some club championship points coming off of PUBG, and it's going to be Falcons and VP. Luckily, first and second respectively. There was a bit of a come up after what we saw going on in TFT, so both of them kind of had a little bit of a shimmy in position. But at the top, whenever we look at club championship points, it's going to be Na'Vi presently tied up, and then a little bit of a trail down back behind that. We've got Vitality, still in a good position. They've been hanging out around 5th place, so could find some decent points. But AGAL, who's in the hunt for club championship, just is not succeeding inside of PUBG right now.
No, they're having a really tough go, and they have not a lot of time left to try to figure out how they can get a little bit more club championship points. Well, there you go. We've got a new champion at stake. We've got club championship points at stake, and we've got a whole lot of prize money at stake left here to play for. So, guys, make sure you tune in for the whole day because it is going to be sick. But that's going to do it for us here. We want to get you in the games as fast as possible, so let's throw it over to who we got next.
Thank you, Poro and Matcher, for the STC rewind and also the one take queen Glitter with that club championship update. And for everybody currently watching at home, don't forget to do your pick'ems. Just check out the EWC Play app, put your predictions in, do those pick'ems, and I'm actually gonna want to see which picks you guys are gonna be doing. But we're not gonna be doing the ones for who's gonna win. We're gonna be doing predictions for how many games is it gonna take to crown a champion. Lace?
I mean, look, I love a good show where there's lots and lots of games, but, you know, we've been shutting down the end here. Let's just make it 2. Let's just make it 2 so, you know, we can kind of chillax a little bit. I've got my fingers crossed, but I like a bit of action, but 2, please.
I think 2 is a good guess for me personally. I think we're going to go 4 to 6. I think there's a good chance, depending on the way that the lobby shakes out, especially with everyone going to be looking at VP going for that chase, as well as VP potentially looking to keep 2nd place down. There's a good chance we'll see 4 to 6 at the very least.
I mean, honestly, it's 6. VP has no reason to do anything stupid. They're going to slow play this. I'll say 5 at the earliest, and I'm sorry. I want to believe it's going to be a cool smash changes everything situation. But unless Vicious comes out and just cracks off on game number 1 and makes it some sort of crazy race, I don't think it happens.
My body's telling me 2, but my mind is telling me 6. Now let's look at the Stony story of the day, which is none other than VP. By the way, these stats are from yesterday alone versus the Vicious. The reason why we're bringing this up is because Vicious had an outstanding streak yesterday in 3 matches where they were able to get top 3 finishes back to back to back, followed by 10 or more kills.
I mean, that's what you got to do. Essentially, they tried to do yesterday what VP did on the first day, and that's how you get back in this match. Unfortunately for everyone involved, VP had the last game, right? If it wasn't for that, then I think both Falcons and Vicious would be on a bit of a better hunt schedule. But there's good news for that is Vicious is aggressive. They're going to come out in game 1, and they're going to put work to road, right? They're going to go out there, and they're going to try their best to get a bunch of points.
You also think a lot of people forgot that VP did not have a good start to the day, right? They were actually dropping quite a few points. They had a 0-point game, so it's very possible. You know, we thought, if anything, they were going to be much higher than 126 coming into the final. So it should be interesting to see if they are able to kind of, or if anything, if they got their bad games out of the way yesterday.
They were just messing with us. That's what they were doing. They were like, you know what? We're going to make them think that the other teams can catch up. And then at the end, we're just going to psych, we're gonna get a win. That's exactly
It
what they ended up doing.
that way. It felt like for the benefit of you guys up there in the studio, we're going to make this a little bit closer than it seems. But, you know, I got to give it to VP. They weren't catching circle ones. They were working for everything they got. That last game, they had to actually, with one car, camp the bridge to get enough vehicles to make that rotation to the south side of military. They hustled, and that's what I love to see in a champion, a hustle, period, that results in a win.
And you can see right there, VP with 126 points, 81 kills. That's the crazy part for me, because if you were to remove the placement points, this squad would actually still be within top 3, within top 4. That's how impressive they have been, Godspeed. But we got to talk about Falcons a little bit too here in Vicious, in Navi, because, I mean, especially Navi, with currently being at 78 points, being even further away from those other squads ahead of them, what is their focus going to be? Is their focus going to be trying to still be in the top 3? Because there's a lot of money on the line. If you end up being in second place, it's 300K. If you end up being in third place, it's 200K. Right now, they're at 134K.
One placement can be life-changing money for a team, right?
Yep.
And I think a lot of these guys obviously have that in their mind. But yeah, we still have to talk about Falcons and VC, who VC absolutely closed that gap yesterday. We also have, as you stated, Navi, but right behind them by 1 point is Vitality. And Vitality actually won a game yesterday as well. So they were also on the hunt to try to catch that up. Falcons, I think in general, they're just going to play their game. I think this first game, we're going to see a lot of the teams just trying to maintain their game and play their way until something maybe dramatic happens. Maybe VP actually hits that 10-point threshold. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and as we're alluding to it, the Smash Rule is in play. And we're going to be talking about now one of my favorite things, the Smash Zone for PUBG Battlegrounds, because the Smash Zone is set at 136 points. Teams have to reach those 136 points, and after that, they're available to win via Smash Rule if they get a chicken dinner. This is what we're saying. If VP ends up getting 10 points and gets 136 points and wins that second match, they could end up finishing here. But I actually want to see what VP had to say today, because I want to see if their pressure's on them or if they're just like, yeah, we're going to win this.
Hello, Avenger here. I'm here with Nixie from Virtus Pro, and you guys were looking fantastic so far in the finals. A record-breaking day 1, a good day 2, and now you're looking good to win the whole thing. What's your thoughts coming into today, and how are you prepared?
I mean, we're just going to do our own game, what we did past today, so we did in group stage, and yeah, hopefully win it all. Either we're going to win by 6 games or we're going to win in game 3, so we'll see, yeah. So hopefully we can win it all.
Yeah, obviously you have some teams chasing you. Falcons are the closest, and a lot of people are talking about, are you going to do something about it? Or like, what's your approach? If they get close, you're going to have to avoid them winning by match point.
I would say they should be afraid of us chasing them instead of they chasing us. Because if we get a good enough gap, what is going to stop us from us stopping them? They can stop us, but what is that going to do? So yeah, I think they should be more afraid of us stopping them than.
And I gotta ask as well, do you think you're gonna win by game 6, or you're gonna get a chicken dinner after you hit the threshold?
It would be nice winning by the chicken dinner, because every time we won a tournament, it was like 4 games before we already knew. So it would be nice if we won at the game, you know, but you never know. I just want to win, so at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. But if I would have to choose, I would want to win by chicken dinner.
And a small statement for Falcons and maybe everyone else chasing.
Good luck.
All right, that's Avenger here for Esports World Cup 2026.
The other teams should be scared of them. I like that. And one team that has to be probably scared of them has to be whoever's going to be in second place. But at the start of the day is none other than Falcons. This is a team that is not only playing to be the champions here at PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26, but they're also playing for those club championship points. And I love this social media tweet using that hashtag EWC. Make sure you guys do it as well, whoever's currently watching, because it's pretty much VP looking at Falcons saying, we're probably going to hot drop you tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, look, I like a little bit of smack talk as well, you know, that kind of gets everything rolling. And, you know, I did say, let's do it in 2 games, but for the Falcons, that's probably not going to be the case. I mean, they have a 5.4 average in kills across the finals compared to VP's 6.5. But in the hopes of overtaking VP in the Smash Rule format, they will obviously need about 37 points. This first match for Falcons, though, is incredibly crucial. Obviously, you know, we kind of, you know, want them to play like a not a slow game, but a consistent game. But they will need to prioritize these edge fights to maximize their kill points to be able to get up to that threshold. And then, look, if they were to do it, match 3 could potentially be possible, but that's obviously not to say without VP and their exceptional lead.
Yeah, I mean, they just need to play their game right and keep an eye out for VP. I don't think necessarily VP is just going to come out the gates, hey, we're just going to hunt the Falcons. But, you know, if they can see that Falcons, hey, they're in a fight across the map, is it risky? Yeah, but can we just completely end their game right here? Why not? We are going to hit that threshold regardless. So that's something that Falcons need to worry about. It needs to be in the back of their mind at the very least.
Yep. I mean, the only thing that I would be worried about is, you're right, I don't think a day full of hot drops is on the table, but if I am the coach of VP, I do at the very least consider the first game messing with them a little bit, just to blow their minds out and make them change their drop spots. Because if Falcons gets dropped in the first game, they can't keep dropping where they expect it to drop unless they win a 4-man. So there's a way that there could be some mind games here, but VP doesn't strike me as those kinds of guys. I think they're going to come in, play their game, stick to the strategy, and like he said, maybe try to take this home a little bit earlier. So I look forward to seeing how they approach, because for the first time, there's a lot of actual mental challenges that could go into this format.
VP, please just get 10 points at the beginning. Get those 10 points in the first match. And for Falcons, if you are gonna start performing good, take advantage of the games that VP goes out early, something that really wasn't happening yesterday at the beginning of the day. But let's see what Falcons had to say with Kalaris.
Hey, it's Kalaris here on the final day of competition for the Esports World Cup for PUBG Battlegrounds, and I am joined by Tiggleton here. Falcons currently in second place, and of course, we find ourselves in a very interesting situation here, considering the format difference that we're not really that used to playing internationally. So for Falcons, are there going to be any different approaches that you would maybe take to the games and how things play out? What are your thoughts on it generally, and how it could potentially play out in this lobby?
I think the format's good fun. I do want to say that the amount of games we've played has made it like minimally RNG, which has been great. Although I don't think the smash point is going to like play a role in today's games. Just because VP has such a lead, we have to get 37 points just to catch them and get the smash point or be eligible. So that means we'd have to win one of the last 2 games to take home the trophy over them. And they just have too much opportunity to grief us a little bit. So I don't think the format will like play a big role in today's games, just some regular PUBG.
So do you think that Falcons, you guys so far have been able to kind of hit your peak performance so far throughout this tournament, and especially the finals as a whole here across these 3 days? Or do you think that there was a little bit of an extra level that you could have taken? Or is it just because Virtus.pro has looked how they have here in the final, going up against it, that has been just the challenge overall? So where do you think you're at right now as the team?
I'm pretty sure if you took our points and compared it to last EWC after 12 games, we would have been in first place. We would have beat Twisted. So VP's just having an absolutely stellar performance. We could have cleaned up a couple things better. Like yesterday, there was a game where Na'Vi was a duo up and a double white. I knew it was Na'Vi in the house. 2 of them had died in the first circle though, and I couldn't recall that in the game that they died. And if we had been slightly better with that information, for example, we could have crashed them and won the game that they won. But it's difficult stuff like that. It's really like, it's the 1% differences that are gonna help us get over the line.
So do you think that this is going to weigh on Virtus.pro's minds? I think a lot of people are trying to think right now what is going on in their heads, right? Because again, it's a foreign idea, it's a foreign concept that we're not really used to here in PUBG as a whole. So do you think that they may buckle under some of this pressure? Where do you think they're at right now?
I think if you put Virtus.pro in the circumstances that we've been fighting this entire last 2 days, they're going to crumble.
Ooh, it's a big thing to think about, considering what is on the line here. Any final words, shout-outs here for Falcons?
Yeah, guys, hopefully you guys enjoy the games today. We're in the James Dome out here. It's Kalaris' birthday. Let's go. Falcons did our laundry yesterday. We all smell fantastic, just so you guys know, watching at home. And yeah, that's it. Bye, guys.
Thanks for that. Bye.
That's right, Tig. It is Kalaris' birthday. For everybody currently watching, whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, just spam happy birthday, Kalaris. I'm pretty sure he's going to love that. But he was saying, Tig was saying, VP is going to crumble. We saw a little bit of that yesterday. So I'm just going to ask you guys, who's going to be winning it today?
Look, I'm just going to say it. What if I said Falcons in 4?
I would disagree. I would say most likely VP, but I do think he's right. If it crumbles, if they get bad circles, Falcons could close this potentially.
Yeah, look, stats-wise, VP is looking like they could do it the quickest. But after, I guess, the interviews and that, I reckon Falcons have the confidence today.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to find out who's it gonna be. This is the grand finals for PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26. Is it gonna be VP? Can anybody challenge them? $2 million are at stake. Let's find out, because this is the grand finals.
Are we ready? It's time.
It all comes down to this. 16 teams, 6 maps, and 1 trophy. We've seen teams crumble under the pressure, and we've seen challengers rise above. But now, it's do or die.
One team has built a massive lead, but with that comes the pressure, of course. And every single team is like chasing them. They are watching them. They got on their backs the biggest targets.
Yes, they do. Today, Smash Rule comes into play, which means that in just a handful of games, we could be sealing that trophy. However, that's never been done on the Esports World Cup stage.
Yeah, but Barney, remember, a team can score like 90 points in one day. So, of course, they can go. And make no mistakes, everything is still possible today as well. So, please, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the 64 best players in the world to the Kiria City grid, starting with Shadow Esports. With Setsuna, Jexy, Henzi, and Kamal.
Team Liquid. They are Alo, Purdy Curti, Cowboy, and Luke 12.
AGAL with Delwyn, Himas, Sololzi, and Destroy.
17 Gaming. They are Lil Ghost, Tian Tian, Wenhua, and Xiaowu.
Cam Esport, they are Glory, Stenvu, Wongef, and Dirt Juice.
Myth. They are Kiss, Jacob, Scrappy, and Baron.
T1, they are Ehend, Type, Heather, and Rainy.
Gen G Esports. They are Salute, D, Saul, and Bean.
Your reigning world champion, Full Sense, they are Tiger, Belmont, Flash, and Tanalo.
GK Esports. They are EJ, Akan, Pop Pro, and Xiongjan.
Team Vitality, they are Genrox, Lomaibal, Livente, and Queasy.
Navi. They are Theorist, Boostic, Spyro, and Hakatori.
The Vicious Esports, they are Deacon, Pow, 30.
They had a fantastic day yesterday.
Your reigning club champions.
Falcons.
They are Tiggleton, Shrimsy, Gustav, and Kick And finally, your defending champions of the Esports World Cup, Twisted.
Sit down, boys. You ain't winning this.
Toolins, Lou, Perfectix, and Example.
No back-to-back for you, lads. I love that boy. They're doing that.
The journey has been relentless, and the finish line is in sight. 6 maps to claim your place in history. 6 maps, and the title could be yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals of PUBG Battlegrounds at the Esports World Cup in Paris start now!
Who's going to be able to try and make the most insane run, maybe in PUBG Esports history?
Oh, here we go.
Has been a force of nature throughout this entire tournament. Second place is very up for grabs. There's a lot of money still on the line for everybody else who wants to be in that chase. So the Vicious could be the one to do it, and that will blow everyone's minds.
Team bọn em có thể làm được.
We are the title defenders, and I would love to defend the title.
But they're just going to send it right in. But I don't know if you knew if Perfectix was right there. He'll get 1, he'll get 2. Can he get any more? He sure can.
I do expect us to fight until the end.
Other teams, they tend to fall over when it matters most, but that's not us.
It's going to be really close. Gustav did. Oh, Kick gets one. Gustav it's another. The double Panthers.
We put in the work, and we're here to win.
What a shot. Oh my God. And another one.
Ми не будемо здаватися, тому чекайте, що ми можемо вас наздогнати.
Twisted Minds is always here to win.
The MVP has to go to Nixie.
Because this tornado ain't stopping anytime soon.
Virtus.pro is here to win.
It's time to crown ourselves a champion for EWC 2026, and it is dicey moving into today because we've got a lot of different storylines to dive into. Yes, Smash Rule coming in, VP being so consistent, but with a 40-point lead on 3rd place, so much more focus is now shifting over to the Falcons and really how they're going to fit into the meat grinder of everything going on.
Yeah, it really feels like because of the point threshold that gets created based off of VP's huge lead that they've established, that you're probably looking at Falcons needing to win one of the first 2 games and have a big point kill total behind it to really feel like they might have a shot to catch up to VP, for someone to stop them. Because just a reminder, you know, the point starts from where VP ended yesterday, 126, so it's 136 is the threshold. You hit that point total, you can't win on that game. So even if you get a chicken dinner and you hit that 136, it's still not good enough. You have to hit that threshold, and then in a game after that, get a chicken dinner to claim the trophy. And right now, VP has set that mark very, very high.
And that's what's led to a bit of the chaos. Are we probably going to see hot drops off the get-go? Most likely not. But it is pretty much the entirety of the lobby versus VP to deny them chicken dinners as much as they can, and maybe even trying to go after Falcons in their own fashion. It's not going to be, let's just commit into a hot drop and try to kill them off the go. It's going to be, can we find a trap? We see a firefight going on, we hear the gunshots, we see in the kill feed that one of those 2 squads is next to us. It's time to see if we can pounce, if we can get something off of them and install their role so we can find more.
Exactly, and for VP as well, they have opportunities that
Here we go, here we go, here we go.
Circle shift maybe they don't like in their favor.
Smash rules apply. Once that threshold has been hit, 136 points.
So there's a lot that can
Once VP hit that, they can win a game, they will automatically win the tournament. But we're not expecting that, we're expecting this to go the full 6 games. VP will play this safe, I believe, and go for points over wins.
That's where we did see VP take that last victory on the day yesterday, finding big success playing into military base proper. So see if any congestion happens on drops. It looks like most people are kind of separating away. Plane path could cause a little bit of drama, but it's mostly going to be for vehicles, I would assume.
Yeah, you would think if there's any early shenanigans, it might just be because some teams, you know, when they have their alternate drops, their
Hey
secondary
there.
drops, that they have
We get.
ideas going on where
No,
they
Falcons
think
are
their
going to go
vehicles
across.
are
That's
and where
fine.
other teams
That's
think
fine.
their vehicles are, and they overlap sometimes.
One of the things I want to talk about while we get this is VP's drop. It's kind of distinct because it gives you a chance to go to military base or stay on the main island, gets decent loot. So they get inside track on a great plane path like this for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, talking to the coach of Ibiza a little bit about how happy he is that they get ferry pier because of the things you're talking about, Matt. There's a lot of vehicle spawns there, a lot of access to in a circle even like this over on the western side. We are very heavily
good for
shifted
Falcons
in that
again.
direction, so VP is going to have a little bit of a foothold to start. Some of the other teams, Full Sense, AGAL, GAM, Shadow Esports in there as well. Maybe haven't had the best of runs here, but again, so much to play for. Even if you're not in that first, you know, or second or third place contention spot, you want to get every point you can here while you can, because you never know when that smash roll is going to end the series.
Big focal teams that we're going to be watching, of course, VP. They need 10 points. After that, the wheels are really going to come off. Falcons finding any big successes like you're talking about on these first couple of games would be massive to allow them to kind of close in that lead, get closer to the threshold themselves. But we have squads with massive pop-off capabilities looming in the background. There's a lot really still riding for Na'Vi, as well as Twisted Minds, of course, Vitality, Team Liquid wanting to find some stuff for Club Championships.
I just see what I think I saw on the VP back, the medical back.
Circle is great for VP off the start.
Preparing for a life, potentially in the blue.
Exactly. So Falcons
Might mean they're going to go for placement points over anything else in this game. We'll see though. We'll see how it
But
unfolds.
the Falcons' MO so far this event, with Gustav taking over the reins as the IGL, I think they're quite fine to play on the edge more so. I think that suits their current identity a little bit more. Again, it's opened up players like Kick to be much more of a fragger than we had seen in earlier events when he was the IGL. On top of them having, I think, a lot better idea of how to stay active in the mid game, give themselves those deep runs into the late game, and even though they haven't been able to convert quite as much as Virtus Pro, their style's still very, very effective.
Twisted had a big come up yesterday, and they still have a big climb that they've got to do, but it is doable with just a couple of games to really catch up. So it's about pace setting for a lot of these squads. Yes, VP is in that pole position that you're talking about, but there was a big dust up in the squads in 4th, 5th, 6th, GK having their climb that they had. Twisted, like we were just talking about. There's still opportunities if these squads can really string together something at the start, but it does require a little bit of a falter from Falcons, as well as VP not finding that chicken dinner.
Exactly. We should talk about some of the teams that are kind of in the middle of the pack that are still looking for club championship points to keep themselves in that race. You got to look at like Gen G, T1, Twisted Minds, all want to stay in that top 8 to keep themselves in the hunt for a solid finish in the CC race. You have Na'Vi and Vitality, who need to get these top 5 finishes to protect their leads that they've established for themselves here so far.
And remember, we're over here in France right now. It's a nice rainy day in Paris. Vitality's finding a lot of success whenever we look at the club championship. And again, in that hunt, every point that they can find is going to put them in a much better position in the club championship. Na'Vi doesn't have as much after this, so Na'Vi needs to have a pretty decent finish to at least secure themselves enough points to kind of feel comfortable as everybody else is going to continue playing after them.
Exactly. And so, yeah, just tons of things to keep track of today, as every position does end up mattering in a lot of different ways. Not only the money, but also for the club championship, as we're going to be kind of trying to keep track of it as best as we can throughout the day.
The squad that's in 3rd place right now, I believe, or 4th maybe, is AGAL. They've been playing in a lot of games, performing well, not having a lot of success inside of PUBG so far. But if you look at it, 48 points, it's 30 all the way up into 4th place with Na'Vi. This is a squad in AGAL that really can find it on the last day, but they just haven't been showing it so far.
Yeah, you're right. It hasn't been kind of that explosive gameplay that maybe we were hoping to see from AGAL, but no doubt that they can pop off at any given moment. They're a team that seems to thrive when the pressure is the highest, when it feels like they're down and out and they're not going to make anything happen. They kind of pop back into life. Now, Boostic has gotten lit up pretty heavily by T1 in transition, but it looks like he's going to get into some level of safety there for Na'Vi as they slide into the compound ahead of T1.
Okay, so we're looking pretty Quarry heavy right now for most of our players. Most of them actually playing west of Quarry and to the north of it, so we're pretty coastal on play. VP's got their backs up against the coastline. They do have a 2-2 split that's for Full Sense directly in front of them. AGAL's just going to be the northeast of that. Shadow's playing the coast just to the north of one of the duos for Full Sense. We haven't seen too much of a commitment onto Quarry. Really, it is just one of the players for Full Sense. Na'Vi now trying to get over there. T1 kind of eyeing that pathing. Squads not yet inside the circle are going to be Vitality. Twisted's about to touch it. VC, Falcons, and Geek as well as Myth about to approach about middle of the circle.
Yeah, I think a really good day yesterday for Geek, who really started to kind of pick up their pace, find a little bit of their own footing. It's been kind of a struggle for them, but up into 6th place to start the day. And again, another team that, you know, wants to get in that top 8 so they can continue to keep themselves in that club championship hunt. We'll be trying to track them a little bit as the Falcons.
It's big for Falcons.
Yeah, they're going to open up one of the secret rooms and get themselves some nice level 3 gear on top of some other things. You know, a lot of util, a lot of meds, just about everything you could need here to make sure that you're fully situated coming into the late
They're going to need all that util.
This is a great way to start it. Not
Hard
necessarily
to get into the circle. By the time we get there, next circle will be popping.
Go in front of them. If this does go for a kind of a northern shift or an eastern shift, there's going to be a lot more territory to work with for Falcons to kind of sneak in. But that is mostly field play. When we see a bit of Everest still inside the circle, a smidgen of what we see in South George, leading around the Gatka area, and most squads are kind of avoiding those fields right now, knowing it's going to be just brutal to rotate, instead hoping the fact that we just stay much more coastal around that quarry location, and the sitter meta just stays strong. If you're coming into this late, you're just going to run through a gauntlet of about 4 or 5 teams, and it feels like that's what Falcons is trying to avoid in their slower rotate, while VP went for the much earlier rotate, get in position on the coast, and then don't have to worry about it on the other side.
But both those teams want to play outside in eventually. Like, if they get center, fine. Yeah. They're comfortable to play that. I'm not saying they won't take, you know, a circle that just lands on top of them, but they both have shown that they're really adept at being, in the case of Falcons, really maneuverable in the mid to late game on the edges of circles. Like, they'll hang out after a circle pop, look for other teams, wait for their moment to either strike or find some open space. VP can do that too, but I really like the way VP kind of sets up these mobile fortifications, these wedge formations that they like to go for that really make them really difficult to get through. Because if you take a team fight against VP, it's like, okay, you might get 1, maybe 2, but they're going to wipe you out most of the time. And that's made them such a difficult team to go up against, and why they are so far ahead.
They do this roaming thing in the early game where they just kind of don't sit in the spot long enough for anybody else to really know where their firm defensive positions are going to be at. And so a lot of people kind of overstep, thinking that they have the opportunity, and then VP just counter pushes on top of them. Ooh, that circle does.
That's a nasty shift for Falcons.
Hoping that maybe they can get those 10 points in this game. Northeast is going to get clustered real fast. Gam's going to be running in. Gen G back behind it. Team Liquid as well. There's also a lot of open area in this, and when we've been seeing open area, not necessarily a lot of trees, it's mortar time, baby.
Another thing you're going to have to worry about here in terms of explosions that come from the sky is this red zone, actually, because a lot of teams are going to have to traverse this. So we could see one of those kind of unlucky moments where another one actually pops over to the side.
Runs right in, right on top of Full Sense. They're also going to have some external positioning. 17 not going to make the commitment in. So now this is that split coming up for Full Sense. The northern section of it already in a little bit of trouble. Yes, the southern section can defend it, but it's a bit scarier.
Yeah, this has got to be pretty clean stuff from Full Sense. If they're going to hang on, they are really disconnected. I mean, Tigger's trying to get over to help out if he can, but right now it is not really that doable because there's so many teams out here. And by the way, everything that's west of the road in this part of the map is relatively wide open. There isn't a ton of hard cover out here. So you can see a lot of teams are starting to die in transition just because of the nature of the spacing of the terrain.
I really like T1's position right now. It gives them a lot of information on what's happening in the compounds in front of them. They've kind of gone for a 2-2 opposite sides of the hill, so that way they've got that road that you were talking about that leads into the more open sections with the hillsides. They can get some vision on one point of it, and they kind of look into the forest and everything that's happening more into the east. This is the Shadow and Team Liquid fight. Alo going to be on the low side of this. Couple of peeks coming his way. Doesn't hit the shots that he really wanted off of it. That's going to put him in a dicer position as it's high ground, and Team Liquid is out real early.
Shadow looking to, again, climb the leaderboard. It's so tight at the bottom there. I mean, you can see from 13th to 16th, it's 2 points, and then it's 3 more points from them to GAM. So they want to get everything they can done here today. So a nice early pickup for them. VC's going to be rotating in kind of behind T1 there, but a little further towards the coast right now as T1's going to settle up on the eastern side where there's more trees, more hard cover for them to work with. But you can get some high ground information here as Vicious to figure out what's going on to your north.
We also do have Vitality that I believe, no, Vitality's already done their emergency pickup and their shift in. There's another one that's going to be happening to the north that might go more VP sided. We'll try to keep an eye on that. Falcons are going to be playing the northern area of Quarry, so it's going to be Na'Vi on a 2-2 split for positioning. See, Alo and the rest of the crew ran up on this hillside, already in control. Alo did manage to get the knock on to Setsuna, but then after that, it put him in too much of a bad spot. The high ground positioning, he had to go for meds and then just gets instantly pounced.
Yeah, it was just rough timing there for Liquid, and with Shadow already claiming that real estate, made it all the more difficult. Na'Vi has some real estate of their own, a 2-2 split across the tops of the quarry there. Kickstart going to be getting shot at a little bit, so he's going to peel back, but he's going to be able to see quite a bit inside of the quarry, inside of these fields that are just to the outside. We're still going more west. I was kind of wondering, I'm like, is this one just going to keep hard shifting over towards these mini peninsulas?
I mean, VP is loving it. We got Geek that's making the emergency pickup on top of it. Twisted actually did call an emergency pickup of their own. They could try to leapfrog over all of this, but we do have VC that's got coastal control around the base down to the south. VP is going to have the hillsides. T1 on the other side of it. To the north, the cluster is creating a death funnel, all stacked on top of each other. Early rotate for GAM is going to be very beneficial, but it's going to be Vitality as well as 17 mostly gatekeeping out. And it is going to be Gen G, Anyone's Legend, Full Sense, Shadow Esports all trying to make a path over there, and maybe Twisted if they don't go for the commitment, as it is going to be GK making landfall, but it's going to be right next to VP. That's not going to feel too good.
No, all they had to work with over here was some of the craters created by a red zone, so they're just going to have to drop in there and try to make it work, but it's really going to be difficult because they had teams rotating in that direction. Akan already down, and you have Full Sense, who's in trouble up on the north side.
The retreat away from VP's firing line opened up VC's firing line on the coast, so that's made it a lot more problematic. Also allowed GAM to squeeze in right next to him, so GK clinging to life on the coast with near on nothing to work with. You can see it's just a couple of smokes down and trying to use the ridgeline of the beach itself. Luckily, VC can't commit too much more in just due to the positioning. They're afraid of where T1's going to be playing from, but T1 is already taking shots into Na'Vi right now.
Yeah, GAM's trying to see if they can find another angle in towards this GK position, but it's going to be pretty tough. The trenches are deep enough where you can prone down and hide relatively well compared to the rest of what's going on the screen, but just kind of keeping my eye on kind of what the Falcons are doing over on this side. Yes, thank you, observers. This is great. We were looking at Kickstart flying around, but meanwhile, they have found some entry. This is a perfect Falcons game. They want to find those edges and kind of hold those down, look for their moments to strike.
Twisted Minds did not take the emergency pickup. I think that they were afraid with Full Sense right next to them that they would just get picked apart right as soon as they launched up into the air. That does mean that they're kind of trapped in their compound. With Full Sense, Gen G has managed to get 2 of their players right on the edge of the zone. Shadow's going to be back behind all of this, so this cluster of squads, while it is phase number 3, are all kind of trapped in this mutually assured destruction point where they can't move into Vitality's angle, and they're just kind of stuck there. Blue Zone's going to be right on top of them in a few seconds, and there is just nowhere to go. You're going to have to fight your way out, but the way that these compounds are set, you really can't even do that.
No, it's going to be really tough. I think Twisted's going to have to make some kind of wide wrap because the road is really heavily guarded between Vitality and 17 Gaming right now.
Uh-oh. The Twisted's making the run. They popped in vehicles. They're going to be running right next to 17. They're going to put them very close to Vitality. Where do you go? Popping off on this side. They're going to run right in the midst of Vitality. No clean shots. Finally, Quizzy does find example. There's not much really to hide behind with those cars. They've got to stop. There is nowhere to go. Crossfire is now starting to get set up. VP even sees some of this. Shadow is following right back behind it. Vitality switches their focus, and everybody is just dying in these fields.
Oh, what a great position of an M249 is Hello My Bad. He is able to do so much damage to these teams that are coming through, whether it's blowing up the vehicles or actually claiming lives with that gun. That is a beautiful spot to be in, and he puts it to great use. So now Twisted had to run the gauntlet. They do get 3 through there. Frankly, that's not too bad, given the teams that they were going to have to cut past. And they've done a nice job of at least settling up with something, but here comes VP.
It's all the kills just rolling right into them. They're finding everything. They've got a great position in the circle. GAM, GK, Gen G need to come into their west, right into an area that they've got perfect vision on. Everybody to the north around Vitality, the circle abandons them, still leans into VP's positioning, so that's more points just looming. They don't even have to chase. They've just got to continue to pick off people as they roll right into their face.
Yeah, for VP right now, it's just about holding the line, just making sure that all the teams that are to your north and your west are going to have as tough of a time as possible getting through, and you're going to be able to collect maybe 5-6 kills along the way. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. But Gen G is doing a little bit of damage to Vitality. That's way up on that northern congestion, but Gen G has kind of a off high angle into it from the distance. Meanwhile, Falcons right next to T1.
Yeah, they can't go too far into this. They've got to stop right on the edge of the zone. The high ground for T1 and these trees are just going to provide enough cover to make it dicey. But you know that T1 will roam down onto this. They're trying to already get in position for nades. Falcons are all stacked up on top of each other, so that's going to make it very scary. We also have Myth on the other side. Looks like Falcons trying to take a couple of shots at, but Blue Zone now starting to fall on top of Full Sense to the north. Vitality going to be looming right next to it. 17 right there as well. All these squads still trapped over in the north. Well, nowhere to go. You just got to fight, and Vitality wants as many of these points as they can find.
Yeah, I mean, for Vitality at this point, it's just try and clear all the teams behind you if you can, which is just Full Sense at this point. But again, Tian finds an angle. 17 starting to get their footing, starting to get their bearings. Twisted's a little bit angry that you tried to gatekeep them. Oh, Perfectix goes down to a nice grenade from Hello My Bad, though. Meanwhile, Flash on a sliver of life, a molly in hand. It goes with him, and he is probably going to succumb to the blue.
Nades and damage just still continue to rain down on the Falcons, and they can't find the game that they want, and T1 going to be the ones that just keep finding more. Full Sense does falter up into the north. That provides more breathing room for Vitality, but Falcons, can you fight your way out of this? I mean, it just feels like everything's stacked up against them. They're bottom of the valley, nowhere to go. If they run onto the side with Myth, that's going to be a problem of itself. Gen G is trying to fight their way right in between everything. They're just to the south of Twisted Minds now, and it's going to be VP taking shots right onto their backside, and there is nothing to be had over here. Everybody's falling to the north. Vitality now out. At least Twisted has a path to just barely get inside the circle.
17 just sends it in as well. They're trying to make something work while VP is busy trying to keep Gen G at arm's length, but Gen G has managed to establish themselves at least temporarily. Eyes probably got to turn around a little bit for them. Still Twisted Minds in the blue. They're hemorrhaging players, though. They're hemorrhaging health. Lou going to fall. Batulin's on his last legs. Should be able to get that first aid off just in time, but it's phase 5 blue, and it is going to chew through his health so quickly. Beamy up on the roof, looking towards Gen G to try to keep them pinned down, but there's just enough of a ridge line here for Gen G to kind of hide behind for now.
Here's the problem, though. The circle has finally left VP. They're going to have to deal with a mess that everybody else has been dealing with. 17's already moved into kind of a gatekeeping position. Not that they want to. They're just kind of trapped there. Twisted is going to get eliminated. The people that have control on angle right now are going to be VC of all squads down to the south. They've got that kind of dip next to the hillside. Then it's also going to be Navi. T1 still taking those shots at the Falcons. Gen G with no easy pathing. It's going to be 17 again in that gatekeeping position, causing problems. Back behind all of this, we still have Gam that has to get into the circle. So VP is going to have to make the choice to lean into the firing lines of where VC is hiding at, or 17, Myth, and anyone's legend, as well as jumping in front of Gen G. There are no safe rotates from them from this point forward, and all the kills they were hoping to get here all happened too far to the north for them to really secure.
That's true. I mean, this could have gone a lot differently, but VP was kind of stuck in their compound, not really able to collect on much because there were so many teams surrounding it. They couldn't really reach out too comfortably. We saw it one time when they eliminated Shadow, and that was about it. So now gonna have to make their move, but they've been so good in these kind of moments where they're able to establish a bit of a beachhead, and they are on their way. And look at this, already some dips created for them.
Do manage to sneak in a spot, but this is that VC side. This is the safest of all of them that they can go for. If they get up on top of the hillside, they're going to be drawing a lot of aggro. VC's just trying to defend the hill as best that they can. Live shots coming up. It's going to be Simon T that gets the knock on Lucarux, but he is safe for now. Being on top of everything now means the fact that he should be able to get rezzed off that point. Nade's not going to easily be able to get up there, but Tycon's going to be close. Navi taking the shots on VC has kind of slowed down the push that VC wanted to go for.
Oh, I was going to say this could be about the worst team you want to come up against, but Tycon is going to get flushed out, it looks like here. Yeah, Navi's going to claim that point, so that is bought Virtus Pro a little bit of breathing room. You know, VC, once they knew that was Virtus Pro and that dip, they were going to try to take them out as quickly as they could, but they were thwarted on their backside. Meanwhile, 17 is harassing and hammering Gen G. Nixie's going to get involved too, and he's going to get the knock on the salute.
I mean, they're putting up the damage. It's just really hard to find the kills. You've got to kind of curve the bullets around, and it just keeps getting stolen away. That time it's going to be 17 that finds it. Falcons still fighting, backs up against the blue zone, getting some shots onto T1, Myth on the other side of it, but it's all about VP and trying to survive. The longer that they can get here and start to dig down, they can start to dodge the shots every single time they go for a profile, inherently making a bunker into that position. So now they've got high ground control on a lot, but are mortars going that way? No, they're going after Myth instead.
Those were darn close. Myth already suffering a tragedy earlier in the finals when Soul connected onto all four of them.
Oh, the circle favors VP.
Yeah, it's right on top of that hill. So VP you're going to need somebody to displace them here so they don't hit that point threshold. I mean, they're getting closer and closer. That 136 mark is what they're eyeing. Already got a placement point and 3 kills in the bag.
But remember, it has to be a chicken dinner the game after they break threshold. So even if VP does manage to get a chicken dinner here, it doesn't count for the smash. It's going to be the game after that. They're in a great position and potentially win it, but then all wheels come off. Falcons knows this. They've got to find something over here. They've got Myth and T1, 2 squads during the group stage that were just rampaging on top of everyone. And now Falcons has to fight against them just to touch the circle. And if they do, the only section of the circle that's going to be near Falcons is that lip that drops down into the road where there is no safety to be had right on the edge of the zone, and it's going to be vulnerable to multiple positions in the egress. It's just time to fight for Falcons. They know it. They've got to just drop whatever utility they can on Myth and start finding some kills.
And they have found a huge knock initially onto Baron. They're going to look to try to flush that out if they can. Scappy has a foxhole for himself, is going to remain in that safety. Jacob, no helmet here in the blue. This is not comfortable at all for him. He's just going to be able to get that first aid off in time, but the vehicle rolls away from him. He's going to have to chase it down even further into the blue. Falcon turn their attention up. They almost pay the price.
Goes down to blue zone. Kiss, though, finds Gustav, gets the knock on him. The timing's going to be really bad. Blue zone on top of him. It's going to be Falcons fighting up the hillside. Nade rolls down. Doesn't get a lot. Tig's got to be careful of the blue zone. Scappy on the other side. Myth finds Falcons and demolishes them.
And it's Kiss who gets most of the kills in that exchange. That is brutal for Falcons. Only 1 placement point, 1 kill. Virtus Pro still 4 up, center of the circle. Things getting wild over here. T1 gonna take their crack at trying to deal with Myth, but they are getting absolutely lit up by AGAL. They strike from the hillside.
The climb trying to start for AGAL. Weakened squads galore. Nade's now starting to rain on top of VP. Problems mounting for them as well. Finally, Vicious has a way to get up the hillside. Navi had to move closer, so it denied out the sightlines on push. Notice Beamy down in the low side of the hill, though. He could be the guy that manages to turn this back around and stop VC in their tracks.
Nixie would love to try to get that res off, but I'm not entirely sure if he's going to be afforded the opportunity. Duckmite has another blue zone, gonna let that loose. No more damaging util in the bag for him that I can see. Meanwhile, 17 is doing a nice job up on the other side, but here comes Navi. They want to try to get involved in this. Both them and VC absolutely have their eyes at the top of this hill, but you can see it's a bit of a hedge of the bets here for Virtus Pro as Beamy is going to be disconnected from his team.
3rd and 4th place, have a hill in front of them and a climb that they've got to do. VP coming more active, looking down on 17. Lots of shots coming up from Vicious as well. Ian still alive on side angle. Anyone's legend is going to get eliminated. Nobody from VP finding those points, but we're in placement, so it's going to continue to tick up. That's really all VP is looking for. They want as much on this game as they can get. Chain reses and being in the focal point of everything is fine as long as they can reach that break point.
Yeah, and they've got a little bit of extra help with the smoke, so they're going to be able to buy themselves just a bit more time. C4 going to be attempted here by Simon. He may just give his life for the cause because this is uphill. You can't just send this in there easily without getting enough momentum.
Got to time it well. Oh, the tip in the hillside. Now it's a problem for VC. They can retreat, maybe even use this whenever it explodes to find some safety inside of the dip. But Beamy was already playing far enough away from that there was that anchor position. He hasn't really revealed himself yet. I think he's waiting for the push coming up from VC. And VC can't go for it because Navi is still so comfy cozy down in southeast. Everybody else is fighting to the north, and Navi is just waiting for their moment.
So uncomfortable for Lukarux, no helmet, so going for those peaks that much more risky. He knows that T1 and 17 Gaming are fighting each other, and he could potentially have something to say about that. But again, going for those moments has been really, really dicey. Lil Ghost looking to be rezzed potentially, but they don't have too much more time here before the circle is right on their back. So I think they're going to have to abandon that just onto Xiao Wu. Is going to let loose with the stuns, keep En pinned. En lets loose with a few of his own, has the good util.
VP's making a push right back behind Ian. They want to get a piece of this. They want to find these kills. Ian's just trying to hold the line up on it. Ian does win, but he finds himself VP on top of him. Nowhere to go. He goes down, and now VP has control over the northern side of the hill and gets distance away from VC.
They're 1 point away from hitting the threshold. Again, they could win this chicken dinner, but that doesn't mean they win the tournament just yet. but they are certainly putting everyone else onto notice. VC and Na'Vi haven't been able to establish those footholds that they'd really like. Yes, like you mentioned earlier, there have been a few craters that have been created for VC to work with, but they haven't been able to get that knockout blow to go. Meanwhile, things just going to kind of slow down here for a moment as everyone assesses the situation. So much util already used between everybody. You can see here Nixie has nigh on nothing. He doesn't even have a first aid kit left, just bandages and energy drinks, really. And so it is going to come down to some gunfights, it feels like.
And where this circle goes next, that's really what everybody's waiting for with bated breath. Navi's got a good control section of it that they feel fine with, but if this does hard shift down to the southeast, move coastline, it could be bad. Gives everybody a little bit of a favor. It's just Na'Vi in the position that they're playing from, not going to be in the best of spot. VC already has that 1 point that they're playing for with defense. Duckmice just got to regroup. This does also mean that Beamy in his sneaky little spot over there is also going to be outside the circle.
This is a big game for Na'Vi. If they can close out the win, they could potentially either get to or maybe even get ahead of VC off to see. But
oh, here it goes.
Beamy being very, very sneaky. He's still outside of that next circle by about 10 meters or so. So he's going to have to crawl a little bit forward. It's just going to come down to, you know, who's going to see who first. You know, is Duckmai going to have any idea that he's going to be that close?
Here's the thing about it. If Beamy and VP pounce at the right time onto VC, they now get high ground control over that hill. VP was wanting to hold on to it, but it's VC's positioning that's made it so complicated. If VP get control of the top of the hill, it's going to make Navi's position so much worse. The only reason Na'Vi is really comfortable where they're at right now, as you can see, looking up into that hill, they don't have to deal with anybody. They don't have to worry about the cover points really that much yet. If VC falls, VP will have the perfect way to close out the game. Na'Vi is hoping that maybe VC finds this firefight for themselves, but that's a mixed bag. It's still 93 to 85 on the overall leaderboard between them, so no matter what, Na'Vi wants to try to eat as many of these points as they can, while VP just needs one more.
Yeah, I think the edge of this circle kind of just enough for Na'Vi to work with, but they want to get ahead of the curve a little. They're going to move a little bit forward, using those smokes to cut off VP's sight lines. They have a hill between them and Vicious, so they're going to be able to cut themselves off, gain a little bit more space, but it's not comfortable. There's so much flat ground from them to VP. If VP can use some of this third-person perspective and they can start digging some hills and look over the top. So Nixie found the angle that he likes to start digging in and finding the ability to keep his eyes onto Na'Vi.
And it's such a great position on this one. They just have to wait, keep an eye for Na'Vi. Beamy's got to hold back VC, or at least feed the information over. That's allowing VP to go a little bit more aggressive, to see if they can weaken, maybe get a knock or a flush onto Na'Vi, who's 4-man strong right now. Everybody else only got 3 up, and VP, looking into all of this, it just all seems like it's coming down to the linchpin on Beamy for them, and he is playing this so patient, so quiet. VC just keeps taking a couple of shots over at Na'Vi, but no commitment. Their eyes are on the prize, and that is VP, to see if they can stop them before they can get anything else.
It's final circle time, so VC now turning their attention over towards Beamy. Let's see if VP is going to leave him to his own devices. He's got some smokes to work with, so he can keep them pinned on the edge. That frag, I'm not sure, did about half damage to Beamy there, so he's going to have to stall up. Meanwhile, Nixie, wow, that is crazy good. That is amazing. Him and Lukarok's doing mega damage.
It runs up on the side of it, though. Got to be careful from that side flank. Hackatori looks like he's trying to find something. Big damage comes out. He does get the knock on the 2, and Na'Vi just runs up the hillside, finding a lot. It's all Beamy, but he's trying to work on VC. He goes down. VP doesn't find their point. So now it is going to be VC and Na'Vi lined up against each other. A 2v1.
It is at 136, though. It is going to be Na'Vi who takes the game, and they come out swinging on day 1, but they got it. They got it.
On the close with the kills.
Got it.
It was just enough. 137.
Yep. They've got it. So they have hit the threshold. Now all Virtus Pro needs to do is get a chicken dinner, and they will win EWC 2026.
Oh, that's one of those things that you have to adjust for the Smash rules with the way that the knocks come into play. Once it all kind of switched around, those couple of knocks that Beamy got on the side while he's fighting for himself, switch it up, and now VP is in touching distance of getting that trophy.
Yeah, now Na'Vi's gotten ahead of VC with that win, so this is a huge movement in a lot of different ways. Talking about the club championship for Na'Vi, that was a big way to start the day.
Falcons, I would say, angry at this circle. They just had to fight their way through it and just couldn't find a way. It was a little uphill battle for them the whole way through this one, and everybody just right along the coastline. So they've just got to mentally rebound, come back in, and so much pressure onto Gustav's shoulders. Coming in IGLing Falcons for the first time in this one and having to deal with such a hard set circle away from you was, it's painful off the start. It's all going to be a mental game for Falcons from now on.
For sure, and it's really tough. I mean, now you're going to have to just frag out of control. You're going to have to get the wins somewhere along the way and hope that somehow VP slow down. Because again, if we get to that 6th game, you know, then VP can just win on points alone. They don't have to get the chicken dinner because we're just playing 6 max games today, no matter what. But VP now has 5 games to find a win to claim their trophy.
And again, it's a VP, dude. They are just so freaking consistent. It feels like it's nigh impossible to stop them out of making it in the top 4. The only thing you have to do is hope that everybody else in the lobby decides to stop them from getting that chicken dinner whenever they do get to the top 4. Okay. It's a nail biter from here on out, guys. We got to get this next game ready to go because it's gonna be good.
Shrimzy with 8 kills here on this Erangel. I can't believe it. How does Shrimzy do it again? Falcons has been carried to this victory. They are looking spectacular here.
Tight schedule today. Let's go.
Doc, I call perfect rotates, but I still feel empty. You know, TVP is killing me. No chicken dinner satisfies.
Classic IGL burnout. Delegate more, breathe with the zone. Next.
Howdy, partner.
Oh my.
That last rodeo was wild. Woo!
Cowboy. How many times did I tell you? You're not a real cowboy. Land safe for once.
But Doc, the loop calls for me.
Out.
Yeehaw?
I said out.
Tactics, rotations, push left, push right, smokes this, smoke that. I don't know anymore. My team doesn't listen.
Nixie. Have a glass of water. Stop overthinking every pixel. Patience wins too. Listen to what the zone tells you.
Patience, man? Bro, we're dying. The zone is closing in. Everyone says we have to win. We need to win.
Sit in the zone. Next.
Bỏ anh em tôi. Trời ơi, tôi có bảo đây, anh em smoke ra, anh em nhảy vào smoke để smoke cho nó sai nữa.
Guys, calm down. I don't know what you're saying.
Chicken dinner?
Surviving in the finals is much easier.
What a first match, but before we actually break down what happened and how much we want it to be one more game, we actually are going to be interviewing none other than IVD Maluco because he was able to join the Esports Foundation Creator Program. He is currently live streaming from Brazil to the Brazilian community. Maluco, how are you enjoying the tournament?
Bro, this is good for me to be here, man. This is crazy for me. This match is crazy too, and this good. Say from Brazil, Caraguatatuba, you know. Thank you for joining. Thank you for EWC Creators Program. This good. This good. This very good, bro.
I'm glad you're liking it. Now we don't have any Brazilian squads, but who are you rooting for?
I'm root for Furia, bro. Furia. And this match, my heart is Furia, but I'm char and rooting in last game on group R8. Yeah,
oh.
R8 is good. Yeah,
right on. All right,
this crazy. Let's go.
Thank you so much for joining us, Maluko. If you guys want to be interviewed in the future, make sure you join the Esports Foundation Creator Program. Obrigado. But now to the actual thing. One more game. One more game. One more game. Because VP was able to get the 10 points that we needed to see, Toffees.
Yeah, I mean, it was a wild game. I think there was a possibility that maybe Falcons could have stopped them from hitting that 10 if they hadn't been completely wiped out by Kiss. And VP played it perfectly. They got a good movement. They had a compound that no one could crash. And Godspeed, it's wild that they did this on the first game.
Yeah, I mean, they only needed 10 points, and they still managed to get 11 somehow. Want to give a shout-out to Nanas Vincer, of course, for winning that game. But I have to say, it's super unfortunate with the Falcons as well because of their rotation.
Yes.
They started all the way on the east side of the map, did a wide rotation, made it to a good spot, only to get wiped by Kiss.
Yeah. When you try your best, but you don't succeed.
Yeah, I mean, like Falcons had like that furthest rotate from the eastern side, and look, they used and grabbed as much utility as they possibly could on the rotate. I kind of thought they were going to tail Vicious at one point, but you know, we had Kickstart side and kind of like scouting in the sky, but man, the zone pulls for them just. They were being shafted the whole entire game, honestly. But you know what? VP read this circle so incredibly well, clearing what remains of T1 on that north side, and then sort of focusing on Vicious, who were kind of like playing a little bit sneaky on the southern side. But look, you heard, you know, them in the interview. They were like, oh, yeah, 6 games.
Yeah.
I think they were lying to us.
So here's the thing. VP wins in the mid game, right? So they dropped at Ferry Pier. They got out very quickly. They moved to a good compound that's defensible. They made sure teams had to stop short of them. We saw them sort of cause that kerfuffle by taking some shots where Navi and I think it was Shadow and a few others all ran into each other and got stuck. And then they moved to the top of the hill. Very proactive, ran a nice 2-2, so they couldn't get wiped out all at the same time. These guys are proving to us they're the total package, and here's why I love that. Coming in this far ahead, it would be very easy for us to go, well, with a lead like that, you can win by just taking it easy. How better to prove you are the best team in the world by coming out and saying, even though we could take it slow, we're going to drop 10 on 1 and show you guys just how powerful we are.
And they were able to do that. And now we're starting to see the crowd getting alive. Even in chat, I see y'all with that copium saying that Falcons is going to be winning. Let's see if that's going to happen, because right now VP is absolutely dominating. And I love that we got a chance to finally see Myth Kiss show up in the grand finals, just absolutely destroying the Falcons.
So VP is a good story, but it does something really important, Godspeed. It makes everyone else, they're on notice, right? Because the difference between, say, 5th and 3rd is hundreds of thousands of dollars. And you now know that VP could win this at any moment. So you have to play every game like it's your last and make as much as you can.
That's also the big threat, right? Like, if you are one of those teams that just has no chance of winning the actual event, you still have so many spots that you can go up and try to, again, raise what you're getting to get home with. But the other thing to think about is, if you're one of those teams, if you notice that VP is in a winning position, do you sacrifice yourself to stop them from stopping the tournament right then and there? I mean, it's going to be a hard decision because everyone now has their eyes on VP. The threshold has been crushed and they're ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, we sort of saw that play style from Myth. Like, yeah, they're kind of in that meter of the pack and they might not be able to make it to the top. Probably won't, but they were prioritizing those eliminations, especially like in the, I think it was the top zone on T1. So Myth are literally locking in for those points just to creep their way up the leaderboard. So we're going to see a little bit more of that. And I think Gen G were kind of doing the same thing, but they got caught off a little bit more.
I'm over here just giggling because we both just saw something pop up on
Myth
that
had a
screen
fall from
too.
grace.
No, not even that one. It was find VP, kill VP. That's what's going to be happening.
But here's the problem. I think Vicious could have done that, but the fact of the matter was Vicious was holding that 3rd position, and if they had gone over the hill and attacked them, they might have given up 3rd to Navi, and that would have cost them almost $100,000. So they can't risk. You can't throw your bodies at VP like that, and that's sort of, I think, what opened the door for Virtus Pro to lock up those points. And I do think the gymnastics of playing these Smash rules is something a lot of these players are not actually familiar with.
It's not really something that we implement all the time. And again, it completely changes how a lobby works depending on the points. But you know what? That's what these teams have to adapt with. You heard Shrimsy say it best. There's constantly changes. You just got to adapt.
VP could end up closing it out on this next match. Is it going to be one more game, or is it going to be 3 games as we're going to the second match of PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26 Grand Finals?
Thank you very much. The Book of Virtus Pro here at Esports World Cup has been legendary, and they are down to one more chapter. Can they close that book here on Tego? I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Martin, and Virtus Pro. Martin has been absolutely insane.
Yeah, what a way to start things off with here, to get those 11 points needed to then, let's see if they can do it in 5 games. They just need to win 1 game or fend off everyone else, but the chase is real. It's extremely close from 2nd place to 5th, and 2nd place is $300,000 while 5th is 100. So you can jump up that leaderboard quite easily. We do go to Tego here for our 2nd game of the grand
We're back
finals.
for day, well, game 2.
64 players, 60 nervous
Nami will
faces,
win in the
as
last
they hold
game.
This goes for as long as possible to see if they can jump up to that
Yes,
leaderboard.
VP. Here we go. What's going to happen next?
Still
Falcons are going to need to get a massive game right now.
So much money on the line, as you said, so many club championship points on the line. Na'Vi making a run there in game number 1, securing themselves 3rd place overall. But they are in a tie with Vicious. They've got Falcons in their sights, only 6 points ahead. As we see everybody dropping across the map, looks like we're going to avoid any early game nonsense to start off with. And Virtus Pro once again have actually split here. They got 3 on the northern island. They've sent Lucarux down to the south. We'll see where the circle decides to go.
Yeah, this is definitely a very interesting split for VP to go across all sides here. Coming in from the western side towards the east. And I'll just jump over to what the kind of... This might be a remake, though. Yeah, let's see what happens once we get locked that in here for sure. It looked like a...
I don't see too many games going on.
I don't think...
Screens.
No, it definitely looks like a remake.
Okay. Well, there you go. All right. Well.
Oh dear, we've got an error.
Just for
remake
here as we check in with those.
Oopsie daisy.
They don't look like they're too stressed, though, do they?
No, you saw them also in just after the game. They were laughing. They were having. When I walked up here, I did look at the guys. They're like, "Oh my God, this was just insane." They were having so much fun with it. And also the amount of points they're already built up. 36-point lead to 2nd place. It's just an impossible task for anyone else. And as we heard, also in the player interview with Nixie, he was like, okay, this Smash rule, if we're able to do it, wouldn't it be exciting to both win the game?
Lovely, we're going to have a remake. There was a technical issue there, so
technical pause, as you guys see here.
It won't be long, and we'll get into game 2.
That game, get that match going once again. That's how it goes sometimes when you have 64 PCs, tons of observers and everything going on. Sometimes you just have to go for a technical pause, just to make it a little bit more exciting.
Yeah. Well, we just want to make sure everybody's in and everybody's good to go. Well, obviously we talk about the teams up and down the leaderboard, and Virtus Pro doing what they're doing. Vitality fans in full voice here, trying to support their team as they make their way through. Cam even getting involved. But we also have another fight going on that I don't think a lot of us were expecting. That's the fight for MVP. Nixie obviously just fragging out. He's going insane. But Soul is right there behind him for Gen G.
Yeah, if Soul can do it, that'd be crazy. Also, the amount of knocks he's had and everything that's been coming along for them has been absolutely unreal. So I'm really excited to see how far they can take it. Right now, let's go through it here. 29 kills for Nixie, 26 for Soul. And for the most damage, Nixie leads by 600. Soul does have 6. Soul has more knocks, but Nixie has more survival time. So it definitely comes down to how the 2 players are going to be able to do that. The most impressive to me, though, is Soul being able to do that from where Gen G is on the leaderboard.
Exactly.
That's been very cool to follow. Them being in 9th place. They have less than half of the points was what Virtus Pro has been able to do in the same amount of games.
It's pretty wild when you consider, you look at our player stats, the tops of the leaderboard. It's literally just Nixie, Lucarux, Beanie, all the Virtus Pro boys up there, and then and Soul. So, I mean, he has just been having himself an absolute banger of a final here, and unfortunately for Gen G, they're not getting the dividends off of it. But you know what? They still have a little bit of time. I mean, they're not too far removed. I mean, they're in 9th place right now, but I mean, 5th place is not too far away. Like, it's definitely possible here.
Absolutely doable. Even for the bottom teams here, they're also a fight both for the club championship or for everyone else to try to get a bigger share of that prize pool. as even from 16th to 9th is 20 points. And you can jump into that top 8 where it makes you eligible for the club championship points. Last place 8th for the club championship points gets
The
50
technical
points,
issue
and then
was down to
all the way up to 1,000
VP.
for the win.
They split their bodies, they
Yeah,
split their
almost
teams, so the
$75
circle didn't know
million
where
on
to
the line
go.
Across all games, across all the championship here for Esports World Cup 2026.
You can see the faces of the players getting ready. Keyboards nice warmed up. Looks like we are getting back into the plane, and we are getting back over to Tego once again. Different plane path this time, but we'll see if that actually impacts anything.
You know what? I figured out why we have to go again.
Oh, what?
I figured it out.
All right.
You know what? We didn't go for it. We have to go for it every single time. We have to go for. It's time to Tego, ladies and
see,
gentlemen.
that's what it was.
Yes, that's how it is. Second game here, as we got all the players ready and into the game here, and we're gonna have a, I would say, a pretty much western plane path starting over by Hosa and Prison going up to Shipyards, close to most of the players. But again, all these teams that's going for Kongyang and Ouyang and the far eastern side of the maps can have a little bit of a longer rotation here. So let's see if anything changes. Luckily, as all see, the 64 players are here. Not much of the teams had any time and any chance to see what happened, except for what happened in the parachute. So let's see if anything changes once everything comes into effect here. Yongchang, hot drops, nope. Still just gonna be Virtus Pro that's gonna go out and get greedy, get as many cars as they can, get Yongchang locked in. As you see here on the map, on the drop, as we finish the plane path. Some teams are close on the northern side, GK up there, mid, up there by Shipyard, but VP's just able to flex out. And then again, as we talked again before, the 36 points lead down to that second place. It's mostly just going to be a race for, can we see VP win a game in the next 5, or can the other 15 teams try to chase down a better placement on that leaderboard?
You see Falcons down there by Prison.
Oh, wow.
All the way on the edge, but I think they're pretty
There you go, you see. Point proven, VP have got the circle. It was a circle glitch and it wasn't going to suit VP. And Falcons again, look, out of the circle.
Going in there assuming that we are going to have to travel, right? So
Just saying.
Not anything that they're
Hashtag.
gonna be too uncomfortable with, as we do see that first circle pop there. Is going to be the river going kind of through on that northwestern side, but mostly mainland. I don't think we'll see, unless, I mean, a hard shift to the northwest would be insane.
Yeah, that would be, then we could just say VP has found the magnet for this tournament. Although they have been fracking out at an absolutely insane level. 87 kills in 13 games compared to the 66 and 48 we have from Falcons and Na'Vi. It's been very impressed with how they have been able to form. As we jump over to Nixie here, and of course, very likely, if VP is able to close this one out, that we're going to see Nixie also lift that MVP alongside lifting the trophy for Virtus Pro.
Absolutely. He has delivered a performance of a lifetime here at EWC. We've already seen it so far this year. Virtus Pro, their records at PGS has been pretty impressive as well. So, I mean, they talked about a team that was coming in here extremely hot. Virtus Pro was right at the top of everybody's list, along with Myth, who have not been able to really find their footing here in the finals, but still a very, very good time. I mean, we saw what they were able to produce during the group stage.
You know what? Now that I think of it, and we're half a year deep in the international scene for PUBG this year, you could argue that VP is probably the team that has been able to transition from being a top team last year to also bring that in and adapt to all the changes that have happened this year. Compared to all the other top teams we had last year, Twisted has struggled. We've seen Full Sense struggling compared to what we know they're capable of. AGL has struggled a little bit. T1 has kind of maintained that same, top 5, top 8 area. And sure, with some good games here, they could even jump even further up now that they're only 10th. But they're close. There's just 11 points up to 6th. Like, it's very doable with a good game for them to get it even further. As we jump over to Liquid right now, last place currently, but just a few good games here. They could jump and double their prize pool quickly.
Yeah, kind of cutting back to what you were talking about. If you haven't gotten a chance to watch a lot of competitive PUBG this year, or even last year, Myth, obviously last year were known as Forest Natural Gaming before they made the change going into PGC, signing on with Myth. They had success last year in FPP as well, but it was very inconsistent. They started to find a little bit more consistency here so far this year, along with a number of the APAC teams. But then on the other side of that coin, you look at the Chinese teams, and they came in to the year looking so good and so scary. I mean, we saw a resurgence from teams like Petrichor Road, teams like 4 AM. And then as the years kind of progressed, I don't know if everybody else has caught up to them or if maybe they leveled out a little bit, but it just obviously hasn't been there. I mean, we're missing 4 of the 5 Chinese teams didn't make the finals. 17 have made it and kind of underperforming, I would say, for them.
They're in the struggle both along the other teams in the bottom 8, trying to compete for that club championship for sure. So we both have AGL, Team Liquid, GAM, Shadow Esports 17 mid down there. Gen G is a big name, and T1 is a big name also in the club championship. As Gedrox actually catches a bit of lead here. This Team Liquid is in the chase. Birdie Curdy gets him with a headshot on the drive-by. As Liquid double up here, an all-or-nothing match for them today.
Yeah, there was very little chance that Team Liquid was going to allow Gedrox to escape that when they were already in vehicles. So they hunt down that point, secure that point for themselves. Now they do have the rest of Vitality off to the north. They also have Gen G making their way into the north side of Yongchang. We see Myth run into Tambu, losing Kiss early. That is rough news for them.
Myth still not doing so well.
Superstar player, and Jacob actually nowhere near this. So we'll see if Myth continue to stick around if they're able to get Baron out.
Just a fight for straight up positioning here in this eastern side of the circle, hoping for it to come back across the small river. More utilities being directed towards Myth as Baron is actually spotted on the other side. He's taking some shots towards Tanwook. Tanwook catches a headshot, 58 damage done with the MK12.
It's going to give his position away though, and now the rest of the GAM boys know exactly where Baron is. Dropping the smokes will slow things down for now, as another member of Myth will try to come over here and provide some support. Gets the shots into Duckshoes. That's going to be Scappy from the hillside, but Duckshoes just pushing through with that Panzerfaust in hand, hoping to spot out something. Scappy will get pressed away from that high ground position. You saw the damage coming through, and I think Baron, was that a C4 in his hand? It was. Drop one on the wall maybe. Trying to take GAM by surprise here. Panzerfaust in hand. Duckshoes will take him down with the suicide Panzer. But that is going to be 2 down now from Myth, as Scappy will just have to retreat and join Jacob.
And that pushes GAM in to a few points here now so far, and those points are so close in the bottom half of the leaderboard, so it's very important for them.
Adita, how are you? How are you? You're welcome, welcome.
Further into this circle here, so many teams around Yongchang. You could always think that they were looking for VP if VP was playing slow here. T1, Vitality, Gen G, and Liquids over in this direction, and nobody's there except for all the teams looking for VP, looking to try to stop them. Shots coming, Raining finds Quissy as Vitality loses a member of their squad.
A little hillside jousting there for Vitality. Unfortunately, that's going to be the second member that they lose. Already losing Gedrox to Team Liquid. T1 continuing to drive around the hillside to see if they can hunt down a few more members. They might have pinned out Levante. We'll check and see, but Falcons
welcome in, everyone. Welcome in.
Pushing in from the south side. They've got a pretty easy path.
Falcons need to get points this game. They need to try ideally get a win, but they're coming from outside the zone.
With the bumper.
A VP already have zone control.
Not even looking for maybe stop here and get some of the chips. I don't really see that happening at this point here, but yeah, we saw Falcons coming in from the southern side. Our current second place team, the only other team to have reached that triple digits, and they're trying to fend off the 2 teams in the chase, Na'Vi and Vicious, just 7 points behind Falcons, and that drop off from second to fourth is from 300,000 to 134. As we see the next circle pop, we do know that we're not going to be ending up in the Yongchang area, but there's still this big skinny river that's going through from the shipyard riverside. So let's see where we end up, as VP is going for the high ground control, for the information to be gathered as all the teams try to get deeper into the circle.
Yeah, 17 pushing just on that western side on the low ground by the hill. Remember, this is where we saw Mortar Madness,
Mortar Combat. It might happen again.
Combat. Well, VP, they've spotted out 17. And we'll take a few shots. Actually, getting Xiaowu very low there. Team Liquid has made their way to the very, very tip of that, what you, I think, referred to as the pizza slice, the very appropriate name. But Liquid will find their way up there. Now they're going to have T1 on the other side of the river, looking over in that direction. So we'll see if Liquid can spot anything out here, as it looks like nobody is going to cause any problems here for Virtus Pro. Everybody's just going to assume that the top of that hillside is already occupied, and nobody really wants to mess with it right now.
Also, it's such a good spot for information. You're going to be able to poke them up. Gustav gets a headshot and gets Kamal's down as well with the mini. Just a 4x here. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to get the flush, but he does get it. And the Danish IGL is able to get a point to secure it here for Falcons, as they actually have maintained some good amount of control. Also,
beautiful by Falcons. Come
a lot
on.
of information they're able to share. Now Vicious is pulling up. It's going to be straight onto VP.
This is not what I was expecting. Vicious, everybody I thought assumed that somebody would
Come
be
on,
there to
Vicious!
get the trade. Luca Rux will take down Simon T, though, as Beamy will have to bleed.
Oh!
Another great
No
shot from
example.
Luca Rux. He is on fire right now, but
This is their
Correxi's going to go
fight.
down. So 2 down for Virtus Pro as they try to hold the top of the hill.
A quick double rest here.
And 17 is coming.
It's a pull-up from 17. Geekcase looking at it. Twisted Minds is getting involved here. So many teams trying to third-party this. So important to try to stop them. They cannot be getting this win. Dogma gets Beamy with the nade after the rest.
Sails just a little bit too wide.
Nice, get rid of it!
Down on Virtus Pro.
Bye, boys! Yes, come on!
Get the win in match number 2 as the rest of the lobby converges upon them. Virtus Pro will go out early.
Sorry, VP, you put yourself in this position. Everyone's going to come for you every game.
That this is their opportunity to try to play catch up.
All right. You were right.
Everyone will target him.
VP. That is now the objective of every single other team. As we did manage that. Saw a lot of teams just straight pull up, still third party there, and I love the Vicious curiosity to try to find them, to try to drive into an area where they would assume that VP has been playing a lot.
Let's go Falcons! Let's go Falcons!
Let's see where the server goes. We do go a little bit further on the western side. Sure, it's a donut, but it removes a lot of the eastern side in terms of the river.
The high ground that
you saw EB as well. He was laughing. He knew, okay, I see how it is.
Oh,
I guess we just win.
Yeah.
We're just going to win in match 6. So they're not going to allow us to win in the last one.
Yeah, 17, as soon as they saw the kill feed, they were just instantly in vehicles and shooting up the hill. Like, they knew exactly, and that's what they should do, right?
I really love that. There's so many teams that they know each other so well, and their tendencies on each map. So you see some shots coming in from Gustav here to more members of Shadow. Kickstart really far up here. It's almost like fighter combat here. Another glider might be able to come in too. Kickstart is really throughout the year been able to provide so much information from this look data. And in 8X, you're getting so much information. You see also with the red zone that happened up early in the area that's kind of central inside the new circle, he's able to pass that information along so they know where to kind of play further inside the match here once we go through. Oh, that Luca Rux
there.
The barrel as well. It was disgusting on Tycon. Look at that.
Some Hellcat.
What a
really
shot.
good shooting there. But, I mean, look at this. I mean, Virtus Pro was almost able to even get a reset off of that. If it had not been for 17 just making
Let's
that
go
full send
Falcons.
right up the hill, Virtus
Let's
Pro
go
might
Falcons.
have been back in business, but the Xiaowu double grenade instantly taking them down. So 17 doing the rest of the lobby a favor now. Now, on the other side of that coin, Vicious, you mentioned making that push up the hill. They still have a lot to fight for. They're now in third place overall, but only a 2-point lead on Navi. So now that they're down to Duckmai, it's going to be tough.
It's going to be a catch-up game for Navi for sure in terms of getting closer to Falcons. If they're able to maintain the spot that they have currently inside the zone, Bean does find pretty Curdy. As you see, Lou taking some shots here from Twisted Minds towards that 17. They are trying to hold out the teams coming in from the western side as T1 is all in cars and trying to get some of the lower ground spots that also have some of these divs that's been created from earlier.
T1 will stay alive for now. We see the mortars starting to fly in the background. Not sure who was sending them or who the recipient is intended to be. Let's keep an eye on the kill feed for that. Falcons, meanwhile, trying to move their way in on that south side. They've got the compound just up the hill that's occupied by Navi, and that could be a really, really important fight if it were to pop off. As there we go, the mortar's going to fly just a little bit past GK. Looks like those might be being sent over by Twisted, actually.
Hear me out.
Okay.
30 to 40 more points to catch up to VP. to get into the threshold, but also the chase on first for match point obviously is different, but 30 to 40 points is doable in 3 to 4 games, and there's just 3 or 4 teams that can do it. And if they're able to do that, and this continues with the amount of third party we just saw on VP, VP could be caught up on.
Yeah, absolutely could be, especially if teams are going to hunt. I mean, this is one of those reasons why if you're VP, you're like, okay, let's avoid any fight that we can as much as we can, because the second we get involved in a fight, we get a knock or we take a knock, everybody that's around us in range is going to know exactly that we're here. So they're going to swarm on top of, just like we saw 17 just do, as 17 actually being more active there on that western side. Looks like they're going to take a fight with AGAL as they were a little bit distracted by trying to finish off
Let's go Falcons.
The new circle does pop. It's going to hard
Let's
shift down
go
to the south. Great news
Falcons.
for Navi. And Falcons right on their doorstep. You see Tiggleton back on that mortar. Gam on the move as well.
Gam really trying to get this deep as we check out.
Oh, he's going for SA.
Sending this. It does look like to be going directly maybe towards
Shadow.
Yeah.
No, it's going for SA.
Shadow 2. I don't.
I'm going for Navi.
How deep it's going to go here. Also, you have all the bridge that's being covered. So it's really difficult to hit when you have that really broad bridge above you. And Shadow being up, all 4 guys alive. They might be looking to get some of these points here that I've been able to get. With Gustav being able to get.
Let's go Falcons.
Try to get in here.
Let's go Falcons. Let's go Falcons.
Maintaining a lot of control alongside the ridge towards Shadow, so they might think that that's an opportunity for both points, but also an entry deeper into the circle if they have to sweep around on the eastern side.
That's really aggressive positioning from Gustav there, but that's what Falcons needs. They need to get points. He just cannot afford to get caught out here, as it looks like Satsuna is going to take a few shots over in his direction. Meanwhile, Team Vitality will get eliminated in the end. Full Sense going to run into AGAL, as it looks like nice knock and flush onto Flash, but the return onto Himas will take him down as well. Kill feed is lighting up while Falcons continue to try to pressure Shadow Esports. AGAL does get eliminated in the end, and Full Sense will keep 3 alive.
AGL has really had a rough tournament considering how good players we know they are. And now this next circle closes. Shadow could really be in this unfortunate situation of being in the middle of the burger, with Gen G coming in from the northern side and Falcons continuing to consider the pressure that Gustav is going to be able to provide here as more mortars are coming in.
Scott.
Straight towards Gam here. That did blow up the car, but it does provide and enable some cover for them if they swap around in some of the areas. Your next circle is going to pop shortly here, and Twisted Minds on the edge. 17-2. A lot of teams is going to have to fight this next circle.
13 teams up, 43 alive. As the circle will pop, and it's going to shift up to the north. So it's going to go to that high ground. GKT1 already sharing it with Duckmai just hiding in their midst. Just lying prone inside of a dip as we see
Navi
through. Gam once again will have to have eyes on the sky. Looks like they'll avoid it for now. They continue to dance around. At the same time, you don't want to just blow all your smokes right here if you're Gam.
Right.
Because you know you're probably going to need them late game, but Navi is just, I mean, they're just continually sending them down. But this does shift away from Falcons, so now they have to get in vehicles and decide how they're going to get in here while avoiding that Navi compound.
Yeah, as you said, it's actually a really rough shift for Falcons. They could do a pull-up onto Navi here. It does happen here. Now the pull-up comes in. Tiggleton takes some shots, connects a little bit, and now Tilsy's being deployed from Navi.
They're going to try to pull to the blind side of that Navi compound, and it lets them get very close in. But a good grenade from Hakatori takes down 2, and now he knows who's on his doorstep. He will go down to Kickstart as Shrimzy and Kickstart try to hold the line. The rest of Navi trying to get over here and provide some support. Boostic not here just yet, as they will continue to play around on these walls. Nobody looking down. Actually, Full Sense, Belmoff taking shots, so they can't play on the outside of the wall anymore. They have to push in.
Shrimzy half HP, Kickstart.
Oh, Kickstart, what was the jump?
Down, gets a flush and immediately, now it's down to just Shrimzy. Can he maybe get something more happening here? No, he goes down and Falcons is out in 12 plays.
Navi are the chasers,
Navi
let's be
gets
honest.
4 kills and gets ever so closer to Falcons on that second place on the leaderboard.
That is absolutely not the team you wanted to go down to, as Falcons will now have to sit and watch Na'Vi. They do manage to take one off of them, so they have to play with 3, but they still have their compound in on the very southern side of this circle. As we check back in with full sense, they get a knock onto Gam, so 3v3. They do have a little bit of a space that they can work with inside this circle. And meanwhile, on the north there, just outside of zone, Twisted Minds and 17. 17 has been very active this game after dispatching a VP, and now they're going to try to push right past Twisted Minds. That might be a little ambitious as they're also getting shot at by Geeke. Akan will take down Tian Tian. Song Jane takes down Lil Ghost. 17 down to 2.
Yeah, this is a Hail Mary from them, and now Twisted Mind can follow up and see exactly what path they're able to play from, trying to maintain that southwest control as Songjang gets some confirmed and Chanchang gets a bleed out onto Perfectix. So many teams have lost players. Geeke and T1 being the only 2 teams that have a full 4-man squad standing. Sure, Na'Vi is only 3, but that compound is good. If they just get a little bit more here, it could work out. Tanvu finds Belmoth as he opens up with some shots with the Mohawk.
This next circle shift going to be huge for Na'Vi. They can get a little bit of luck, because leaving that compound is going to be absolutely impossible. And yeah, they're going to have to do it, and they're going to have to push uphill into the Geeke compound. Geeke in a beautiful position here, depending on what T1 does. T1 on that northern side, they've just kind of been looking down to the south, downhill, and off to the east. They're pressuring Gen G, whose backs are right up against the wall here. Gam, meanwhile, just hiding out in the dips, hoping they can hold their line here. I think T1 has maybe spotted out Duck Mai. Yeah, don't want to take a risk of losing anybody, so they'll just dispatch with him by grenade. And yep, good night, Sweet Prince.
Duck Mai goes out in 10th place as Vicious. So goes out here, and with the points that they had on the leaderboard, they're gonna hope for Na'Vi to not get any more out of this one here.
Genji trying to make that push right into 17, and Na'Vi back on that mortar as well. So this could be Na'Vi. I think Na'Vi was mortaring themselves some divots to try to crash to, but Genji pulled up to them before Na'Vi could get in the vehicles and on their way.
I like that. Oh, 53 damage onto Soul, and he was just on the edge of the kill zone. And now Na'Vi's pulling up here. Damage is being done. Spheris is low. And now nades and utilities being deployed to try to fend off this push here. That's inevitable from Na'Vi. Double nade, triple nade.
Triple nade from Gen G will fall a little bit shy. Na'Vi will be able to dance around on that hill. Nobody shooting in their backs just yet. Tigger will take down Tanvu, so the fight on the south still well and cooking, as Gen G now have to pay attention to Geeke, I think, who were taking shots in their back. So Na'Vi, all things considered, after Gen G steals the spot away that they were trying to create for themselves, they're managing to stay alive right now.
And out of the 9 teams we have left alive, it's 6 on the south side, but it ends up being T1 mid and Geeke that's just fighting on the north side. Tide goes down as well as Scappy gets the flush. Heather finds Scappy though. And T1 is down to just a 2-man with Heather and Raining. There's a Panzerfaust in his hands, and Jacob is trying to roll around on this absolute stolen BRDM. Thanadol finds Lou, and the fight in the south completely evolves now as so many teams are involved. Thanadol finds Lou for the flush as well.
It's a huge problem for T1 there, as they were 4 strong, but they lose 2 to the duo of Myth. And now Jacob alive in that BRDM. Gen G actually going to send it back up here, up to the north. They're going to get right on top of the BRDM, and they're going to take out Jacob.
What is up with you?
As well, but he goes down as the BRDM will move just slightly.
Are we going to see the real Myth at any point in the Grand Finals? What is... Seriously?
He's been having himself a heck of a tournament so far. Now he's looking to collect yet another point, and he will. Puts it right in his pocket. T1 managing up to 6 points now.
Full sends out in 7. Heather continues his fracking capabilities, finds another flush as well to get T1 on 7. That pushes them further up the leaderboard to try to catch up, just 6 points shy of 7th place on their 10th place.
Let's go Falcons, let's go Falcons, we can't this game though, can we? Hey, can't this one?
Including the most amount of drops I've ever seen. Santa has just flown over Takeo and dropped every single present that he had in his bag. Look at that flying in.
Goodness gracious, he must have crash landed. And no,
double drop next to each other.
Things have been going great here for Na'Vi. The fact that they were able to leave that compound and keep all 3 alive is huge. And now they're only 3 points back from Falcons, but they do have to make their way into the zone, and you can see T1 already sniffing over here. 17 obviously looking in that direction as well. Twisted Minds using that rock to try to find some kind of height. And there you go, Raining will find Spiro, follow up with the Molotov. Boostic now on the clock, he's down to half HP. He'll take down Heather, gets another point, but now Ferris, the last one left alive, as Raining will go and secure 2 points for himself and T1.
That was massive. He's down to 46 HP himself, though. Has to go for first. And more utilities being thrown, and T1 is out in 6th place as Gen G and Soul gets involved. Now shots coming in towards Ferris. He's survived for quite a while here. Now they've breached into the triple digit in this game here. 102 might be able to break above Falcons with just one more kill and one more placement. So an absolute impossible task as 17 and Gen G is staring in his direction. He's going to have to make magic happen to push this further.
No utility, no heals, just 5 bandages. That's all he's got going for him. And Geeke, for their part, they've just been sitting inside their compound and they've been laughing the whole time. Now, any offensive utility that anybody has left in the bag is being sent over towards where Ferris might be. Fortunately, he is moving. He'll get spotted out, and he's going to get taken down. Soul will take down Navi, but not before they make another big leap to catch those Falcons in 2nd place. Twisted Minds trying to make the crash. Wemba is ready. They'll find example. Batulin's the last player left alive. Flashbangs come through. He can't see anything. Hops in the vehicle. Immediately shot out by Wemba, and that'll be Twisted Minds out in 4th place.
That's just making everything so easy for Geeke to get another chicken dinner here. 17 goes out in 3rd, and now it's just a push for Soul, and that's an easy nade for Park, bro.
Easy, though.
Geeke is
Easy.
able to close a chicken dinner in match 2.
Easy nade, easy win for Geeke. Congratulations to him, but the story has to be top of the table. Virtus Pro gets swarmed almost immediately. First team that gets taken out, and then the Falcons crashing onto Na'Vi and losing that fight, allowing Na'Vi to catch up to within 1 point of 2nd place. Everything so close up there. Vicious Gaming also not too far behind Na'Vi and Falcons. They were the ones that kind of instigated the crash onto Virtus Pro to begin with. So helpful for the rest of the lobby, but they lose a lot of players in the process.
Yeah, and Soul on a single mission to put himself in the MVP conversation. 5 kills in that game. Might be able to put himself above Nixie in overall kills and maybe tie him up on the total damage done. What a game from him. Beautifully played here. Batulis does find Shabu there, and that really just made everything so easy for Geeke in that match. I'm sure they end up on 4 kills, 14 points for them, and they're obviously happy about that. That's going to push them up the leaderboard. They started this game on 6th place and 75 points. That's going to put them up into 89. And again, them being even closer and staying inside that top 6 is crucial for Geeke Esports.
The Twisted Minds, Gen G, T1, 17, all having big kill games that time around to make themselves a little bit further up that leaderboard. Try to gain a little bit more cash. Maybe, just maybe, if VP keeps slipping, maybe they can make a run, a miracle run. It's not possible, is it? There's no way it could happen. Well, we've still got 4 games left today to find out, as Virtus Pro is left to think about their strategy for the next few. We're going over to Miramar next. So what will they do there? Will a win be waiting for them, or will all the teams swarm on them once again to put them up against the wall? Well, we are going to find out soon, but before we do, let's throw it down to Kalaris, who's got an interview.
All right, that's right. We are here with Spyro from Na'Vi, who were able to take game 1 of the day after being able to dispatch of some of the contenders here for all of this. First question, Spyro, to get things rolling. Obviously, you were able to win that first game. What was going through the team's head towards the end of the game? What were the threats, the problems that you had to solve in the end of that game?
Yeah, zone was good, really good for us, but we needed to make tough decisions, to be honest, because it's not that easy. That last circle was not that easy, so there was tough decisions. But we made it. That's it.
Okay, so we heard earlier on in the tournament that you are now IGLing here for Na'Vi. How has that shift been for the team? And what do you think, and how well do you think it has gone so far as you as IGL?
I think I'm learning now.
Okay.
So I feel comfortable on this role. So that's it. I feel comfortable.
Okay, and final question. Obviously, Virtus Pro is now in a position where if they win, they will become the champion. Does that change anything for what Na'Vi's going to do? I think a lot of teams are trying to go for second place, considering how far ahead they are. Does that change anything for Na'Vi?
Not at all. We wouldn't change anything. So that's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Spiro. That does it down on the stage here. It is time to head on over to more here from Esports World Cup.
Baby, I'ma do my thing. So just do your thing. Do your thing, do your thing, do your thing now, darling.
Earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
It's getting spicy on this final day. We all thought it was gonna be VP being able to close it out. They pretty much got hunted down, Godspeed, as two teams just went after them.
I mean, look, when the head is starting to get weak, everyone else is going to start coming in and try to take them down. I don't know what kind of saying that is, but the point is yeah, if teams are going to see VP bleed, especially in the vicinity like 17, which, by the way, I'm super glad China decided to show up again because it's been nice to see them. But yeah, VP finally went down. It was a lot of utility that ended up taking them down. They were in a central position, but that's what we're talking about. If teams realize that VP is around them, they have the opportunity to wipe them, they need to get them out of there as fast as possible.
You know, and there were teams that maybe weren't going to mess with VP, right? That's sort of vicious as Na'Vis, but I'll tell you what, 17 was definitely one of those teams that was going to take the chance to mess with the leaders.
Yeah, and I mean, Gen.G was able to get those points, 15 points right there, but it actually ended up being GK getting that win. And that's important because that's one team, Lace, that is actually in club championship. So it's good for them to get this point.
Yeah, I mean, it is really good for them. They do want to make their way up the leaderboard. Whether or not they'll sort of reach that threshold before our VPs and stuff like that, it's probably not going to happen. But you know what? After the VP debacle and all the nades flying into them, you know, I kind of had a feeling it might have went in favor of the Falcons. They sort of did, again, have like a difficult rotate to get into there. But look, they're scouting, but they're not collecting these eliminations, which is making it incredibly difficult for them to sort of push up to that threshold. And I mean, that's, you know, we're a couple of games down and they have not showed up for that. But, you know, you look at GK and stuff like that, not going to be able to sort of chase that sort of tail. But like, can we talk about Na'Vi? Because damn, they are now just under Falcons after an exceptional run from them. And I mean, this is the three teams that we want to be having a look at. Now, this is if we were to say VP were to be sabotaged again, we could look at Falcons and Na'Vi taking over.
There's just so much money at stake too, not just being in first place. When you go from second place to third place, I believe the difference is about $100,000. So Na'Vi wants to stay as close to second place as possible.
100%. And honestly, you know, and maybe I'm wrong here, guys, but it feels like at this point, you just have to accept that, like, this is VP's tournament to lose. So you have to play as those next three teams to, like, get your points where you can and hope that if VP drops the ball, maybe you get first, but you just want to end up as second or as close as you can.
Yeah, if you're not, like you said, if you're not Falcons or Na'Vi, you're essentially, I mean, VC, they're kind of getting close, but yeah, you're at this point, you're trying to get as far up the leaderboard as possible. Whether it's catching VP or not, they're still focused, again, on the hundreds of thousands of dollars they would gain just by going 1 or 2 placements.
Well, I'm hoping that more teams will start showing up. Earlier, we got a chance to see some players too. Kiss from mid, being able to just take care of Falcons. When we're talking about players, as we've been able to talk about in the past, what is one player that you would like to see step it up in this upcoming matches?
I want to see a little more out of Hakatori. I think we saw a really good glimpse of his brilliance on that crash by Falcons when he got the double grenade push out. But I think that we're going to have these big moves where he's getting at least some big 3 pieces and they're putting him in riskier spots. If the win condition is we want to get first place, I think they're probably, again, looking at that second, third. How do we get on top of that before we make the next step? But I think that that's the key to theirs is does Hakatori absolutely go off and have a wild day?
How about you, Godspeed? Any player that comes to mind besides Hakatori?
Yeah, I want to see Nixie just kill everyone in the lobby and just, win the tournament. That's my answer.
Lace, I'm thinking you might want to go with Tig. Aussie as well, Falcons wanting to do well. So, is that... Am I in the right track here?
Yes, you want to have a look at the dynamic duo, even kickstart, to be honest with you. Like, this team needs to be able to, get those kill points, and I'm not seeing too much from them. Obviously, like I said, they're kind of being, a little bit shafted on the rotate there, but they are trailing behind some other squads that they could definitely go into contention with and get those elimination points that they so desperately need, but we're not seeing that sort of, aggression from them. And after those couple of matches, they're also not making their circle rotations. So nothing is happening for them.
Yeah, nothing's happening, and hopefully they'll be able to take advantage if VP does end up going out first. Talking about VP, I know Barney was able to catch up with their coach.
It's Grand Finals day. It is the day to close it out, and the team that is running away with it currently is Virtus.pro. I've got the coach joining me, Ibiza. Thanks for joining me, mate. A pretty intense day so far, but you've dominated the competition up to this point. How are the boys feeling today?
I mean, everyone's feeling, of course, super confident, but with the Smash rule coming into play, and as you could see the last game, everyone instantly was coming for us. There's a lot of pressure. Also myself, I'm kind of sweating, watching it, but we're keeping composure. We're going to talk after this game, some things over it again, and yeah, we're going to build on that, so see from there.
How was it after game 1, seeing the boys get into Smash zone so quickly?
It was really nice to see. We instantly we were also in the late game. We're like, get that point, because they were counting themselves. So that was really, they were keeping track of it. So yeah, it was a good feeling to instantly get in there.
Yeah, and then just before I let you go, some of the casters and the analysts were talking to Nixie earlier today, and he said that, if there's a map that they would choose to close it out on, it's going to be Miramar. That's the next map. It's map number 3. Do you feel the same way? Do the boys feel like they could close it out on this next match, do you think?
I mean, Miramar... It's not our strongest map, so I wouldn't say so. We're usually like a Erangel-Tego team, Erangel or a Tego map right now, team-wise. So I'm not sure about Miramar, but I mean, we're gonna see it, so.
Maybe Nixie was trolling us, I don't know. He's in good spirits, you're in good spirits, everyone's feeling strong going into this. Let's go back to you guys.
Hopefully nobody's going to be trolling, and you might be wondering why I have a baguette on my hand, and that's because I ended up trolling this man here and giving him a fake one. Toffees, this time I got you a real baguette.
Ooh. You're not gonna trick me this time. Nope, not again. I'm not falling for it. Absolutely not.
You guys want
Yeah,
a
I'll
piece?
take, yeah, please.
All right, Toffees, hold this for me, please.
Give me a little piece. Ooh, look at the dust off that, but
what?
Crunch.
All I ever get, I've been trying to find a baguette for a week. All they give me is liver and snails.
Oh,
that looks incredible.
Yeah,
why would you
do you want one?
Of course I want one. I've been trying to find one all week.
You're just trying to get a big guy to eat on camera.
Cheers, my friends. Cheers.
Well, he didn't want a real one, so
this is very good, by
it's
the way.
delicious.
Yeah, this is fantastic.
It is delicious. You know what,
As a big
Kalaris,
man, I approve.
take it away. We'll be enjoying this baguette. I want a piece now.
Yeah, all right, where's my baguette? I want a baguette. That would be fantastic. But yeah, of course, I am here with Avenger as well to talk about what we've seen so far, because I guess my first question for you is, did you think we were going to see Virtus.pro break the limit in game 1? That's nuts.
No, I mean, you can see how happy they were about it as well. And, as you just heard from EB as well, they're counting. And these guys are so good at kill feed tracking. They know exactly where they were. They know how many teams were left. And they just needed to make sure they got those. And again, doing it in match 1 makes it extremely exciting for the rest of the day. But then we just saw what happened in game 2. I've never seen so many teams third party and swarm a team that fast. Vicious, 17, even Geek was sniffing at it. Like, there's so many teams and they're committing so much util.
Who haphazardly Geek actually wins from that angle eventually down the line, which means that Virtus.pro was already setting themselves up for the potential for what would have been an insane first 2 games, and then the only 2 games of one of the shortest days in PUBG history. That said, though, the way in which 17 Gaming rolled up to that third party, even if it wasn't Virtus.pro in a position where they could have potentially won that game, that was a great third party anyway, right? Talk to me about it.
It was up, and again, we have to talk about, because that's usually the area where Virtus.pro is coming in from. They like this high ground area, and a lot of teams, they know, because there's so much information to be gathered, there's so much control to be had, there's good rocks to be played, so teams know, and they know each other so well. So I like the idea from 17 that they came in from that western side, because there was a potential of it being VP, because they want to play as many games as possible. Then you see Vicious just rolling, and they're so aggressive, and that's really what I like. They want to try to stop them so they can get even further on that leaderboard, potentially to contest for second place. And then again, if we did stop kind of early here, and they would continue to have not that many kills for VP, we could see someone catch up. I know it's a dream for many, but let's see.
I was going to ask you about Falcons, but we have run out of time. It is now to head on over to the commentators. It is time to see if anybody can catch up to Virtus.pro somehow, some way.
Game 3 time. We've got ourselves Miramar, and at the start of the day, Nixie pointed to the sky, all Babe Ruth style, and said Game 3-ish. So we will see if maybe Miramar could be the ones to get it. Other side of that, though, Falcons now just with 1 point lead over Na'Vi, and every Falcons fan being like, please not third place.
And all the rest of the Falcons as an organization.
You know, he's got a big fight coming up with AJ. He's not going to risk that. Now, I understand all of this. I understand it's for charity. You didn't get that money. I understand he doesn't want to get injured before his big fight. But why do they promote it as like, you know, he's having a fight? He's just in the ring, dancing around, showing his face. You might as well have done a meet and greet or something like that. You know, I understand it's a way they can make money and raise it for charity, and it's a good cause, it's good for Pattaya. But, you know, like, if it's a boxing match, you expect to see boxing. You know, there was everything was being held back on both parts. It was just like, you know, why didn't they advertise it as like a sparring match? I know some people will say, well, that's what it is, an exhibition match. Well,
VP making their
you know,
effort to go
in my eyes, that doesn't really.
Eyes on the Los Leones and their positioning over there. Falcons going to go ahead and have San Martin right on plane path, so they're going to be feeling pretty fine. Na'Vi going to still be right up against their good friends in 17 Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 17 making a lot of friends in that last game, so kind of curious if they're going to, you know, kind of maintain that warpath footing that we've seen from them. Would like to see them have a big glow up on the last day. Nice little game from Geeke to get another win in the finals, put themselves up to 5th place. We're looking at all that stuff, but a big old donut right down the center of the map, right in between the graveyard and Picado.
Come on,
Falcons. Where the current
Falcons.
center is, so just gonna have to wait and see how it all goes. Of course, our leaders, VP, will be making their way down to Los Leones to get their loot. They are completely uncontested here, so they're gonna have a little bit of space to maneuver in the early part of the game.
So here's the circle and the way it lays. We've got that power grid position up into the northwest. Those giant hillsides that, yeah, people can kind of cluster in, but if you have to go east, it's going to kind of suck to come out of, specifically moving into the graveyard position. Yes, we also have Minas Generalis as well as Los Leones and Alcantara that's going to be inside the center section of this, like the swath right down, all of that. But to the east, it's going to be fields, and nobody really gone that far off of plane path over in the east, and while it's, yes, going to be open, nobody's going to feel too good about it. Having Picado and the hillsides down the southwest also going to be an availability. So VP has a lot of options on how they can approach the circle. The most notable way would just be try to get the hillsides to the north if they need to, and that's going to be where Na'Vi is at.
Yeah, it just depends on how you want to approach this game. I think in particular as VP, if you want to try to just go for the center, kind of just make your push straight up north out of Los Leones, like into that warehouse that has that little field outside of it. Of course it's Tycon, of course it's VC. Trying to sneak in behind here. I mean, what else does Tycon have? He has one gun on his back. I think it's a UMP, if my eyes do not deceive me. And he's going to try to get the jump onto Cowboy. Is Cowboy going to have any idea? Going to have to be careful with the sound cues here, Tycon.
Friends are coming in very loud. He's going to hear the cars coming in. Looks like he's just going to try to get out of point, but they're going to run in real fast. Duckmine's going to try to chase down. Cowboy has nowhere to go. He's just trying to wrap around the other side of this, but that's a good read. It's going to really make it just a 1v1 on the side of it, and Tycon can't quite get the shots that he wants. And how far is VC going to chase this? They've got goals, and it is just going to be hunting him down. Cowboy's having to run the opposite direction of the rest of Team Liquid, though, so he is 100% by himself. VC knows this, and it's just a matter of how far do they want to go.
Oh man, they're really going for this. Kind of maybe hoping as well that with the rough terrain of Miramar that there'd be a vehicle accident kind of like this. Oh, he's hanging on, but he cast a bail. He can't really get out of that comfortably.
Here comes the rest of Team Liquid who support this. They know that he's in a bad spot. He's at least managed to get into a position in the rocks that feels pretty good. If he can be at least loud enough to be enough of a distraction, the rest of Team Liquid could set up around VC and really ruin them. Right now, VC just 6 points back behind Na'Vi. A couple of points off the start is what they wanted. Simon realizing he's got a couple of bullets coming his way, and that's going to be from Purdy Curdy. So I think that VC going to be content with the little bit of, I guess, jockeying for position, a little bit of aggression coming out, kind of a warning to Team Liquid, and might just call it good there.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Team Liquid has shown that they're also fearless in some of these early game moments. So is this going to be something where they're already thinking ahead into, okay, well, how do we punish VC later in this game potentially? See if we can do some damage to them. Might be one of those things where in the middle of the game where VC kind of gets into the kill feed, if Team Liquid's in the vicinity, they might say, you know what? They kind of ruffled our feathers a little bit in the beginning of this one. Let's see if we can ice them out of this one. There's a little bit of damage tinking into Vitality here, but that is nothing too concerning. It's pretty long-range shots, so just gonna chew up a little bit of the vehicle health, and Na'Vi Boostic on his own out by the west of Kantara there. And for now, Na'Vi relatively safe, but if they go for these wide splits early, I'm kind of curious if somebody tries to punish it.
Rexi's very close to the southern section of this, but VP kind of knows how they play. VP doesn't want to go too far west because that's where T1's going to be at. The longer this goes on, though, territory is going to get dicier as it goes. Gen G also kind of be in the middle of all of it, has a big opportunity for themselves as they had a very successful last game, mostly off of kill counts.
Yeah, no, I mean, Navi's been playing really, really well so far today, making the most of their opportunities. You know, a first place, defended that Falcons push, and the other one to get deep into the second game on Tego. That's exactly what you're looking for here for the boys and for the org. Again, those club championship points so critical for them. Vitality as well, who needs to find some big moments.
As I was mentioning with Gen G a second ago, Martin Avenger, I'm not going to try to take any claim on this in the slightest because I know he knows stats way better than I do, was mentioning that there is a world where we might see a Gen G player get MVP just based off of the skill that we've been seeing in their firefight and the kills and damage that they've been pumping out.
Yeah, it's Soul. I mean, he has been outrageously good despite the woes for Gen G. They are up in 8th place, which again, important for club championship points.
Imagine an 8th place team getting MVP.
It could happen. He's
that good still. He's that good. He's why they're there.
Yeah, I mean, he's a PGC MVP. He's an incredible player. So, he's also leading in throwable kills right now by a pretty wide margin. He's got 11, and I think Nixie's second with 6.
And again, thank you so much, Avenger, for that stat. I'm not even trying to claim it. That is all him for feeding that over to us. Rotates for VC over in Pozo. Not going to be coming in too fast. AGAL down in the southwest around Chumacera. It does look like Vitality's getting some friends around Minas. Vitality's been on a little bit of a slide. Presently down in that 6th place position. Tied up with Twisted Minds. And on any other day, being tied up with Twisted Minds would feel great.
Right? Normally you'd be like, all right, we're tied with Twisted. Must be having a decent event, but yeah, it's been a little bit of slog for 2 of those EMEA teams, just not really able to get much going throughout the early couple of days. Meanwhile, Tiggleton is going to be chilling up on top of the mountain, and that's just a information gathering position for them. Falcons just looking towards their east to see exactly what everybody's doing out over there.
It's a great control point to play from, right? Because Power Grid is its own island right now. It's just kind of in that northwestern area. So if you get control over this hillside to the east of it, you've got one of the main paths of people trying to roam around. Na'Vi, Shadow right next to each other. Shadow has just been kind of dancing around over here as it does look like they managed to jump around Vitality. So this is just territory control. God, Boostic is just so good.
It's one more bullet, and he had the knock. That's all it would have taken, but just couldn't quite find the angle. So Kamal's looks like he's going to be able to get to safety indeed. This God compound, relatively safe in and of itself, just pushes from kind of the top and bottom of it. Can be a little bit tricky. Meanwhile, Team Liquid has rolled into 17's home territory of Picado right behind them. There is AGAL as well, kind of skirting around the edge of this, but looks like Liquid doing a little bit of scrap looting, just looking for anything else that was left over for them.
Well, also just a great place to play for it. Assuming the fact that 17 went a little bit wider out, they're going to take a couple of shots at Twisted, who's playing just to the south of Falcons we saw a moment ago on that hillside. VC getting some more loot. That's going to be great for them over in the northwest. Nobody else around it. Oh, we go Minas hard. That's going to be great for Vitality. Shadow also kind of spattered over there. GK's got inside track to Alcantara. And I'm having flashbacks to 2019 in PGC where we saw a massive game coming out from FaZe around Alcantara and the potential that can happen here.
Yeah, Alcantara is one of my favorite finishes. It has so much terrain to play with, so many interesting ideas that you can work around. We'll have to wait and see if that is going to be the case. Looks like AGL is going to go for the emergency pickup over on the far western side. VC has done their looting from the secret room and are going to be making their way over from the northwest side. The Liquid Boys have to leave Picado now. They're trailing 17, doing a little bit of harassment, but meanwhile, Falcons have established a presence in Graveyard. That's that great scouting ability, that great pivot ability that you were talking about earlier, Matt, from that spot that they had taken. They're going to be able to watch everybody else around them moving away and finding the open space behind it and backfilling it, and that is going to be a nice little find temporarily for them. They should be able to lock that down pretty well. VP playing this safe in that warehouse I was talking about earlier that kind of has these fields around it. It's going to be in the circle, and okay, hello.
Bit nervous on the couple of things going on here. As I was going to say a couple of nades being exchanged between Gam and Jin G. Being already down and flushed out. A lot more focus coming over here as Vitality also has a player that's playing around Minas Generalis that is not. So might be a bit more of a reset coming out for them as, yep, they're going to get the res. And Minas Generalis can support a lot of teams. Yeah, it's got all these little mini walls and corridors that kind of create all these different little sections that you can hold down inside of it. So if we end up going that way, it feels a lot bigger than it is on the map, just because it can support so many different squads over there. Really, though, I'm looking at Na'Vi in the center of all of this. Falcon still holding that Graveyard, but has left Tig back around San Martin.
Yeah, so Tig is just doing some of the
Tig's carrying on scouting at the back.
Sure that nobody's coming behind them. AGAL is indeed up in the air. They're currently center over the circle. Where do they want to get out is the big question, as they're still eyeing what's available. I mean, they could go north, they could go far to the east if they want to try to maybe get lucky and grab some vehicles. Maybe they've spotted something out there, but nope, they're going to be heading right in towards Kantara.
North felt like it would probably be safer. There's a lot of guys already over here down into the south. Na'Vi not going to get too much vision on this. It's going to be mostly GK taking the shot. Smith on the other side of it. My lord, look at that mini-map. Everybody's trying to get a piece of AGAL. Can we even see Sololzi touch the ground? He does, so he doesn't instantly die there. There is a res potential, but I dare you to go for it.
Yeah, you can see that Full Sense as well has some oversight of GK's position. That's actually from behind EJ. And they're keeping him from being able to really dial in up towards his north. So
it's mad that you just go over that jump into that.
Compounds in this part of Miramar are really odd because they have a lot of narrow, thin windows, but they can be seen through from a couple different angles, so it can make it tricky to kind of go.
Oh, that's fantastic for the Falcons.
Towards the west now, still keeping Minas Graveyard in the mix. Kantara as well.
Looks like VC is going to be coming into Minas. Go ahead and add another friend to the suit that's going on over there. Twisted's going to be up to the north of where we can see Falcons playing. I think that they're going to play the actual Graveyard instead of like the church and everything else like that Falcons got. Tig's going to head and regroup with Falcons. I believe that Twisted saw him make that move, so VP is going to have to deal with down to the south T1, who's just been involved in a lot, and Corexi's got himself that Panzerfaust. Ian, oh, it doesn't connect. That's going to be a follow-up shot coming up from Corexi. He gets the knock on to Type. And does T1 stop for this one? We know that they'll go for kills if it's available, and Corexi's in a dangerous spot. Luke Ruck's already down.
Yeah, this is really smart from T1. They have to commit to this fight for a couple different reasons, but most importantly, it's Virtus Pro that you just ran into, and Luke Ruck's probably just going to be eliminated by that blue zone. There's just no hope. They're going to have to leave him to his death. Type still very much resable. Ian trying to stick that just to the other side, and T1 and Reigning going to claim this position.
Team Liquid.
Here comes Team Liquid.
They're running right into this. Do they even know? Looks like T1's managed to set it up fast enough. Team Liquid's instead just going to stop right on the other side of this. Not going to go too aggressive just yet. They've left Luke 12 back behind this all. So Luke Ruck's now down and flushed out for VP, while Team Liquid looks like they're trying to pounce onto T1. But I think the T1's just going to hop in their vehicles and go. They got at the point that they wanted. Now back to their merry way of running around and seeing what other fight that they can get involved in.
Hey, there's a free car back there, at least for Liquid. There's a Murado sitting in open space. Meanwhile, Twisted has made their way in towards Graveyard. I was curious if Vicious was going to try to backstab Twisted here, but instead they opted to rotate ahead of this fight and play a little bit of gatekeeps to play it a little bit safer than maybe we're used to seeing from Vicious in this final lobby. Tough to get some grenades in here. Shrimzy being very active right now, has that Saiga as well to defend.
Big points on the table for Twisted Climb. You can see presently tied with Vitality like we were just talking about. Big fight for them can put them up next to DK. Championship points on the line for them every time they climb. But on the other side of it, it is Falcons now tied up with Na'Vi with that kill that managed to happen. So presently Na'Vi in second place. Falcons needs to get their groove back and needs to get something big here. Church not going to provide much, but Gustav does get the knock onto Lou. Counter shot comes out from Example, and Gustav goes down.
Oh, that was an aggressive position from Gustav. He's in a little bit more of a dangerous position in terms of being resable. So Tiggleton starting to make his way over there. Some grenades out the outside. Going to be a little bit undercooked, so not going to catch onto anybody from Twisted, who've got Perfectix and Batulins with an AWM watching on the outside. So if Falcons do end up trying to make any pushes outside of the church proper, they've got the punish. So Falcons kind of stuck in here. Gustav trying to relieve that pressure, but not able to really successfully do so. Now that being said, Shrimsy does get a knock with this blue zone grenade.
And that's big. That's Example.
Yeah.
And also, you know, like the disc was talking about, people they're waiting to pop off. Yeah, Tig, kick. For me, it is Shrimsy. Once Shrimsy starts going, man, it is going to be Falcons finding a lot of success. Perfectix can't really do much. I mean, he can make the run over next to Example, but you can see that Falcons were using TPP angles and vision to look through those windows, and it just doesn't feel good to make the cross. Instead, is this a bait? Maybe try to see if anybody goes for Gustav. Perfectus is thinking about going for the nade on it. I think it's a little bit too far to the right, though.
Yeah, it looks like he just doesn't quite have the read onto where that would be, or maybe it's just trying to go for a timing play on the player.
Falcons need to win this as fast as possible. Yeah.
Send out a grenade in response to keep Perfectix at bay. So far, Twisted Minds not able to really get this fight to go their way, and they're on the outside of the new circle looking in. But the longer this fight goes on, the kind of worse it gets for both of these teams. Now, Falcons will be able to get Gustav.
Vitality crash right on top of Na'Vi. This is a big fight for the center. Vitality has one of the players go down near on instantly, and that Hakatori finds a lot, and that is big.
They're on the way.
5 kills and climbing.
That's not the player you want to see get heated up. We know what Hakatori can do, especially on this map. He has dropped some absolute bombs before on Miramar. And he's already 2 kills deep. Meanwhile, Shrimsy tries to go up onto the roof, get punished a little bit. Batulin still anticipating that he might be trying to chill up in there, but Falcons, the rest of them, disconnected, trying to make their way through right into VC.
Oh, man, there's nowhere to go on the circle. It has abandoned this position. Falcons runs right into the waiting arms of VC, who finds a lot. They're trying to climb, and now it's Falcons surrendering points to the team.
Bail.
Back behind them again. Shrimsy and Kick starting a lot of trouble as really Twisted hasn't left position. They're waiting to pounce as well.
I mean, if this is clean for Vicious, they could find themselves up into 3rd place, getting ahead of Falcons. They're only 5 points behind right now. Shrimsy will end up claiming that point onto Example. He maintains his position in the bell tower of the church, but so far he hasn't really been able to help out in this fight. Meanwhile, he's trying to track Twisted Minds' movement, who reached out into the blue to try to make their next rotation. Gam gets up into a pickup there, but they already had a couple players center circle. Gike has Kantara Crater, and it looks like that might be where Tanbu was thinking about dropping. Alo with the bolt hitting T1 players off screen.
I think that really Falcons are just trying to wait for VC to go for a more controlled position. Genji is going to be coming down, wrapping from Minas Generalis. It's going to be pretty close. Navi's going to take the shots, might force them a bit closer into VC. Shrimsy's been keeping an eye on what's going on with Twisted, so he's going to take a couple of shots. Now we know Falcons, well, at least Falcons now know that Twisted's no longer on that point, but they still have to deal with VC in front of them, and now Genji as well. This is going to be a really hard rotate for Falcons.
Yes, it is not feeling good, and that makes it just that much worse. Already in the blue, taking a bunch of damage as Kickstart. Soul is looking to try to play spoiler here on the other side. You can see Genji starting to formulate some kind of plan, but
Tanvu just died after getting pulled back in, I believe.
Yeah, it happens.
Just think.
He was just floating around. I was watching him on the map, just looking for info.
Yeah, just scouting out for the squad. I mean, it works out. Gam's in the middle of the circle. 17's going to be right next to him. One of the duo splits coming up from Na'Vi is going to be in the east. T1, now the new gatekeepers over into the northwest, trying to hold back where it's going to be Twisted Minds, VC, Na'Vi's northern duo, potentially Genji and Falcons. Mid still needs to find a way to circle over into the east, and that's going to be next to Shadow as well as Alcantara itself, now kind of getting abandoned by the circle. And it's going to be AGAL as well as Gike on that path.
Solid enough work from Twisted Minds to not just be down. Kickstart, though, not much he can do. He is completely gate-kept by multiple different players. Soldo looking for that point. Not going to be getting there. Pow actually steals it with a grenade.
VC finds another one. Now it's all down to Shrimsy, alive out in the blue zone, watching it all go awry in front of him. But it is also going to be Jin G right now in trouble next to BC, and more point potential coming up for them. GK looks like they're just going to send it into the center of the circle, and that's going to be right on top of Gam. 17, that's not going to work out well. Lots of people starting to fall. Just 2 players for GK alive, and they are entrenched in a position
Well,
that feels
Falcons
absolutely
can't get going today at all.
Smith to the north going to eat up a little bit of a
All the
distraction of what's
decision
going
making's
on
not
over here.
been very good,
GK
let's be
can
honest.
stop for a
And
second,
poor.
and it feels like 17 kind of lost where GK landed out in the mix of all that rush.
I just don't know that there's much Akan can do here on his own. He is surrounded. He has a lot of players who kind of have vision into him. A good grenade could be a difference maker. It's decent, but not good enough. Looking to throw some smokes over towards ZJ to try to go for that res. Meanwhile, 17 has been stalled out. They're not able to get into a position to punish this just yet. Maybe this grenade could be close enough. We'll see.
Falcons now down and out. Trimsy surrendered to the blue zone. Nothing to be done. So it is going to be VC nipping at their heels, just 4 points behind. Na'Vi trying to push their lead even more, and Na'Vi's got a great position in this circle. VC is going to have to start pushing their way down through it all, but 17 coming alive at the end of this. Feels like they're in the midst of a war as everything is just exploding around them.
Yeah, and there were even mortars that started to land in their vicinity, so making things just that much more difficult for them. Again, trying to anticipate where the GK players might have gone to. Up on the north side, there's quite a bit of fighting. Myth, Na'Vi making a rotation. Full sense up there as well. Na'Vi is mega split right now. They're at a huge 2-2. I'm not sure that's by choice. They're pinned down between a couple different teams. Oh, that grenade was almost devastating.
Gotta be careful. Follow-up does connect. Doesn't get the knock onto Hakatori, though, so Myth, who made this desperation push. Remember, there is a 2-2 split for Na'Vi, and the southern section's entirely surrounded, so it's just this northern section having to deal with everybody on Myth in front of him. Can he get the nade into the right spot? Nade starting to roll back. Goes
And
a
now
bit
we're
too
gonna
far.
win.
His looks pretty good. Does connect and gets the damage. Does get the knock, but it's going to be Shadow at range. Jexy gets the knock onto Hakatori.
Yeah,
No, you can do a lot until Jesus.
Not fall to that, but it might not matter too much. Boostic on a sliver of the health, at least outside of the blue zone. So isn't going to take any damage from that BZ nade. And he is going to throw down some more smokes to try to see if he can get Hakatori back into play, but he's bleeding out.
There's not much to be done on the outside of this as well. VC just trying to limp their way into the circle. Only one player still alive. It's going to be T1 still also right on top of Myth, but they haven't gotten involved just quite yet. Shadow just continues to take those peppering shots right in the backside. What's going on with Boostic? And he knows he is trapped over here. He's just down in the trenches and going to have to fight with anybody. It's a field back behind him. That's going to be controlled by Gam as well as 17. And Gam's already taken a couple of shots over here. They know with all the smokes down, the explosions, and now Boostic knows that he's got the BRDM in front of him. This is just survival mode. That's all he can do. See if he can stall out everybody for as long as possible, make it more complicated for everybody into the northwest, so that way it relieves some of the pressure for the duo that's playing in the east.
Yeah, it's really kind of a hopeless situation in a way, but still could do a lot of damage. Could Boostic to some of these other teams. Myth, though, with this BRDM trying to make their way further forward, that still has quite a bit of health. So they're not going to be too scared about some of these bullets bouncing off of it just yet, but they've lost Kiss along the way. They're getting out to take the fight, and they're going to get one.
T1 trying to be opportunistic, finding something. Raining gets knocked onto Scappy as well. Heather just unloads. He goes down. It is just Baron in the BRDM. The last one's up, and he's got to try to get to the circle. Type's going to be right next to him. Perfectix also providing some overwatch. 17 going to be trying to gatekeep on the angle. Team Liquid watching it as well. Shadow using the opportunity to run into the circle. So that's going to be less people over here, and the crossfire just comes out. Myth goes down.
They're going to get something going.
Quite a bit of damage to T1, though, and that's actually opened up a lot of space
Now
here
we're
for
on
Boostic to be able
109
to
points
survive
now.
out of all of this. Grenade splashing around a Shadow. They've got AGAL there out on the edge. The molly looks like it might have connected to somebody onto AGAL. Indeed, Salalzi there. AGAL gone. Nice hold from Shadow.
Na'Vi also in the compound right on top of Shadow. Yes, VP is still alive, guys. They're just down to the south. They've got the fields in front of them and a compound. Team Liquid's trying to gatekeep them out. As it is still just Na'Vi fishing with Dynamite to see if maybe they can pick up a knock or a kill off of that. But this duo feeling a bit more vulnerable. Taking those shots with the nade, though, and dropping it right on top of Shadow did force them on a new angle. That opened it up for Boostic. So suddenly the three-man comes back together, and wow, was that punch. Boostic just gets instantly knocked.
Yeah, that was really, really tough for him.
That's as far as they get in.
Awful position. Full Sense now going to try to capitalize on the weakened Na'Vi squad. Going to claim just the very edge of this compound for themselves. Leaves two players behind, but Belmoth is in the knock state, so they need to maybe think about going for a way to res him. But meanwhile, Flash trying to push a little bit further forward. That's the Scar in hand, looking for those Na'Vi players, but they're dug in. They don't need to go out just yet. That's a really good grenade that almost gets the knock on to Flash. Tigger up on the roof, trying to do what he can to find an opportunity. Got a spot onto Ferris. That grenade, if it's well cooked, oh, it wasn't.
Ooh, so Full Sense just needs a point, and then they'll be tied up with T1. Continuing raining down nades on top of Na'Vi. The circle's popped, and it's just on the other side of this compound. Full Sense, though, better be careful. Looks like it's going to be VP on the hunt for more back behind all of this, starting to take a couple of shots. Beamy's got himself a nice angle of approach on top of Full Sense, and suddenly Na'Vi's going to find themselves with some friends from Europe. Nixie gets the flash and a knock, and this is starting to feel really good for VP. Is Miramar the game for them?
That was one of the best throws I've seen. Nixie up and over from downtown, taking out players for Full Sense, and here goes VP.
Yeah, VP needs to take Navi out. They're not really danger now.
Navi's got to get into the circle. Gam's got it under control to the north. 17's got a player in, but looming quietly into the west. It's still a full-strength Team Liquid as we've got 15 alive, and 3 of them are VP players.
Yeah, well, this is now kind of everybody's in a weird spot because they actually can't really punish VP. Na'Vi would have to sled uphill to try to get close enough to them to take a proper fight. Everybody else on the west side is busy fighting each other. Gam is completely blocked out by 17. Team Liquid just trying to play this slow and cautious to clear their edge. So for right now, VP, all eyes down onto Na'Vi while this fight on the west side just continues to break out.
They know the target that they need to deal with in front of them. Team Liquid on a climb of their own, creeping up the leaderboard, still just a little bit back behind Gam, who's got themselves in the northwest. The Team Liquid has a great high ground position. You can see Cowboy up on top, looking at a lot of what's going to be going on. This is very vertical coming down. Beamy does spot up Ferris, gets the knock, should be able to get the flush. Where does the last player in Spyro go? It's Team Liquid. Great shots coming up from Cowboy. Suddenly VP in a lot of trouble.
Cowboy, he needs to get this flush, and it looks like he should be able to, you would think. BB trying to dance around it, cannot. That is huge for everybody else in this event.
Oh, Nixie.
Ooh, it's so close.
All right, narrowly gets over there. That is also going to be Na'Vi going down 114 points. They are on a climb, to say the least. So it's Gam, due north, kind of hunkering down, hiding it out while they've got 17 right on top of them. 17 can't really go anywhere. It's going to be Team Liquid on top of all this, watching it. They've got control on the entirety of the circle. VP's trying to use this opportunity to counter move more up against the top of the hillside to see if they can get a better spot, but it's going to be Team Liquid with a focus on a 17.
Having to take a brief moment to go for some heals. A Cowboy with a nice grenade there.
Oh,
Pretty
nice.
Curdy immediately follows up with the flush. So 17 on to just Wembo, but he's got an M249.
Slow back down the pacing. Wimbo knows that they're going to be playing this one. Gam's still just sitting there quiet. I don't know if they pulled their triggers in a while. Could just pop off in a moment nobody's expecting. Wimbo starting to play other side of smokes. Goes unloads.
Oh,
he goes
nice.
down. Kurt knows how the LMG works and counterplays it perfectly. So now it's to the west. Team Liquid's got control over the circle, and they know where Gam is. That shack does not feel good. It's been abandoned by the circle. Crexy one side, 3 players for Team Liquid on the other.
This would have to be an absolutely insane finish for VP to claim their title right here. It's going to be very, very tricky with only 2 players with Gam in an unbelievably bad spot to try to get out of. They're going to make their break, see if they can get out of jail. But Team Liquid looking to keep the cell doors closed, and they're already lighting them up.
What we're really watching right now, though, is Nixie starting to move up the hillside. This the southern section that we've got Alo and Cowboy for Team Liquid. They're trying to keep a lock on the circle itself. If Nixie can get an opportunity to go for anything onto Team Liquid that can counter all of this. But yes, it is presently a 2v4 as we see the res starting to come up from Team Liquid, and Gam just, hey, what are you going to do?
Not much.
Yeah, but it really matters maybe which way they peek, because Team Liquid would really like those points, but Crexy says, nah, that's mine.
Yeah, I mean, they're just damned if they do, damned if they don't. Anything they do is just absolutely treacherous at this point. So really, it's going to come down to this 2v4, you would think. But Virtus Pro has a little bit of an established position, and meanwhile, Team Liquid starting to fan out. I mean, I think as Team Liquid here, you just kind of group up and just sweep. You don't really need to overextend. You just put like a 3-1 split or something like that. Crexy's going for the bolt here, though.
I mean, it's big if they get the knock when they need it. The entire lobby hoping that VP falls
Good
here.
old
The Team
Jack.
Liquid can do it. Just now 1 point back behind Myth, 2 points back behind
The
Gam.
VP do it here or not? I don't think they can. I don't think they can.
All of this, but VP,
2 versus 4. They're capable, but I don't think they will.
it all. They clinch it up. Smash rules
Not
are
close
big.
enough to the
Can
center.
Corexy with the bolty get the
Look at
knocks
that
when they
open
need
space.
it.
Oh my
Creeping
god.
forward, not really finding much, but the high ground from Team Liquid feels so strong.
Just a little bit off there. Tough with a 3x for Correx. He has to prone to keep himself out of Team Liquid's sightlines. I mean, Nixie trying to just spray into the smokes, do what damage he can.
Only got 24 bullets
Team
left.
Liquid pinned by that blue as long as possible. Both these teams pretty equidistant to the center of the circle. Smokes are down.
I love that smoke coming up from VP. Denies the high side on the hill, so they get to focus a bit more down. Corexy's putting in the work, but not getting the knock just yet. Nixie, he's wanting to go closer range with this. He's wanting to move into their face. You can see that it's pretty bad as far as utility and everything else goes. Picks coming around the side. Corexy going for it.
Oh no, he's the one with the ammo as well.
It is just Nixie up, fighting for it. He gets one, leans back into the smokes, but mollies are falling all around him. Goes
Have
for the
ammo.
shot, does get the knock onto Halo.
Oh.
It doesn't matter. Team Liquid clutches it up.
Oh, you what? Jesus. I actually think if it had ammo, it might have been a slightly bit different story. Well, no.
Very nicely.
Never.
Cowboy
No.
finding that big kill onto Beamy to put Virtus Pro just down to 2 to really narrow their options and opportunities. So a big win here for Team Liquid. That's going to put them up to 12th place overall in the leaderboard.
Oh my God, man, VP is just so crazy. They make it to the end game just over and over and over again. They played pacing on that game so great. They let everybody to the north fight. They just swoop in from the south at the most opportunistic time, start finding the kills, ruin Navi's day, and just make sure that their closest competitor goes down by their own hand.
Yeah, honestly, one of the most impactful moments in that game happened very, very early on where Lucarux died to T1, and that actually was a huge difference in that game potentially where maybe VP is 3 instead of 2, and it's a completely different situation.
And Falcons right now rejoicing because Team Liquid, the other guys from America right now, really helping them out. It feels like Falcons are just chasing circles, man. They cannot find anything that feels good for them. The pressure is continuing to mount, and they just can't find any success right now. They need a big game as Na'Vi has just usurped position while they found near on nothing.
Yeah, man, it's been really intense there at the top of that leaderboard. I mean, we've seen a bunch of swings already, and who's in what position from that 2nd to 5th place spot. There's a lot of jockeying for position in the middle of the pack.
It's all a mental battle right now. That's really what it comes down to. When you're a squad like Falcons or even VC that's in the hunt behind all of this, you just got to constantly keep correcting your mental, get preparations for it, be leaning in, knowing exactly how all of this is going to go down. And on the other side of it, Na'Vi, it feels like they're even getting more comfortable the longer this goes on. This is a squad with Hackatory we know can really rip somebody apart, and there is the potential of a 25-point game looming back behind VP if they're not careful.
Oh yeah, that's just it. And then that potentially puts them into the threshold position. Yep. So that's kind of what you're looking at here is if Na'Vi can have some big games. We're halfway through the day. There's only 3 more games to go. The lead very comfortable for Virtus Pro. Now it's just about either getting that win or making sure that no one else has that opportunity to hit that threshold.
Maybe 3 games to go. Who knows? Maybe. At max, there's 3 more games to go as we're going to be getting into the tail end of all of this. Of course, moving back in, it's going to be Rondo next, then Tego, then back to Erangel to finish it all out. So there's so much eyes on the top of it. Oh my God, VP, can you get it off of a chicken dinner, or are we going to see somebody try to sneak it away from you? We've got to get the next game ready to go.
He can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
VP so close to being able to close it out. Godspeed, Lays, Toffees, and the 7WG here for you. Oh, if only GAM would have just decided to take the fight, maybe find an opening for VP to third party, we could have been talking about a winning championship match right
Nixie
there.
had 7 bullets left at the end of that game. Corexi was basically bolting. They really didn't have much left going for them. But hey, the crazy thing is that they still made it to the end game. They still got second place. They still got even more points, which is pushing that gap farther. So, I mean, they were close on their worst map. Their that's what EB himself said is their worst map.
Yeah, I was sort of going to capitalize on that as well. But, like, I mean, they were in such a great position from, like, the beginning. They had that southern side to themselves, placement in their favor. And, I mean, all squads were sort of fighting on, like, that northern side. So, you know, they just had to play the patient game. But, you know, of course, they did play it perfectly going up against Full Sense. And then, obviously, eliminating Na'Vi. But Team Liquid had a different story, and they read it too well.
I think Team Liquid had a great spot going in here. They desperately needed those points just to move up that board. And it was one of those things where Liquid was like, we have to win this because every time the VP is out, it's more points for us to climb, more money in the bank. That said, the fact that VP was down to 2, and we are still sitting there going, they could do this, right? You correctly almost gets the headshot. Like, it is wild how good these guys are. And yes, they had the circle. They got a great shift on 5, but then they lost it and had to go up. They had to fight their way to where they were. There is no argument across the board from anyone possible that they did not earn this championship when they win it, because that is what they've proven to me is they were ahead. They had a tough day. They bounced back with a win yesterday, and they came out and proved to us today by getting 10 in the first and this now that these guys are some of the best players, if not the best team in the world.
And even as you were saying, Lace, too, the way that they were able to take the fight with Full Sense was just beautiful. They waited for the right time. They were able to push the action, got those kills as well. VP, you're getting closer and closer. But talking about a squad that was actually able to win this game, which was none other than Team Liquid. Team Liquid finally shows up, and this is a squad that is in the club championship, and they want to get those points. They need to make sure they reach top 8, though.
Yeah, look, Liquid is not winning this event by any stretch of the imaginations, but they sure as hell can get quite far up that leaderboard, and this is a really great start. Going into that last fight, I believe they had 9 kills, maybe even 10 by the end of the game. They got a healthy amount of points, and that should boost them up, because this is huge. Another team I have to mention, though, who's been making the climb, and you say when they win, Steve, Na'Vi might actually overpass VP. The way they've been playing so far, making consistently the enemy, at least getting kills, they're actually closing that gap. So we say when VP wins, unless they close out an actual chicken dinner, Na'Vi's knocking on the door.
I mean, I agree. I hope so. Na'Vi was my pick to potentially win this thing, so I would love to see them come out and win the tournament. I love looking like Nostradamus, but it is a tall order, right? Because VP looks so good. And honestly, after that game, with the amount of points they put on the board with 2 people, and only 3 games left to play, it does feel like Na'Vi would have to have a momentous game. We did say Hakatori's got to pop off. He did. I don't know. What do you think, Lace? Can they do it?
I mean, look, they were going hungry in the start. I mean, they were able to, like, you know, get a few KP on Gen G. They're not slowing down, so it's, you know, a different game between VP trying to prioritize getting into circle. But look, Na'Vi are at that point contention, and they're still trying to, like, clear their backs and make sure that they can get those positioning. And I mean, that wipe on Shadow Sports, damn.
For Na'Vi,
I didn't realize the gap was 30.
It's okay though. It's okay though, because for Na'Vi, they're going to be looking at 136 points.
Yeah.
If they reach 136 points before match 6 and VP's not able to close it out, they could end up winning via Smash Zone. And right now, Na'Vi, as you were saying, they are being consistent. They are looking at that threshold of 136 points.
I can tell the future. So
what's most important as well is if you look at that graph, they also have 3 chicken dinners, which means they know how to close out the games here.
They do. I mean, at the end of the day, we saw VP pushing. I said their win condition here is they have to wipe Na'Vi in that house. They got him down. They set themselves up to win in 6. And you're right, Na'Vi now has to reprogram and say, okay, it's not about point passing. It's about hitting threshold and getting a chicken dinner. They have the potential to do that. My other worry is Falcons. They started today with a very big payoff in second, and they've lost already hundreds of thousands of dollars. How far can that go?
Yeah, I mean, we saw it with Twisted Minds. I feel like, you know, it was their time to get that sort of kill points, but, like, in my opinion, I feel like they played it a little bit too slow for them. Obviously, Gustav got the first kill there and then knocked himself, but was able to have, I guess, eyes on Example, who was sort of holding that corner from them, which could have opened up the fight, but then, you know, of course, the time that it took for them to actually just be able to, like, have those contentions, we had another team in the rotation, so it was just tough on their rotate coming out of that position.
Yeah, and you see Falcons there get eliminated, and I just want you to keep an eye on Tig. I want you to keep an eye on the players too from Falcons, because they're just seeing this slip away at the moment. And this is not, I mean, they are challenging, wanting to get to 136 points to challenge for that championship. But once again, we got to talk about Falcons in regards to the club championship. They want to make sure they continue to get those points because they really haven't been able to do that well club championship wise. Falcons is starting to get to them as we see the players in a bit of a distress.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about that pressure. I guarantee you, if you ask those guys, they're probably not thinking about the club championships as much as they're purely focused on this, but you're absolutely right. I mean, Falcons are champions in the past of the club championship, and they're an org that absolutely wants to get it here. And so there is that extra added pressure. I mean, you want to talk about in the past, I think it's safe to say, boys and girls, we won't have a repeat champion this year as far as EWC and Twisted Minds.
Damn right. Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be VP or Na'Vi if they're able to pick it up and get the 136 points.
Like I said, it's a long push for Na'Vi, and they've got to do it in the next game, essentially, because VP has made a statement to the entire world. They were like, you guys spent too much time talking about myth. We are the legends. We are going to change the world. And honestly, after how they've played this, even if they for some reason don't win, they're still my pick going forward towards PUBG at the end of the year.
That's a
these guys are phenomenal.
Safe pick. Honestly, they've been playing this year all great.
It is a safe pick for Falcons. And Falcons, we were able to actually get an interview with Falcons. Let's see what they had to say.
Hey, Claris here with Gunnar from Falcons. After a few difficult games, gonna have to ask you the hard questions, unfortunately, Gunnar, for this one, because it's not been the easiest start for Falcons. Talk to me about what you think might be going wrong here for Falcons.
Sorry, it's hot as balls up there, so I was sweating. I mean, honestly, there's a lot of hard zones. I'm not like going to use that as an excuse, because obviously we definitely could have got more points than we've gotten thus far. I mean, mainly the thing that's gone wrong is that like we haven't stuck to like one structural play. Like our crash on Na'Vi on the Tego game just could have been better. It could have been more organized since we had a lot of time sitting right below them. And then the last game as well, like we just got to Graveyard, and we just needed to focus on our setup the second we got there. It was pretty unfortunate that we were playing the dip and the church, and we were just getting ready to hold what like we call like the long. Yeah. And if we had someone on top of the roof on the long, we should be able to win that fight pretty easily. But yeah, I mean, just some hard zones and some misplays on our part, and obviously like here we are.
It's a tough time with the kind of butterfly effect in PUBG, because obviously as soon as Twisted Minds rocks up on your position, surely the alarm bells are going off, and that's delaying your move in, and then the Vicious is above you. So is that what's going through the team's mind right now? You're listening to the comms. What's happening in the team at the moment? I mean, honestly, it's like even on the Wrangle game, a lot of teams just aren't moving. Like we want to speed up fights, and we want to get them over with. But like the Erangel game, like Myth is like sacking their game in the blue zone, which inevitably is sacking our game when we're actually trying to take a fight against them. I mean, not that like they did anything inherently wrong, because the zone was not good for them either. It was basically like we were gonna get 4 points on them, they were gonna get 4 points on us. But yeah, I mean, we just both died. But yeah, I mean, it's PUBG. It's obviously the game's going to be tough. We're going to go out there, reset, and, you know, I mean, hopefully get over 20-some points this game. Thank you very much, Gunnar. Best of luck in the next games.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, and we are getting ready to head into our next game here today. Virtus Pro making us hold our collective breath last game as they almost get in a position to secure their win, to secure their championship. But Team Liquid will deny them, and now we have to go over to Rondo. It is I, Porosaurus, it is he, Avenger, and Virtus Pro now on the clock once again, trying to collect that win and end the day early.
15 matches played so far here in the final, and on the grand final day, VP is able to get a second place with kills, putting them on 150 points, averaging 10 points per game. Absolutely insanity here for them.
Let's go.
They have 3 more chances to either deny a second place to get to that 136-point threshold, or to get a chicken dinner themselves. Poro, 3 games to go. Do they get a chicken dinner, or are we going to go to match 6?
Ooh, that's a tough one, man. I feel like we're probably going all the way. It just feels that way. It feels like every time you see Virtus Pro start to get involved in a fight, especially early, especially if it's in the first 3 circles, then there's always going to be a team that's nearby that immediately will just rush them. And so VP, I mean, you saw it happen last game. They only lost Luka Rux, but they then had to play that game forward as 3 and still almost managed to get a win there. Coming down to the very end, felt like they just ran out of ammunition and ran out of space. Team Liquid was able to clutch up. But now they have a little bit of another problem to worry about, and that's Na'Vi. Navi's been having a burner of a day, and they're, what, I think 22 points, he said, removed from that threshold. So 22 more points for Na'Vi, and they're going to be in the same position as VP.
And as we start our game here on Rondo, 3 more chances to go. And you're right, 22 points is what Na'Vi needs to aim for to be eligible to be in that smash position in the second last game. I doubt it's going to happen, though. They're going to be denied by so many other teams as well, because they're the second place team that everyone else is trying to reach up to, from Falcons, from Vicious, and from all the other teams competing here at Esports World Cup 2026. And you know what? With a Virtus Pro win, that could propel Virtus Pro from 11th place to 2nd place in that club championship. They're already eligible from having 2 teams in the top 8, but here with a win would be insane.
That'd be absolutely huge for the org. Hope for the best. We see, looks like teams pretty much avoiding each other. Test Track Neox, this Twisted Minds Na'Vi sharing situation has been going on since time immemorial. Looks like Falcons going all the way down to the south. They have not had any bit of luck go their way so far today. Maybe they can find a little bit more luck here on Rondo. We'll see where the circle decides to go. Wow. It's going to go right on top of Zhao Tin.
That's a shift. Falcons and VP are going to have to get in.
Team that's in the hunt.
Well, Na'Vi.
Right there, dead center.
Oh, we're in a bad position, but we've got to get past Twisted Minds first.
And as you see here right now, Nixie is leading with almost 5,500 damage done. BME in 2nd place. And Nixie is leading in the wall kills. Longest time survived, so he's really putting himself in a great spot for that MVP title.
Soul's still trying to make an argument for it, though.
Absolutely.
He's right there, so Nixie...
He's sniffing at the heels of him.
He is. He's right there, so Nixie needs to hear those footsteps, because that's a pretty large prize pool chunk itself for that MVP award. And despite all of Gen G's struggles so far this tournament, sitting in 8th place right now, that would be a huge feather in their cap if they're able to get an MVP nod for their frontman, Mr. Soul. As we check in with VP, they will have to make their way in from the south. Looks like they have AGAL and possibly GK, possibly 17. That will be kind of on that southern side of that zone. And you've also got Falcons just off to their southwest.
And of course, in VP and Hongchang here, such a strong looting spot. One of my favorite ones to go at. It's both fun for hot drops and also great for loot.
Yeah, you like this one?
Lukarux and also further ahead inside the circle here to get that point man information too for them. As we all jump over to Vitality, currently 7th place. 20 points shy of 3rd. It's very doable for this team if they're able to step up. What we've seen from Levante so far and the rest of the guys. We know they're able to clutch. We know they're able to win games. They just need to do it in one of the next 3 ones here. And with this circle being this central on Yao Tin, we could end up seeing a pseudo or even a full urban ending. And Vicious being this home turf team to be inside here, it's really difficult city to defend and really difficult city to win games from. So really interested to see how they're going to approach this one here. They're going to take an edge to southern side or have a split on all sides alongside the edges of this circle here. Seen incredible things from Tycoon so far here, Power, and does feel like he's back to that 2022-2023 level that we knew and loved, and a little bit into 24.
Do you think it almost might be worth for Vicious just to abandon Zhao Tin altogether and try to maybe move outside of the city to just off center circle and just take a compound that's a little bit easier to defend?
If you would have asked me before we removed Land Roaster, then yes, because how everything kind of lines up. But with this being dead center, it's super high priority at the inside. And now Liquid is actually pulling up into Gen G.
It's just Bean. And actually Bean, I think it was taking shots over towards Shadow Esports to get them to move away. And maybe Liquid seeing if they can trick Bean into peeking a different window, and instead they'll just pull away, go back over towards Purdy Curdy. They do have Shadow Esports still kind of roaming around. It looks like they escaped off to the north, but it looks like Shadow has found a compound that they're comfortable with. They'll stop down there, and maybe how far south do they want to go? Look how close they are to Vicious now. Vicious. They did kind of stretch out from the city itself, and they've sent Simon T and Powell up here. Powell not really in a support position. Simon T, yeah, he knows they're there. You can see him peeking just to see.
Heard him?
Yeah, he definitely heard him.
Look at that though. No utility, only 2 first aids for him here. But he does have a 3 vest. But no utility, trying to fend off a team coming in on your ridge where it's extremely difficult to get anything out of. As we jump over to Liquid, they have a, over to VP, away from Liquid. They have a really easy entry for them to go past Yulin here and get deeper into the circle. Yeah, they're just trying to, of course, get as many points as possible to make sure that nobody gets close to them if we do go the full distance of those 6 games.
They've kind of taken their time on this rotation, and as a result, AGAL 17, GK, all the potential threats from early on have all moved in more towards the center. T1 also a drop from that E pickup just on the western side of Jaten as we check in with Gam. Get a little bit close to Shadow, but not close enough to be too much of a problem as they're able to claim this compound for themselves.
And as much as Shadow has impressed in some games, it's mainly been Miramar they had success on, where they were able to take down AGL and get a chicken dinner. Now they are sitting in last place, not even close to the top 10.
It's been rough, but you know, to be fair, making the final was probably about the most that you could really expect from Shadow. I mean, it's been a fantastic tournament for them. I mean, nobody really had very high expectations, relative unknowns, and they came in and they made the final when a lot of more historic teams with a lot, you know, better lineage, PUBG didn't. So you got to give them all the credit in the world here as we check in with AGAL. Playing around those towers, GK kind of moving around just off to their west. They hear the vehicles. They know they're close, but they don't have vision.
And him is obviously always in that conversation. He's been far and away from anything that happened. 10 was ahead of him in kills. So is Tycon. He's on 16. Nixie and Soul untied on 31 kills. With one more kill, they're gonna double him as his kills here. Now we go to the glider off Kickstart, and Falcons have a UAV inbound as they're gonna be able to see the information coming in on all the cars driving just below them. Geeky, he sees the cars, he has all the information being shared to the rest of the guys, and they're driving far behind him, so he knows exactly how to play around this. Gonna swing around just a little bit here, and he's got plenty of gas in that, just above 60% on the gas, so he's gonna have plenty of time for that.
Definitely feels like Kickstart has taken a shine to that role as the eye in the sky for Falcons. Done a great job here as Virtus Pro. They're going to find full sense. Once again, an early fight here for VP, and the trade comes through. Flash will go down to Beamy, though, in return. So 2 knocked here for full sense. VP playing around the trees, but Beamy will find another one. Beamy
beautiful
his team
kills.
in it, and now full sense down to just 1, but they're getting third party from range by Kiss. This was always the concern. The second they start fighting, a third party is sure to come.
Nixie goes down to Kiss as Kiss starts to get fully involved from this one here. You see 17 once again sniffing at this. They see this in the kill feed. They're activating for a third party, and Myth is also coming in. All these teams that's in the middle of our leaderboard is trying to catch up to the top.
We've seen 17 do it already once today, where they see VP in the kill feed and they immediately collapse onto it, but it looks like this time it's going to be Myth that does it. They're sending all forces, all hands on deck here to try to dispatch with Virtus Pro. They're down to 2, but it looks like actually down to 3. Nixie able to pick up.
Extracting him.
Yeah, they pick up their fallen teammate. I believe that's, yeah, Nixie's the one who's knocked. So they're able to retreat to Yulin as, I'm not sure. I wonder if they were able to get the blue chip. They might be able to.
No, they didn't get it. Lukaruk died as they were driving away from him. So
I think the call from Luko was like, okay, Myth is coming in, I'm dead. If you can pick up Nixie that had more health left, would be way more valuable for them. Tanbo goes down to his own nade after he got knocked here, as Na'Vi is now trying to develop this fight here with Gam. More cars are driving in here, and utilities being deployed towards the cars, and Boostic disengaged from that location quickly. Smart play by him. The young prodigy from Na'Vi gets a headshot onto Chlorix as well. More damage done, but he runs out of shots, swaps to the SLR, and tries to connect some bullets with 8X.
Now we need to activate kills.
Takes him down.
They're going to need a lot of
For
kills.
Na'Vi is that Gam does disengage off of that fight after Na'Vi pick up one. So
It's all about getting to the 136 points now, then getting that win afterwards. That's the only way to beat VP.
About anybody trying to third party their fight. They're so often, I mean, they're the most northwestern team, or northeastern team rather, that we have. So, but you can see already hopping in vehicles. They don't want to take the chance of somebody sneaking up on them and taking them by surprise.
Sitting here,
We'll see what Na'Vi can do. Can they get to the 136 in this game? That'll give them
I'm really having my fingers crossed here for
2 games to get a
urban
win.
and inside Yaotin. We've seen them so rarely because of the land
Will
ratio and how everything
VP
works.
get it on
All the
points
pillars is
in
just
game
around.
6?
And as we see here, they're trying to maybe sniff out a Lukaruk's chip to get him rest. Yulin is close. There's a rest station there. Myth is potentially trying to deny it. Kiss is standing over here with a Dragonov and with an 8X. He has no extra bullet though. There's just 0 in the spare. Sure, he's playing AUG on the other gun here for the 5.56. Got plenty of that, but is it worth it for Myth to fully deny a potential rest for them? I don't know. It's again, Myth is super far down on the leaderboard. They need as many games as possible played, but they actually have a quite deep and central location already, and now they have hurt them left. VP is definitely trying to sniff out this blue chip as we see this next circle. Yao 10, please, guys. Can we get an urban ending? We do go close. I would say it's a 50-50 right now, but look at the amount of teams that's already posted up inside. Myth is full sending it. They might be greeted by all the teams already inside.
There's so many teams in there, and as soon as Myth gets close, they all start opening up as Virtus Pro.
Look at all that.
Left correction in the blue. Yeah, look at the, I mean, look at the lines coming through. Hakatori's.
Boys, you need to take a building.
Get the first knock there. As where even is Hakatori? Is he in the city? I see the rest of Na'Vi all the way off to the northeast.
Yeah, they have one building east there and then like a small square setup in the store, a little bit more central inside Yaotin. A lot of teams on the edge here. They're trying to get ready to kind of leave that. Look at Rook's on screen here. Live from Paris for Esports World Cup.
Let's go Falcons.
Virtus Pro on screen trying
Let's
to, of
go
course,
Falcons.
for most of it here. And now Myth is playing the edge. After losing Jacob, their IGL that they praise so highly.
It looks like Virtus Pro might be going for it. I think they managed to retrieve Lucarex's chip, and now it is worth noting that Tigger has been hiding out in Yulin for quite some time here, all by himself, just eating blue zone damage. I wonder if he was possibly camping the revive station.
They lost some of the players in the fight with VP early. I don't think he managed to get many chips. I think he just went there to try to go get some loot, try to get some heals so he can actually heal it off here, and he doesn't even engage on towards Nixie. He's a couple of 100 meters away, so it's not really worth for them. Now we have Liquid potentially fighting with Gen G here in the northern side alongside the Ridges. And really kind of develops this fight here that Liquid was fighting on earlier with VC, and now it's a new team. Gen G is trying to pull up maybe a drive-by from being here, but
They could get a win. No,
trying to
up
bait
top
some
half of the
potentially
table, aren't they,
shots
with a
coming
win?
in. It doesn't connect just yet. Just a little bit
Sure.
of damage onto the car.
You can see on your mini-map there, Ferris from Na'Vi also looking over in that direction. So Na'Vi could be once again in a perfect position to third party here and collect a few more points. Remember, they have to hit that 136 point threshold to be able to then qualify for the win in this Smash format. They could break the dreams of Virtus Pro if they do so, but that is a tall, tall task ahead of Na'Vi. We'll see what they decide to do here as we get an overview of Zhao 10. Still very occupied. Luca Rux now back in the helicopter, and will join up with the rest of Virtus Pro on the south side.
Just seeing how all the teams are kind of developing here with Na'Vi coming in from the north. They're engaging on to the location of Liquid, trying to
he's
pulling up here.
gonna go
Shrimsy
city.
finds
Go on,
them sooner though.
Shrimsy.
Some other teams are coming in here, and Lukaruk's coming into the city here. Could be him dying quickly. Boostic finds Cowboy for the flush here. As Na'Vi is engaging in the third party onto Liquid and the Gen G.
And Virtus.pro's wrapping right into Falcons. Falcons was a little bit split here. They had retreated to go back and claim their vehicles, and they get there right in time as Virtus.pro is driving past. The sprays come through, but the damage is just not landing. And Virtus.pro is managing to sneak through this. Will able to get to some hard cover for the time being and reset. See if they can turn their attention back over towards Falcons. But yeah, look at this. No damage. The
chasing
really came through, but Falcons, yeah, they're absolutely chasing this. Gustav going to send it right in the middle, but nobody is going to get hit. He's going to pull out, try to see if he can maybe find the shots, but Virtus.pro somehow gets to breeze right through
That's
that
nuts. That's poor.
Absolutely amazing scenes here as we get a proper Sentinel Joutin ending. We're gonna be having some urban warfare here as everything is developing. So many teams engage with each other. Let's focus on some of the teams that's on screen though. Here Na'Vi, Liquid and Gen G involved with each other. Boostic finds Luke. More shots comes in. Boostic is low here as Na'Vi, the closest chasing teams, is low. Halo, last player for Liquid, just won a game here, but they could be finishing up.
And now Gam has come up here to try to third party on this. No shots taken so far. They're just hovering around as Team Liquid down to A-Low, but he's playing inside that pagoda. Looking around to see if anybody peeks their head. Boostic going to retreat in as he hears the engines come through. Gen G sniffing around, want to make sure they at least secure these knocks that they've managed to secure or get themselves. Grenade come through, but A-Low on the other side. Stay alive for now. Another one well cooked will drop down. Will avoid A-Low once again.
It's kind of an off spot here now. Shots come in.
There it
Bean
is.
finds him. Gene stays engaged with this fight between Na'Vi and Liquid. No, Res could come in from Boostic. As Gen G's holding on to
That's
this
a good
edge here.
blue
That's
zone.
a blue zone. That's a great blue zone. Might get some points here for the Liquid boys as it's being dropped from the top. Rel played. He finds him. Ferris might be able to get the rest on Boostic here as Na'Vi, even though they're down 2, they did get 4 points, but very unlikely to be able to get the 22 that they need.
He heard the footsteps. That was such quick work there by Ferris to take down A-Low, to take down Liquid. But now Falcons also have made their way all the way up north, and they're third partying Gen G, which might open up a little bit of a door here for Na'Vi. They're retreating to the east on foot. And I think they've managed to escape Gen G without them seeing where they've gone. You can see what Falcons is working with right here, not committing to the city just yet, although it looks like Gustav may be sending it in, trying to find at least a foothold in the north that they can then go to. As we check once again, it is 44 alive, dead center
That's
of the city
crazy.
as Gen G will find Na'Vi in the end. They will take them out.
Full Sense also going out here inside that urban warfare as we talked about before here. Next circle does pop soon. We're going to see where we are going to be ending up. Actually, proper Joutin urban ending here. And you know what? It's extremely difficult. Oh, Jexy finds Lukarux, and now everyone inside the city knows that it's VP over here in that direction. They could be turning heads. Falcons also driving in, getting involved, getting close.
That is worst case scenario for Virtus.pro to take the knock there. Lukarux will get flushed out as well. Virtus.pro trying to make their way across this road. Correxy.
Oh,
trying to jump the
Kamal's.
fence, almost gets
That was
trouble
rubbish.
there, but Kamal's not able to finish him off before he has to reload. So Virtus.pro, and the other news is that Beamy is separated from them. Beamy has not been able to make his way across the road, so he is left sitting here trying to wait for the push as Falcons now will run into Myth.
my
Gustav
God.
goes down. The grenades will fall. They'll get him low, and there's the flush as Tiggleton will take down Gedrox.
Shots comes in as well for Gedrox going down here, but Gustav being flushed is so unfortunate for them. Myth being 2, Kiss and Scabby to full HP now. But this is such a difficult game to win for VP at this point. Almost impossible unless you have the high ground, biggest building.
If people were paying attention, I mean, obviously Shadow knows that Virtus.pro is up there. Myth knows that Falcons is there, but if they have their ears on, their headphones on correctly, and they hear where the sounds are coming from, they should know that both Virtus.pro and Falcons on the north side. But look at the distance between the two. That roadside, a big line of demarcation. I think the Falcons and Virtus.pro will be comfortable just holding on to the line right now and waiting to see where the next circles decide to take them.
If this develops properly and Vitality is able to hold on to this big building in the middle that has high ground, that has everything. Oh, Perfectix finds him before he hits the deck. And Dogma is down to just being the last player.
Full 3 gear and Perfectix. And with the Lings in hand, he's going to be able to do some damage in this one. Our defending esports World Cup champions. Currently sitting in 6th place, trying to get to that triple digits to get close to secure more points for the club championship of this team. It's very unlikely, almost impossible, I would say, at this point here, even for the points available for the next 3 games, for them to win it again. So we're not going to see a back-to-back from Twisted Minds in PUBG Battlegrounds.
It's tough, as it looks like Twisted Minds just going to aggressively take this fight against Vicious, knowing that they are ahead of them. Like to take them out. They've managed to get the knock on a POW. They knew exactly where Simon T and Duckmai were, but could not find a way to pin them out. That is the problem with fighting in these urban environments, is you can get a knock, but flushing that knock once you've gotten it is so hard. And now Simon T able to get to POW, see if he gets him back on his feet. As we see 17, they're going to send it into the south side of the city, just boldly going through. Shadow will take down one of them. Tian and Wembo will be able to get inside the city. Lil Ghost providing support from the south.
And that building I was talking about before with Vitality, losing a player, losing Gedrox, that's so unfortunate. Now it becomes almost impossible to defend. It's a massive building, but you have that roof access. And that's what they go for here, thinking that they might be inside that last part of the circle. But Zulens finds Darkmine for the headshot. Vicious loses another player.
That was really nice work by Batulins. It looked like Duckmai was trying to go for that sneaky flanking angle, but Batulins sniffed it out. Veteran player that he is. They know exactly where these Vicious boys are, and that's a great grenade. Bounces off the wall and takes down Pal. Simon T now the last player left alive for Vicious.
Can he do something? Gets the flush there, and now they're going to just rush him. They probably have no idea he's in this corner here. He's just waiting for it. They're playing it very meticulously correct here with Simon on the corner. Finds one, finds Platoon. Now the other guys are going to swing. He's going to try to go for a stun grenade on the hand here. Stuns himself a little bit. Darkmai goes out, shotgun in hand, but Perfectix gets it. And Twisted Minds gets another kill on another point on the board.
See if they can get this revive up. Gen G has kind of sent D and Soul around on this northern side. They heard the shots. They saw the kill feed. But they get shot at themselves, so can't make that full commitment to the
Falcons will get a few points. They could do with another 10 points in this game to put themselves within a chance
they're looking in the
of hitting that cut off in the next game. But I doubt they're going to do that.
Is going on. Falcons and Virtus Pro still 3 up. Beamy has not been able to make his way across the road to rejoin his squad. Shadow still keeping eyes on that. So keep eyes on their situation as these circles progress. Batu able to get across that line and get to cover thanks to the smoke and thanks to support from his teammates.
We know how crucial it is to win games when you're all 4 alive here, but urban endings just makes it so difficult.
It's such a crapshoot, isn't it? You never know. I mean, you could all the best laid plans, and it could just come down to a smoke battle in the middle of a field with 20-something players left alive. As Shrimsy is going to get knocked by D, but that should be a fairly easy res here for Falcons. Good news is even if they lose helmets or they lose armor, they're still inside of these facilities that probably re-up. But look at Virtus Pro. They've actually managed to get everybody back over here. Oh, Beamy going to take a lot of damage, though, from Shadow, and he's going to get knocked. He tried to send it across, but Shadow, so patient, waits till the very end, and they will take down Beamy. So now Virtus Pro down to just 2.
Now next circle does pop here, Porter. Do we end up where in the middle where we're thinking, are we getting a hard shift here towards the later stages of the game? That's gonna get really tied onto that big building that Vitality is locking in and close to that courtyard in around the open space in the south and west side here. We're gonna have a big fight between 17, T1 and GK eventually. AGL is out. Twisted Mind's gonna have to move in alongside Gen G on the northeast side. This VP and Falcons is actually in the same area. Looks like VP is setting up for a defense towards Falcons. So we see them here on screen, and AGL and Shadow continues to have an impact in the lobby.
You see that kill feed lighting up. That is going on the south side. So a few knocks coming through. Most of the many of those likely to get revived once again. But this is the story right here. Falcons, how can they make their way into this next zone? You see Nixie, shotgun in hand, holding up, but the problem right now is Kiss all by himself with that high ground is causing Falcons a lot of problems as they try to make their way through the smoke, but Kiss can just kind of see above it. And Falcons have to re-rack here, trying to figure out if they can find a way to get back in here. And Corexy still on the other side of the street here for VP as well, so he may have
that's a great angle.
Yeah, there you go. You can see what he's looking at. And if Falcons are unlucky, Shrimsy going to take the spray. Yes, Corexy will get the knock. Can he get the flush as well? He can. Kickstart going to go down as well to Nixie. And now Falcons down to just Tiggleton with the Panzerfaust in hand.
Luzon goes out as well. Utilities being committed to get Falcons stopped here. They do not want them to continue on this chase as Nixie gets the confirmation on Kickstart, making it practically impossible with Na'Vi out for anyone to catch them, as second and fourth is already dead. Tiggleton being that last player. Luzon on top of the roof here. That's smart for a double one. It's going to force him on the low ground, and he has a Panzer in his pocket. He could get 1 point and stop Nixie from doing any more damage to Tiggleton.
See if Kiss gets involved. He's still on that roof side. Yep, he's looking, and that's going to do it for Falcons. They go out in 10th place. Now Virtus Pro know that they have lost all of the teams that are chasing them. They can play with a lot more freedom here.
Scabby finds Quizzy. His Twisted Minds goes down in 9th place, making placement points activate here. Scabby having an impact vitality. They have that central location, and they are pushing it.
Genji take an L on the way in, but that knock on the vitality, as you said, opening up a little bit of a door here. As Nixie will get spotted out by Kiss. Kiss causing so much havoc from this high ground position, but he is all by himself. So Scabby has been taken down. Shadow Esports, meanwhile, they've been hanging on the western side of the city for so long, and they still get to hold on to this building for a little bit longer. As Corexy try to go fishing with dynamite, see if he can maybe find somebody, get a little bit of some measure of revenge here on Shadow before having to make his way in.
It's a lot of the road that's in place still here, the big corner of that building, the courtyard in the open here. So you really need a lot of smoke, so you have to hold on to that utility, especially if you have more lethals that could have such an impact once all the teams are going to have to get out in the open. What it looks like, we're going to be finishing on the corner of this big building, as you see from the bird's eye view, as Corexy finds Setsuna on Shadow. He's trying to really get some more points on the board for VP here. Looks like it's impossible for him to cross this without Shadow denying any single step inside.
These points for Corexy really just putting the rest of the lobby on notice, right? Like, they know that Na'Vi is out, Falcons are out, VC is out, all the teams that were nipping at their heels. And Na'Vi, unfortunately for them, going out very early, so not able to really put too much of a dent.
Oh, grenade. Oh, does 42 damage. Now he's going to have to start healing.
Oh, that blue zone's taking too hard.
That's
yeah, he's
so
going to go
much
down.
damage.
Yep, that's going to do it for VP. But job done as far as they're considered. Now we cut over to Gen G, trying to hold off Myth. They will take down Kiss after Kiss was able to get the res on the Scappy. Let's see if Scappy can maybe return the favor. But Gen G will have to get to salute immediately. And look at the building. T1 already inside. Vitality in here as well. Gen G have a couple of players. Meanwhile, Shadow Esports just gets a vibe. But there you go. Nice grenade from Scappy. Will take down Hallow My Bad. And that might open up a window here for him to make it in.
Trying to get the close. Soul finds multiple of T1. He finds Raining and Type as they go down.
Another great play by Soul.
The MVP race is still on, and Soul has a little bit more to say about it, but good grenade from EN will take him down, and that's going to do it for Gen G, as T1 do lose 2 in the process, but they're up to 6 kills, and they're climbing the leaderboard.
Almost a 4-way tie on 91 and 92 points. 3 teams on 92. Hello, My Bad finds Scappy as Myth goes out in 6th place, and more placement points get deployed. Levante with a good ridge. For this one here, it's going to be able to get the utility in for this. Oh, Nate's caused 29 damage, not enough. Quizzy continues as Parkro tries to crawl away from this one. More damage going to be done here.
Just creeping around like a bug on the roof, but this is anyone's game here. 5 teams remain, 13 alive, city ending. The dot right on top of Quizzy, just inside the building. We see Shadow Esports are going to lay down the smoke wall, trying to make their way over. Setsuna will go down. Park Pro, Blue nipping at his heels. He knows that he's got Vitality looking directly at him. Try to pop up, take a shot, but he's going to go down to the blue. Hansi going to go down as well as Shadow has made a way in. Vitality, though, will collect points off of 17 Gaming. They're up to 9 kills. They're climbing the leaderboard, and they have a shot at a victory here in match number 4.
So 3v1, can he do it? Ian with a shotgun. Gets one, gets hello, my bad.
Oh.
Well, the double pump shot. He's only got 4 rounds left. At least secure the point. He will. The rest of Vitality still on the roof. Ian just waiting for them to drop down. Quizzy not going to go all the way just yet. Vitality would love desperately to get this victory. As Ian will wait for somebody to push down. He's going to jump.
Nice, well done, Vitality.
Will take him from behind, and that's a win for Vitality here on match number 4.
And that's going to push them into triple digits. It enables the chase on that second place. And Levance with the big brain play. He's able to take out the sword off and jump in behind T1 to close that one down. And what a way to do it.
It's fantastic work from Vitality in what is a very difficult circle to play. Urban endings at the end with the smokes, and you just never know where somebody's going to peek you from. So much cover, so many windows to hide behind, but Vitality hold strong. They take down 17, and then they take the win.
And that pushes Vitality so close. We're going to have 3 teams, even 4 teams potentially, with Na'Vi as well, within 12 points or so in the chase of that second place with Na'Vi, Falcons, and Vitality.
That's a 3-way tie for third at 104 points. Right now, Vitality have the lead, but you know, on the other side of that coin, Falcons could find themselves going from second place at the beginning of the day
today.
all the way down to 5th.
They're making terrible choices, in my opinion.
The way that it is, Vicious has had a lot of success. Vitality, obviously, the win here, absolutely huge. But the good news for Virtus Pro, Na'Vi goes down early. They don't hit that point threshold yet, and there's only 2 games remaining for anybody to try to even catch them.
Absolutely amazing scenes here for Vitality to lock that in. They are so high up. 3rd place tie right now with AJL on the club championship. Already having won MLBB Women's here at Esports World Cup. And yeah, for sure, putting them in deeper here, getting 2, 3, 4, 500 potential points, even 750 from second place. If they're able to catch Na'Vi in the last 2 games would be insane for Vitality. But a chicken dinner here in the grand finals is insanity.
What's even crazier is you look at the leaderboard, it's 3rd place all the way down to Twisted Minds in 9th is only separated by about 13 points.
Yeah.
So 1 game could shoot them right back up in the rankings if you're Twisted Minds. And it's just the log jam that's occurred here behind VP and Na'Vi is just huge right now. And, you know, Na'Vi, they don't have it just yet. So, I don't know. We've got 2 more matches left to play. So let's throw it over to Caleres.
Esports World Cup up.
Na'Vi wasn't able to reach that smash zone, but Vitality, Lace, they finally woke up, got a chicken dinner here, got some eliminations, and stopped just slipping down on that leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams are kind of waking up now that our sort of juggernaut teams are falling down the leaderboard, but, you know, this is what needs to be happening with this. So obviously we've only got a couple of matches left, so it's kind of like the race towards that top of the leaderboard to secure more and more money for their org and their teams.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the leaderboards right now, you know, Na'Vi, Falcons, VC, Vitality now with that win, they're right underneath VP. And again, we thought maybe a team like Na'Vi or Vitality even could kind of catch VP, but it looks like the way we're going with only 2 games left, it's unlikely that not only are they going to hit that threshold, but then they have to go for that win as well. Now, the good news for these teams is even if they can't necessarily take first place, there's still so much to play for. Second place, as we stated, over $100,000 of a difference, right? Third place, fourth. As we look at the leaderboards here, 156 points of VP. My goodness.
That's why when VP went out, they looked so happy. They were still like fist bumping. They're like, yeah, we got this. We got this. But for Na'Vi, there is still a chance. They would have to get 18 points to reach the smash zone, and they would have to do it this game, because if they reach it in game 6, honestly, it wouldn't matter because they wouldn't be able to reach it and win that game. That's not how that works. They need to reach it this game, game 5, and hope that VP doesn't finish it and win game 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's I said it, they had to do it last game, so this is going to be like a little bit more detrimental for them going into this. But look, to get that amount of points, and especially the way that I guess all other teams are sort of trying to get that positioning, it's probably not going to happen for Na'Vi. But man, I thought it was so close for VP right at the top there, that when they got the reviver on Lucarix, I was like, yes, okay. And they were able to make that rotation past the Falcons into such a good position in zone. But I guess it sort of all fell short there when other teams were sort of pushing into there as well. But then again, they were able to sort of take out the Falcons just as a duo, and that was like a 3-man team. So like the firepower on VP is completely unstoppable.
Yeah, and we saw it in the last game as well. They kind of took out Na'Vi towards the end game. Now they're doing it to the Falcons. So even though they're not securing their win with an actual chicken dinner, the important thing is they're securing the win. They're just making sure the teams underneath them are just not even getting to the end game to get those amount of points they need to get, you know, even within shooting distance of VP.
And the thing is, Falcons just keep dropping down as the crowd is just going absolutely crazy behind us. Come on. We want it to happen in this one as well. But going back to Falcons, Falcons just keeps going down that leaderboard, man. This last game, a big old donut, Godspeed.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the start of the day, it's been losing fights, unfortunately. That first crash against Na'Vi, they lost that fight, and then the game after that, they got kind of picked apart. We saw them get destroyed by nades. Even that last game, they got crossed up by VP. As Lace was saying, it was a 2v3. They still got held off by that cross, so I'm just hoping they can at least get it together in these last couple games, because again, the Falcons absolutely also need these club championship points, I'm sure, as well as the boys would like to get more money, right? But yeah, there's a lot on the line for those boys.
I'm just laughing at that last comment. This is okay. I appreciate the sarcasm there, but yeah, going into this next 2 matches, especially this 5th one, right? Do we think? I know you said that Na'Vi needed to get to the threshold within that last match.
Yeah.
Is it going to happen this one coming up?
I mean, you can get to the threshold, but then trying to win that last one against everything else, it's going to be an incredibly difficult thing. Like I said, at least if they did it the previous game, they would have had 2 chances potentially to be able to overtake VP. But look, I think they fell a little bit short there. But yeah, I guess we've got to kind of have a look at all those teams that are on about 104 points each and how this is going to sort of map out, because again, VP are just looking so strong getting into these final zones and whatnot, but that it's going to be incredibly difficult for anyone to catch them.
That was something else to think about when we talk about VP, is like maybe the pressure of trying to get a chicken dinner would get to them, right? But the issue is that's not even a factor anymore, because of the fact that they've blown past so many teams, on top of the fact that, I mean, Na'Vi would have to get 18 points in game 5 just to make sure they hit the threshold of 136, let alone then have to win game 6.
Well, the pressure's there. Na'Vi, are you gonna do it? VP, can you close it out this next match? But before we go into the match, let's send it to the birthday boy, Kalaris, down at the stage with the towers.
You love it up there, don't you? We love it down here as well. I am with some very familiar faces as the Vitality fans in the audience are going crazy right now here to round out the day. I got Toffees, I got Avenger here to talk about everything that's going on. A city finish to get this running here, Avenger. I know you were casting it, and I'm sure you were losing your mind just a little bit.
I had to run my way down here, and after it's just been screaming my lungs out. What a way to get that game kicked off. I was hoping for us, crossing my fingers, and also it's extremely difficult to win some of those games. Vitality being able to lock that central spot down.
Yeah.
What a way to do it from Levante too.
Honestly, for me, the biggest beneficiaries of that city was VP, because there was no one who was going to come away with a super powerhouses from that, right? So they were stoked, they got inside, they caused trouble, and you can hear the Vitality fans, James, and I think there's a good reason for that. It has become an insane three-way race there with 104 points, with Falcons, Vitality, and Vicious right on top of each other, but so close to Na'Vi that Na'Vi has to now decide, do we go for the long shot Cinderella story, or do we defend our position?
The funny thing is, we were talking about it in the backstage, right? The fact that this Na'Vi roster, actually, when they are functioning at the very highest level, sometimes you see them functioning at a higher level than Virtus Pro. They can string together back-to-back wins if needs be, so they could be a Cinderella story here.
Their highest highs are some of the highest we've seen in the game.
In
if
PUBG.
all activated all at the same time, that could be amazing. We just saw some amazing performances out of Ferris. That's also why we've been moved into a more frag-heavy role. And if they all activate at the same time, we know it's possible. But they need 18 points in this game to be able to steal it away from Virtus Pro in the last one.
For me, this is a manifestation of the changes in PUBG. Each of the teams, 3 big changes this year. Na'Vi adds Boostic, Virtus Pro adds Corexi, Falcons, they add Gustav. All of them showing their impact here at this event, how big a deal one player can be.
A lot of EMEA power in that sentence you just said there, Toffees.
I'm not I accept
We'll let you
this.
talk about that.
I accept this. I think EMEA, you guys are sending some people out, doing what you need to do. The training has been good, but I think this also speaks to the power of the scrims in your region.
Yeah,
the fact that they're preparing for these events with some of the best teams in the world. It's not lost on me that NA says, oh, we're double blocking with EMEA whenever they're prepping for an event.
Yeah, it happens a lot, and we obviously, there are scrims across the world, but EMEA is definitely really a hotbed for those kinds of things. Nobody's going to be, unless something insane happens, nobody's going to be taking this away from VP. But as Toffees mentions here, Avenger, with so much money on the line elsewhere, it becomes so precarious to try and hit Virtus Pro where it hurts, or hit challenges to get second place. There's hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line.
They are, and there's a 3-way tie on 3rd, 4th, and 5th place, and 104 points. We're talking $100,000 difference from 5th to the 3rd place. So everything's on the line in the last 2 games.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time to head to the penultimate game here as we get it going. So without further ado, let's head to the commentators.
Let's go!
PUBG Esports, we've got a ton to look at in this last game. Can VP take the chicken dinner, close it out? Can Na'Vi get the points they need to break the threshold and maybe steal it away in the last game? The 3-way tie with so much at stake right now. Hundreds of thousands of dollars, prize pools galore that we're talking about, but let's not forget the club championship. Vitality, Falcons in the hunt in a big way, and you can hear this audience loving what Vitality is doing today.
Yeah, absolutely. That game got the Vitality fans fired up. It got the drums banging there in the stands. They have been non-stop since that one, and you'll love to see it. So we'll see if Vitality can continue on this warpath, or if a team like Falcons, like Na'Vi, is going to be able to start running away with some more points to give themselves a better chance at something. And again, it basically needs to be back-to-back wins for Na'Vi to have any chance to shut Virtus Pro down.
Falcons need to find something, man. It has been an absolute miserable, terrible day coming up from them. Everybody is now just coming up tied, nipping at their heels back behind all of this. So much opportunity for everybody else, as it feels like Falcons have sand slipping through their fingers as every game just can't find anything.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's just one of those things where, for some reason, today it just hasn't been clicking. You know, their team fights have looked a little anemic. They haven't really been able to get those moments that I'm used to seeing them, where they're, even though they're running around the edge like they normally do, they're not able to find those moments, the third party to capitalize. You know, a lot of teams have been kind of putting them into bad positions, being really diligent about watching their flanks themselves. Everybody kind of tightening the screws here for the final day. And that's definitely giving Falcons a lot of trouble.
It's all about superstar time. Circle pops real far down to the south. The entirety, southeastern 50% near on entirely open except for Myth over there. Got Shadow going to stretch over, but as I was talking about with Superstar Time, whenever we look at VP, Na'Vi, Vitality, Falcons, VC, there's a lot on the table for that. And let's not even forget, just a couple of points, with that 3-team stack in third place, DK and T1, as well as Gen G, have now started nipping at the heels. Gen G is managing to find a way to really turn this around. These squads are only about 10-ish points away, as well as Twisted Minds, from trying to get into that third place position.
Yeah, and it's really important just to get up into 8th place, so you get at least some, club championship points. So for Twisted Minds, they're 1 point behind Gen G. They would like to leapfrog ahead of them, and Gen G, same kind of level importance to stay ahead of Twisted Minds. And even though they've been playing pretty well today, with those 3 Korean teams stacked up in the middle there, who knows? Anything could be possible.
Big call out right now as it is going to be Spiro way down to the south, away from the rest of his squad. Got control over the center of the circle to start. Na'Vi's trying to give themselves the position off the get-go to take control over this game because they know it's got to be big. If they want first, they have to have a massive game. They've got to get kills. They've got to make it into the later stages. And then maybe they could swoop in and take it in the last game. But it's also, we've got that looming VP. You mentioned it. They're usually good for 1 chicken dinner a day. And now we're getting into their more comfort maps.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you heard Ibby talk about it during his interview. Like, even though, Nixie tried to call his shot that they'd win it on Miramar, and they were darn close. These are their 2 better maps, he feels like, and I tend to agree with him, that, they're a very solid Tego team. They're a very good Aragel team. So looking towards them getting the win on this map potentially, or that if we get to the next map and nobody else has hit the threshold, that it just doesn't matter.
Oh, Hakatori finds one off the start, and it's Kamal's. Do they get the flush, or are they going to make the
is he going to chase him?
I mean, that's going to be a bit more of a bold push up the hillside. Boostic's over there. Remember, this is going to be Feyris coming in back behind it all. This was that center control position that we saw a second ago. It also has supervision over the res beacon, so it gives you an opportunity to go for a couple of kills as people are going for reses. Kamal's does get thrown into the car, and it looks like Shadow's going to try to get away. I don't think that Spiro can get on top of the hill in time to get the vision, and that was almost 1 more point for Na'Vi when they needed more.
He didn't have the comfort there to rush out of the compound to go for the grenade throw. Yeah, because the rest of Shadow was over on the other flank, so they would have been able to cut him off if he had tried. So well positioned there by Shadow to keep their player alive. And Na'Vi, everybody else in the lobby, going to be very happy that they're not able to claim that point. As again, it needs to be 18 points in this game alone for Na'Vi just to have a shot in the final game. That's what they need here on Tego.
We're probably not going to talk about VP for too long here, as they don't seem to make an entrance into the circle until about 2 or 3. They're trying to avoid all that center jockeying for position firefighting. Then they just watch, figure out where the firefights are, and then they just kind of squeeze their way in the right
best way for them, otherwise everyone just comes at them.
Costing them. One player, often Lucarux, and they rotate early, so they've been coming in as a 3-man in the later stages, but they're still getting into that late stage time and time again to make sure if this comes down to points, they got tons of space to work with.
No, for sure. I mean, it is kind of the name of the game right now. It's just trying to get there. We already saw that Team Liquid doing some damage early. Now
he's got away with this. They're not even hitting him.
It's been a bit of a slow roll today for VC as well. They haven't had
shocking by TL.
As bad of a day as Falcons, but it hasn't been the best, that's for sure. They looked confident and aggressive early, but since then we've been kind of not hearing much but whispers from the Vicious team as they are just going to try to reroute, go a little bit wider of Liquid. So for Liquid, kind of job done here because you're able to keep VC from cutting out of your rotation path.
Na'Vi's got that 2-2 split, center of the circle, feels pretty good. They just shoot away Shadow a moment ago. Myth is going to be down to their southeast, but there's this problem that happens whenever you do have do-up center control in a position like they're playing with that 2-2 split. You can cover each other, but not a lot of people are going to be making really dedicated pushes to kind of close the gap on you. That means that while you've got center control for later stages, it's going to be harder to get those kills later on, as Myth, the squad that we had massive expectations for, starting to find a little bit more onto Calories, but this is just off of center.
Yeah, this is on the south side here. Cam was very wide split, and there's just no helping poor Calories. I mean, Hongaf and Tanvu are in Songam basically, so there's just no hope of getting here anytime soon. Myth going to come through that relatively cleanly as long as a red zone doesn't unfortunately land on one of our players, as they will run on over there, scoop up whatever extra loot is to be found. VC has made their way through. They're actually ahead of Team Liquid now. Liquid went to the way western coast to kind of watch, maybe try to set up another camp, but VC ahead of the curve and are going to be ahead of Liquid.
VP coming into the circle, gonna find territory galore in front of them. Wide out, fine. I think that we might have had Gen G over into the west, maybe gone for an emergency pickup, but they didn't opt into taking it, so they're going to be going a bit more on that western approach as well. So the hillsides are going to be very much in the control of Twisted over into the northeast, Myth more down into the south, and then we've got the Songam hospital positions that a lot of people are going to be playing. Control area over in the west is going to be a lot harder to deal with. That's going to be where VC, AGAL, as well as Team Liquid most likely making their approach. That's going to have a nice setup moving into Hosan that's pretty flat. So whenever we look at the hillside positionings for Full Sense and T1 like we're talking about, they're going to have good control on angles of approach for these squads, so it's going to make them have to take a much longer rep, maybe even down to Songam in that general vicinity.
Yeah, could be, for sure. I mean,
Wicked news.
Once again, as they are starting to settle in up on this northern edge, do have 17 and T1 within spitting distance, and you can see Lucarux has been shot at a few times here and there, but he's just using this to get some info, pop a tire, make life a little bit more uncomfortable for 17 in that compound across their way. It's just slow and steady, kind of wins the race here for VP, and I suppose if you get into a position where you're close enough to Na'Vi, you see them in the kill feed, you could just dial in on them and ruin their day. I mean, that is well within the realm of possibility and something they very well should do, in my opinion, if they're afforded that opportunity. I was kind of curious if maybe they were going to try a rotation trap or something, but didn't even bother. They're just going to play their game, and I think that's generally how teams approach PUBG esports as we get later and further into events.
Falcons going to go ahead and have Gustav down to the south. They're going to get themselves a compound. Feels pretty good. Crex is going to be taking shots Vitality after their big come up in the last game. We've got to be careful. VP also had a mortar prep. The circle pops, does go that Na'Vi Myth positioning. Myth's going to have the high side of the hill with a lot more control on it. Falcons just getting control of the compound is going to feel really good. But notice T1, Full Sense, Shadow all kind of stacked on top of each other. 17 going to be the gatekeeper of the north, where it's going to be VP and Vitality trying to find a game for themselves. On approach to the west, it's going to be a Gen G, getting pretty close to VC. So a lot of these squads that are tied up at 104 right now probably not going to stay that way for too much longer.
T1's found a nice path. Oh, that was not so nice. Ran into something there, and that's going to be a flipped car. That's a real problem right now for Reigning and EN. And there's a knock up here onto Heather. This is a disaster for T1.
And that is Na'Vi.
That's not good.
Knock and a flush.
Oopsie.
Nade's going to be rolling down. Goes a bit too far. Should get some damage, but not flush. So T1 players just 2 up, now trapped in the valley, in a crossfire, Twisted on one side of it, Shadow on the other. This is not going to feel good, and this is just destruction looming. The only benefit is that Na'Vi is trying to keep control over the territory around them and not letting Twisted Minds go for this. Shadow is going to be the one that gets more aggression on the side, but I think that they're a bit afraid of the positioning coming up from Twisted, so they don't want to go for it either. Somehow T1's just kind of surviving this.
Yeah, you can see Shadow just had to kind of circle the wagons a little bit, make some noise to kind of thwart Na'Vi potentially from trying to backstab them or something. I'm not sure what pressure they were feeling, but yeah, this is not what you want to see if you're Gen G. And that's a great re-knock instantly by Perfectix. More shots raining in towards EN. You can see here, Twisted Minds wants these points. They need these points. They know it, and Perfectix is landing big grenades.
Follow-up bounce could be big. How's it going to land? Right on the side.
Perfect.
There you go. Twisted finds another on a climb of their own.
Now we got a point in that, or 2 points actually.
T1. Now with those 2 kills, Twisted just 1 point behind.
16 points to go for Na'Vi.
Back into that top 8. Those precious points for the club championship going to be in their grasp.
They get into
making a wide route.
the range.
I mean, they are
136 required.
The eastern edge, basically. This is a lot of space. Now, they do have 17 making a wide wrap behind them, so that could be something that could turn into an issue depending on what exactly 17 ends up doing.
Those guys have been shooting at each other for a while, so I think that 17 saw their rotate. VP is going to have some decent high ground on it, so 17 might opt a little bit more over the cross around boots on size, something else like that, be a bit spicier. Vitality not having the easiest of rotation, though. They are going to be moving pretty close to Full Sense. Even if they bypass Full Sense, that's going to put them next to AGAL, maybe even VC.
Yeah, VC just trying to get a little bit of information of their own, but Full Sense going to be watching Vitality wrap around their western edge. So Vitality actually, if they cut in, they're going to run into AGAL, and that might be exactly what it's about to happen. They're driving right towards their compound.
Yep, and no good options means the fact that at least Destroy was already inside of his vehicle. VP's got so much space to play. The new circle pops and it goes down to the south. Team Liquid's going to feel really great about that. Gen G running a 2-2 split. pretty fine. Everybody's going to hop the vehicles. Time to rotate, and that wide wrap coming up from 17 going around Buksun Sa means that they could actually be timing this and bumping into VP at the worst opportunity. This is going to be really close.
Yeah, so 17 opted to absorb some blue damage to make the wider wrap, the faster wrap, the better timing on the pre-rotate. VP was circling around using their high ground for vision. They're going to be cutting into each other relatively soon, potentially. It looks like VP doesn't want to fully commit to this. Just kind of like a naval battle brewing. Falcons as well kind of shooting into that fight. Here we go.
Well, a longer wrap to the south, but it could give you a compound that's free, but it feels like 17 wants to go for the hillside stop. That's going to open up more movement for VP to continue on their path to the south, but it's going to be under duress from 17's positioning. It looks like 17 has found that compound. They're going to go ahead and stop off there. That's going to feel pretty good. AGAL is doing a long wrap on the other side of it. Navi's bumped into Twisted. There's a knock on both sides of this as 3 players still up for Navi. Can't quite seem to find where the other Twisted players are at, but Batulin seems like he has an idea on where 1 is. Cooking the nade, going to toss it out. Does he get the knock? Yes, Boost It goes down.
That's massive for Twisted and devastating for Navi. Batulin's going to find another one here. It's actually Example who got the knock.
Shadow, Jacob on the other side, starting to try to find angles on it. Twisted. That's going to allow Ferris to try to escape, but there's nowhere to go. He just has to run away from the circle to the north. Shadow's going to try to play on the side, but Batulin's
are the winners.
That was a decent grenade there. Caught quite a bit of damage, but Setsuna just letting loose with its stuns. It doesn't matter. It doesn't bother.
VP is sending it. Because they know. They know.
Just runs into the face of Tanvu, goes for it, but Hong F holds the line well. He goes down in the end, but BB, the last one up, has to drop to his belly. Shots popping.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. They know. They know they've won.
Okay. I don't know that it's going to make too much of a difference at this point. They're able to take down Gam. Gen G almost getting some points for themselves. They actually don't collect anything out of all of that. That's devastating for them. Now they're turning their attention towards Duckmai, who's stuck out in the open. I mean, he's just dead. There's just no hope. He is finito. And Salute looking back towards his other side. He needs a little bit of help here. I mean, Gen G still so spread out. Soul trying to find a new angle.
Yeah, there's not much to be done. I mean, this is a great position for VC. At least managing to take it away from Gen G gives him a bit more position towards the center. Falcon's been watching this. Gustav taking a couple of shots on the side of VC right now. Team Liquid's running a wide wrap down south. It's full 2-1-1. Vitality's got a couple players in Songam, and Gedrock's leading in just to the south of Gen G. So with this, it's going to open up more kind of awkwardness, I would say, into the north, where Example still the last one alive for Twisted. Right as they touch that point 95, I think they managed to tie it up, but it feels like Jacob is on the hunt. Yeah, Baron's taking a couple of shots. If not, Setsuna's going to try to find it. Poor Twisted is just stuck here in a bad spot as the circle pops, and it feels really good for Team Liquid.
Ferris went into hiding mode, and he did tag up Baron a little bit up there. Example as well, having to stop the heal. Baron is going to be knocked in either by the blue or by Ferris. Looks like it is the blue that gets that. Example just trying to claim what he can, and he will take that point away. Every point so crucial for Twisted Minds, and here's this crash again.
Just jumps out. I mean, poor Tanvu, what are you going to do? He needed to hit the shots on the approach, doesn't get the knocks, and Hong F at least manages to get something back at what was a pretty bad situation if you really look at it. But Example, I think, starting to spot out more of the myth players, and you know this guy is always going to be hungry. And now, yeah, Twisted's at 96 with that last flush that managed to pop, but touching distance of our 104s, but not there yet. Nobody on the three-way tie at 104 has found a point yet.
That's crazy. I was just noticing that too. I was like, geez, it's donuts across those 3 teams. And to make matters worse for VC, they've already lost a player. Hello, my bad. Time for the mortars. Those are long-range mortars. I think, yeah, nobody's there. I'm not exactly sure if this is a kind of setup for a future rotation potentially. You do see teams do that a lot, where they're going to try to create dips ahead of time. Or if they maybe thought that somebody was chilling in that forest, but we'll have to wait and see exactly how it turns out. Yeah, Example gone.
This circle's just kind of screwy. Everything's already been claimed on it. Myth making the run across the circles, left to Jacob behind. He's just kind of trapped over here. He's got Shadow down below him, but Shadow's got to try to get in the circle. It's going to be Falcons trying to keep out. Gen G on the other side with a good angle of approach onto it. With a long shift down, Myth is going to be able to spot out what's going on. Full Sense, AGAL, and 17 all jockeying for position down at the south because there's nowhere to really go. So I guess AGL is just going to send it after Full Sense.
Overall.
Sure, why not? I mean, you're playing for every point you can get at this point, so got to do what you can as Full Sense, I suppose. You got 17 cutting through. explosions galore, grenades, mortars, everything getting involved. You can see 17 wanting to try to do something about this. More mortars on the way. Hello, my bad. Just gonna prone it out and pray that he's able to dodge these. That one got awfully close.
Closer and closer by the second, but if they can manage to survive, that's really all they want to do at this point. This is going to be a very open circle. Once you get out of the, I guess, the middle of the circle itself, circle does pop and it moves more into that open section that Falcons has control over. VC on that hillside also very, very strong. EK with Myth on top of each other. That's just going to be a bit more of a standoff, but really it comes down to the south where AGAL, 17, as well as Team Liquid's regrouping could be an issue. And for me, it's going to be, can Gen G continue to find more kills off of this? Because there is, I mean, Gen G is just getting every single point that they can off of kills. They don't believe in placement points anymore.
No, they barely. Well, it feels like sometimes they're just not able to get there. They're just relying on Soul to go crazy for them and get them a couple team fight wins here and there. But Vitality does find their res, and they do find a little bit of safety. Speaking of Soul there, he is getting the knock on to Shadow. That's actually opening the door here for Falcons to make a push. On the other side, the problem for Gen G is they are still dealing with Vicious.
Vicious hasn't found anything yet, just Tycon the last one up. Trying to get some nades over on the other side of this, but Gen G is taking a lot of damage on their walk into point. Gotta be careful, Bean almost goes down, but manages to cling to life. Nades now starting to rain down on top of Tycon, but he's just doing a little bit of a do-si-do around the tree. That's enough to keep him alive. Somehow, all these nades from Soul keep landing next to him, getting the damage, but this is opening up more space for Team Liquid. It's Cowboy looking like he's trying to get involved, while the rest of Team Liquid are taking shots onto 17 and Vitality.
Yeah, you can see Bean just looking for this opportunity. They're just going to drive right into Tycon here. They're doing a lot of damage to him. They're going to try to go for something crazy. They do end up getting him. D finds it, but he actually took down Soul as well in the process, so 2 players down for Gen G. Liquid could capitalize.
I think he got bounced off by the car while they were trying to come into the rock. But here's Falcons. They see the opportunity, and they've got to go. They found multiple kills on it, so getting some distance away from that cut line finally at 104. Vitality in trouble ahead of them. They got more points to be had in front. D, balls of steel, just going to go ahead and commit into the res. Doesn't care about the explosions around him.
Yeah, not much choice there. He has to go for that res and try to get his big fragger back into the fight, but yeah, nobody home for that spray for kick. There's a smoke there as well. D going to try to reposition behind the pony. I think the Falcons may have gotten an eye on that potentially, depending on the angle underneath that hill that they could see peeking over. D and Soul on the edge, so they're okay. That pony, a potential bailout. Meanwhile, people are dying everywhere.
Vitality needs points. They need to survive this. Levante goes down. 17's just got too many players up and alive. But playing around the Doritos, trying to make something big happen. Hello, my bad, finally does fall. Only 1 player still up for 17 and got to commit to those reses fast because Team Liquid wants something.
Come on,
Falcons. Eyes back on to second place with Na'Vi going down. 5 kills already. They've got control of the north. They still haven't been able to take care of Gen G yet, though.
Yeah, this would be a great opportunity for Falcons. They've got 4 up. They're one of only 2 teams that can boast that right now, and they are not going to fully commit to this fight just yet. Frags coming through, still looking for their opportunity, their moment, but the high ground favoring Gen G temporarily. It will eventually leave them as Phase 6 has shifted away from this fight ever so slightly, and that means that a lot of smokes and other things are going to have to be used here by Gen G to somehow, some way get in.
I like this from Falcons. They didn't overcommit into Gen G. It would have been nice if you got those kills, but they knew that the circle was going to pop soon. Instead, try to keep control over the north because Khan has already moved up for DK. Opportunity for them. He's now, DK is sitting at 103. Gen G back behind it at 100. So a lot of squads trying to make more of a climb up on this one. As Team Liquid's got Alo in the compound, feeling pretty good. DK with the control in the east, though, is really just going to be the only thing that they've got to work with. Falcons, you went from having control over the north to suddenly everything abandoning you in the circle, and now you've got just a little bit of a ridge line to play that's not going to feel good, and Gen G's still right on your doorstep.
Exactly, and it's going to be really important how this one shakes out, especially for Geeke and Falcons, considering where they're at in the leaderboards. I mean, who knows? Geeke could even shoot up to 4th, 3rd if things go their way as this rolls out. If they're able to rake in a bunch of kills, not the most likely scenario, but definitely something that to consider, I should say. Luke 12 finds the links, a nice pickup for him, but Falcons indeed, they would love to get this win here. They would love to give themselves that opportunity for second place. That that club championship.
And Team Liquid's on a bit of a come up today. I mean, it was not looking the best, so they're using the opportunity of nobody taking the chicken dinner and closing out Smash rules to just continue to try to find a way to climb up. Just now 1 point back behind Full Sense, and then there's a spattering of squads in front of them, including Myth, and maybe even climbing up next to 17, depending on how this goes, because they're the only ones that got anything good in this circle, let's be honest. Everybody else is pretty much playing edge. They've got a compound, but they're also kind of stuck in there. If they keep taking the shots, Team Liquid, and forcing GK to the north, that kind of works out for them, but it also means that while they could win the game, they're going to get less kills due to Falcons and GK being on top of each other.
Yeah, I mean, I love this view from Gustav's perspective because you can see why all these teams are forced to the outside. It's just a valley that funnels in towards Liquid's compound. Here we go again, trying to eliminate Gen.G, and that's a good one from Kick. Going to combine there onto D, trying to respond is Soul.
Soul and a Panzerfaust, that's scary. You know he wants more off the side of it. Tig knows where he's at. Trimsy going down with that bit of an explosion. Also going to throw off pacings for Falcon. Gustav taking a lot of damage. DK making a more concerted effort onto Team Liquid, using the opportunity on the top, but Kickstart can't get the knock.
Should be able to finish it, I would think, here with this frag. Soul goes for the Panzer, gets some damage in. The grenade goes just a bit too far. Panzer may have been well timed enough to kind of keep it from being placed exactly where it needed to. So Soul offered an opportunity to heal, but another frag in right behind his feet. Thank God he's prone.
I mean, Soul just a single man soloing up against the Falcons right now to see if he can find any more points for his team. Just 3 to try to catch up to GK, but remember, GK's got a great position in the circle for the time being. New circle has popped, and it's gone, of course, Team Liquid sided, and moving into that very open section. Hillside is abandoned, so the longer Soul stays over here, the worse Falcons are in because they can't leave. Yeah, he's just screwing them over.
Exactly what I was just about to say. I not only in terms of time and placement, but also util. They've had to dump so much at him to try to displace him.
Oh my God!
I
nice
thought
he was about to run out and get a knock on them in the worst time. Soul finally goes down, the raid boss himself. Now, Falcons, you're the only squad that's got to go into the circle. Have fun with that.
Yeah, it's not ideal for the Falcons. They do have a lot of vehicles to toy with, so they can at least, set up some kind of fortifications. There isn't a ton to work with, though. You can see one of these rocks that GK's already taken, kind of one of the few things that you would really want to be eyeing in this circle. They're going to make a go for it anyway, and they're going to lose a tire on the way in just to make matters worse.
Right off the start. I mean, they have a couple options, right? So that's pretty good. Now just 5 points behind Na'Vi. This is a very pivotal game for Falcons. I mean, talked about it. I think it's second to third's $100,000 difference. So 5 points right now, very big. If you can get more, all the better. GK, get ready. You're about to have to defend. It's the Falcons running right into your face. They got Panzerfaust ready to go. Gustav connects. Songjung goes down. Quick jump out. Gustav's got goals, but 2 players down for the Falcons. Can they take down GK? It's going to be a con one side and still holding up.
That was a beautiful push, but that's a better grenade. EJ takes down the Falcons, and GK hangs on. What is the response going to be from Liquid, if any? There's so much comfort in this compound. They're going to start pushing out towards a con.
Okay, Con's got to hold back. Create enough time for EJ to get this res onto Park Pro. Smoke's are starting to come out. Luke 12 is going to go to the north side. Look over where the duo's at with the rocks. It's a nice split coming, but Khan gets a knock onto Alo. That makes it a lot more complicated. We're back into a 3v3.
Oh, and man, EJ had an opportunity there. Got to be careful. That Lynx on the off angle going to be really tricky for GK. Could be the difference maker here for Team Liquid, as they are going to have to lick their wounds and recover. But only 2 shots left in this Lynx. Still have that level 3 gear and the AUG behind it, though, for Luke. Quite a few stuns as well. So this is very nice positioning for now for Liquid. They just can't afford to lose Luke here.
But Falcons dying to GK has now put, if GK can somehow win this, them right back behind the Falcons and has opportunity to steal that 3rd place position away from them. GK, though, has to have a Herculean effort in front of them. They do have control over the east, but Team Liquid still has a nice hillside. They've got compounds and control over the west. Everything's going to be coming down to center dot, which is kind of in between both. Luke 12's just got to stay alive on this rock. He's the guy, odd man out on the side, going up against 2, while Khan is going to be going up against Cowboy and Purdy Curdy to the south.
Park Pro doing his darndest. You're going to bleed out some of that util. The follow-up from EJ. Just too far, but that's a good one. Park Pro, 3 grenades, ends up taking down Luke 12.
Makes it feel a lot more opportunity for GK. They've got the rock. They can look over. They can't really deal with Luke 12 down below him, feeding information still, and the rest of Team Liquid can counter move around that. Kurt just looking up into Geeky, and the two players now up. They've lost their high ground positioning that we saw them playing from a moment ago. Now it is just the compound that they've been stuck in for so long. Can the duo do it, or can Geeky try to catch up to the Falcons?
Well, now the percentages are favoring Geeky. They've got great positioning. They've got the control over the center of the circle, which means eventually Purdy Curdy Cowboy going to have to leave the safety of the compound to try to make their way through. And you can see it is a lot of flat nothingness. Kurt only takes a minor amount of damage here. No need to try to flush Luke. He's dead. There's no hope for the rest of Team Liquid to get to him. And EJ has been instrumental. A bunch of kills, 8 total for Geeky, 4 for EJ. And if people don't remember, EJ used to be one of the best players in Korea. He was on that Afrika Freaks team in the early 2020s, and he was insane.
There's 2 different factors that we need to look at right now. Team Liquid knows they're kind of screwed. They might sacrifice this over to Blue. That said, they're presently tied with Myth. They need all the points that they can get. They want to try to climb up a little bit more, because at the bottom of the leaderboard, it's just been bouncing around everywhere over there. That could potentially give them a more of an upswing in the next game to start going after 17 or something else, because yes, Team Liquid has been playing pretty good today, so there is still opportunity in front of them. But if they sacrifice out 2 points, it'll make it easier for the Falcons. If they opt into going for it, it makes it easier for themselves. Khan's going to go down blue zone. He was kind of trapped over there, but he's in the same precarious position that we can see Team Liquid having play from. There's just nowhere to go. There's no cover, no anything in front of them.
Yeah, and Liquid's happy to play out. You know, 1 point will put them ahead of Myth, put them into 11th, so that's extra money in the bank, so definitely going to make a go for it. EJ sensing their movement, a great blue zone timing. He's going to try to follow it up with a frag, has 1 more available. It's pretty good. Didn't get the knock, though.
Almost off the backboard. EJ, you got another one. How's the angle on it? That's going to be a little bit too far. Kurt not feeling good about it, that corner wall. The only thing providing safety as the smokes go down. It does deny some of the vision for Geeky as well. Doing a little bit of a hop, seeing if they can spot anything, throw stuns, throw anything to throw off the timings, because yes, center dot control is Geeky's. It's going to be on Team Liquid to fight their way out. They're leaving the walls. Nothing else to be had. Park Pro's got the rock, but he doesn't have the angle. The tree making a bit too much. Shots come out from EJ, though. Cowboy goes down. Kurt the last one up. What can he do? This position is terrible. Geeky's got it all on lock.
Yeah, the stuns here could be the finisher. Purdy Curdy still going to go for the peaks, but that's allowed EJ to get to the tree. Park Pro going to line up behind him. Kurt's going to have to go huge. He's already pinned up, and he's down. It's Geeky going to take game 5 of the day.
Big game for Geeky, getting those kills, getting the win. Going to put him in touching distance of Falcons.
Yeah, that was a huge moment for them. They are now sniffing that top 3, that podium finish. And they have been feeling it these last couple of days. They are only 1 point behind the Falcons now.
Okay, because what do we need moving into our last game? More craziness looking at this leaderboard, because while you mentioned it in the last game, VP, comfy cozy. They're in a great position. There's tons of space behind them. We didn't see anybody really get to the cut threshold, so it's just going to be about chasing that second, third place positions and who can have the big come-up game.
1 second. Oh, we've crashed. Give me a sec, guys. Yeah, mate.
OG and Entus Ace teams, absolutely a stellar player, and he has led another team to another phenomenal finish.
Oh man, this is going to be crazy going into the end of it. Falcons starting to find some pretty decent successes inside that last game. Might give them some bit more motivation, vitality coming off that last game. The one before this one, big come up for them. The audience, you got to be honest, there's a lot of Vitality fans here right now. A lot of the guys that are coming in, watching for the club championships. We've got that we've got to keep an eye on. We've got prize pools that we've got to keep an eye on. Oh man, this is going to be crazy.
It is. I mean, I can't wait. This last game is going to be really pivotal towards a lot of things that are going to happen, not just here in our final standings for PUBG Battlegrounds, but also for the club championship.
I feel so bad for Team Liquid. They finally started to find something today. If they had done anything similar to this in those first couple of days, they would have been so much better of a position up on top. Geeky getting it when they need it. 21 points. Falcons back behind it, finding the kills. 13 to keep some distance. But Team Liquid with 11, 17 with 9. Myth with 9 means a lot of our middle of the pack squads trying to find something. Of course, Genji finds a ton of kills.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because they were able to get deeper into that game than normal, and they circumnavigated Twisted Minds again, so they're ahead of them on the standings again. So that's something to keep track of.
Okay, get ready, guys. One left. Tons of dreams still on the table. Who can clutch it up when they need to? We'll get ready for our last game right now.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Everybody, Poor Source here, and I am here to talk to a couple of members from Virtus Pro to figure out what the best strategies to survive if you found yourself in a PUBG type situation. Well, we had some fans that gave answers, and we're going to rank those answers based on how well these guys think they would work. So let's start off with this. Tactical pack plus tons of first aid kits, EMT, hide and do fast heals in the blue until zone endgame. Blue zone until endgame.
Let me read it again.
Go ahead.
This would not work.
Not anymore.
Because it doesn't work outside the zone.
Exactly. EMT
So not effective whatsoever. You're putting it all the way at the bottom. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I like this one. Find some adrenaline and pills and then hope for a glider.
Ooh.
Just
Glider
Is
would
the
be
pilot
bad.
low-key?
If he's a good pilot, it could be better.
What is it?
I mean, you
Maybe
survive
it beats
for a
you?
while.
Yeah.
I think beats you is okay.
Yeah.
We like it.
I just hope you don't find Tiggletons. He's gonna down.
All right. I'd be prone and not moving unless the blue zone was tickling my feet.
That's a good strat.
I feel like
If it's all about surviving, I think it's
I've seen a certain somebody be very successful using that strat in the past.
Low-key A, no?
Yeah, I would say.
Better than glider.
Yeah.
We put that above glider. I like
Yeah.
I'm just hiding until the very end, lol. I'm playing foe the win.
Okay, now we need to be strategic, though.
Yeah, now you're running out of
Because,
slots.
like,
Yeah.
can we move around?
No. You're stuck.
I mean, we have to put C now.
Put a C and then we figure out what next is.
Yeah. Not a bad tech.
It's not the worst, though.
Yeah, it's not the worst.
They're not as good as glider. Golden pickaxe equipped. Left click, left click, left click, left click.
That's
left
for
click,
sure.
left
That's it.
Yeah.
Get digging.
Yeah.
Get digging.
Just get digging.
Yeah.
You hide the leg in.
Put it in the middle.
Like your own bunga.
That's actually the first time we've seen that at S tier. Okay. Last one. Dropping school and dying within 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah.
This might be the best tier list made to humanity.
Honestly, I feel pretty good about this.
Yeah.
I feel like this might be one of our better ones. Well, there you go. Guys, if you find yourself in a PUBG type situation, follow this tier list provided by the gentlemen at Virtus Pro, and you will be sure to come out ahead.
VP might not end up finding that golden pickaxe, but at the end they will end up finding that gold trophy, because right now absolutely nobody's gonna catch him. It is VP that is gonna end up winning, but we gotta talk about everything else that's going on within that leaderboard, because Geekay, that is their second chicken dinner today, and they have now pushed themselves up even higher on the leaderboard. And when we start talking about money, if you're in 4th place, guess what? That's gonna be a nice jump up of 134,000. Before this one, they were in 6th place. That was 74,000, so 60K plus. Woo!
They're almost making what I'm making for this event. You know?
Damn, son.
Pretty good.
Good for you.
No, but I have to say, I mean, that is a massive amount of money, again, just for a few jump ups in position. And you want to talk about jumping up in position. Team Liquid decided that they were going to show up today, and they went all the way from last place up to 12. So they are also making their climb still with 1 game left I'd say 8th place is within striking distance for those boys.
16 points away from them. Yeah, they would have to hope that a lot of those squads that are currently ahead of them won't end up doing anything. Twisted will get eliminated. So yeah, I think, you know what, there is a chance that could end up happening. Falcons though, Falcons finally waking up here, Lace, being able to recover and getting some points, making sure that they stop sliding.
Yeah, I mean, they had like a great sort of fight against Shadow Esports, sorry, Seven, then setting their sights on Gen G, who were just in contention before, but I don't know, yeah, if you would have heard me in the green room, obviously this 4v2 against Soul and D, I was just like, just push them! And look, they did play it a little bit slower and safer, which I did feel like kind of stopped their rotation into zone, because look, I'm going to have to get someone's opinion on this, but the drive-by straight into Geekay, I mean, they were being able to take down a couple, but I don't see what the plan was there when they had that whole entire side to themselves.
Sometimes you just got to send, man. Sometimes you got to go out
that's a W key, was it?
See what you can come up with.
Makes sense.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, like, there's a lot to talk about in terms of who did well, but VP has just dominated everybody, okay? This idea that they're, I think, unassailable. This feels like a victory lap right now, Godspeed. There's no way to stop them.
Yeah, I mean, it must be an incredible feeling to go into the last game knowing you're a champion.
Yep.
I mean, and then knowing you've won life-changing money.
Yep.
You've also won an incredible amount of points for your club. I mean, what an absolute banger of an event. The VP boys 100% deserve this victory.
It's also been a signal to the entire ecosystem.
Yes.
Because remember, there's still half a year to play in a lot of ways.
Exactly,
So for some of these teams to look and be like, oh my gosh, Virtus Pro is that powerful. That Curexy pickup was so good. This is where they are right now. Teams like Myth, teams like Twisted Minds, our defending champions, have slid all the way to 8th place, something that none of us really ever expected. It's not even like a good 8th. It's like a really frustrating 8th. You know what I mean? So I think that this has been a huge rude awakening for some of the best teams in the world, that the game is changing and it's time for us to do so as well.
And talking about the club championship, Falcons got eliminated in the STC arena. So Falcons, you need this club championship points here at PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26 from the Korea City Grid Arena. With their squads, honestly, VP, they've been playing like they knew they were going to win. Not just this past match, not just this match. They've been playing the whole time like that. I got to talk about Gen G, because Gen G needs to finish in top 8 here.
Okay.
They have been able to push themselves up. They started the day in 9th place. If they get themselves in a top 8 finish here, they will become club championship available.
Gen G doesn't have to finish top 8.
Are we ready for the final game? It's coming up very shortly.
Steve is right on the money. He's basically been
We're setting up the computers now.
and streaming throughout this whole
The final game
He's got a Gen G shaped back
of EWC 2026. And we already know who the winner is. It's VP. Can they get a win in the final game to show why they won the tournament? And Falcons, can they finish in second? They had a great last game. Let's hope they can do it and finish in second.
Match. I want to give a huge shout out to just production, everybody that was able to make everything possible with the roaming sets when we got a chance to do something amazing from the Eiffel Tower. Shout out to Godspeed, Lace, Toffees, and myself as we're going to the final game. Who's going to be able to finish in second place, third place? We know VP is going to win it. This is PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26, the final match.
One match to go, and we're sending it over to Erangel for what is to be the Virtus Pro victory lap. Fantastic performance from them from the start to the finish, but there's still so much left to play for here, Avenger. I am Porosaurus, and we are going to figure out who is going to finish second, who is going to finish third. But at the end of the day, we know who's finishing in first.
15 other teams. And 4 happy faces on your 64-player cameras here. Some are nervous, some have big expectations, and someone has everything on the line in the last one here. Sure, Virtus Pro is going to have a victory lap here. That might have an impact. Some other teams might go in and have fun with it. Let's see how everything approaches, as we are going from the northeast to the southwest. A very easy and peaceful playing path for this last game. This VP does not get hot dropped or change their location. They let all the other teams to fight it out and duke it out for that second, third, and fourth place, where we have 300, 200, and 100.
Are we going to see any hot drops? I don't think we are for the final game. There's too much to play for, so that's good. Come on, Falcons. Give Falcons the circle.
Life-changing money.
Virtus Pro, yeah, say it's sort it out yourself, essentially.
Have fun with it. Let's see how it happens. And a victory lap. A victory lap. It's going to be fun to see. Like, what do these guys play? Sure, dead center. And even with an Navi home turf circle like this, you cannot win if you get the 136 points in the game. So even with this here, even if they breach it, they would have to do it by sheer amount of points. So we're talking.
What would they need?
It's not going to happen.
27 kills and a win.
27 kills and wins on VP going out there. So it's not happening. Let's just rule it out here. It's not happening.
Well, they still could find themselves in second place overall, which, as we said, is a bunch of money, a bunch of club championship points for their team. Team Falcons, though, right behind them. Geek right behind them. And Vitality, the Vicious, both still sniffing around. If things go their way, they could find themselves jumping up. But what we know about Game 6s is that they tend to be a little bit kooky sometimes, especially when basically you got nothing else to lose, right? You're more likely to see teams take third, fourth party fights, fifth party fights, just to see if they can get a few more points and scooch them up a leaderboard just a little bit more.
Absolutely, and everything's on the line as well for that MVP standings, with Soul having 4 more kills than Nixie now. If I was VP, I would be helping my player Nixie to try to get as many possible kills in this one and get the most out of this game. Our shots come in though. Setsuna finds Songjang. He's driving through prison here to get escaped out of this situation. And sure, they're not inside this depth of the circle. The Shadow's actually driving in towards him as he's sliding in and around the Daza. This might be painful for Songjang as more damage is coming in. Shadow's trying to get him out. Jexy gets him though with the 4x Orc spray down on the GK player.
Songjang just could not find a way to get out of there. And to be fair, the rest of his team is down in Milta, so I'm not sure how he ended up in prison in the first place. Maybe got a little ambitious, but
that's usually what happens when you're in prison. You try to escape, someone's just gonna roll up on you and get you back.
The Shadow Sheriffs. Make sure they take him down. Well, EK 3 strong on the eastern side of this zone. Let's see Team Liquid take that pickup from South George. See where they decide to play. Once they get there, I imagine a logging camp probably pretty high on their priority list, as all the rest of our teams just slowly making their way in. Falcons still all the way on the west coast. Haven't really started creeping in just yet. They do have full sense just to their south though, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Make sure they avoid each other, while our, I guess we can, we don't want to call it just yet. We got to make sure we finish the game first before we give them their official titles.
Yeah, absolutely. Not until you have touched the trophy, you are a true champion. And look at us just sliding around in here. Of course, I mean, with Soul having 4 more kills, 9 more knocks, and just 200 and some damage behind Nixie, everything is still on the line from the MVP. And that's the ultimate title for a player to be able to get in some of these big tournaments here, especially for Esports World Cup. Having it be $25,000 for MVP to go alongside your total prize pool.
Well, that is a terrifying drop.
Mortar combat! Oh, red zone, never mind.
Oh, well, yeah. Kind of the same, right? Well, looks like Team Liquid will actually avoid that logging camp, and instead they'll find the nice little spot over here just off to the north of that shark fin location. Now, Halo does go a little bit farther east, a little bit closer to the bridge, so we'll keep an eye on that. Virtus Pro, meanwhile, looks like they've got a good enough foothold inside the zone. They've left Beamy behind. We'll see if he's able to rejoin as GAM is starting to make their rotation get a little bit close. But other than that, it seems like most of these teams avoiding each other. Well, not only a few shots being taken, and that might even just be peacocking more than anything.
And Vicious now might be rocking up with the BRDM. Tykins had an amazing performance so far, and I actually thought we heard the last of him, but with an arm for 17, that's going to be some fun time.
The arm, everything level 3, even a jammer pack, why not? 17. Hasn't been the best tournament for them, but they managed to rally in the closing days and themselves put themselves in a little bit more respectable position, and could even add to that as they are part of that log jam in the center of our teams on the leaderboard. Is Halo, unfortunately, gets caught out by Himas. AGAL, big wide split for them, and they get a little bit lucky there in finding young Alo.
Oh, here we go as well on the other side. GK fighting AGL. Delvin gets one low, gets a Khan down. Sololsi finds an 8 onto him, and that's GK out. But this is their tournament done here for Esports World Cup. AGL finally activating, jumps them up into 15th place. Not that it matters too much down at the bottom, but it's a couple of $1,000 extra.
That is tragic for GK there. Obviously, we're
See daisy,
maybe
GK.
make a run for second place, but going out that early, obviously, it's going to make them a pretty big target. So Vitality, Vicious, all looking in that direction. They see that kill feed, but look at this. E-pickup called by Vicious off to the north. Gen G creeping out there to do a little camping of their own. So starting to see the aggression coming out of some of these teams that are on the hunt as we check in with Falcons coming in from the west. Nobody anywhere really near them, so they should be safe.
There's a big rotation in. There's very open space here in the highway just north of Pochenki. And with all the Vitality fans in the arena here, could be fun to see them engage in some sort of a fight for that top 3. Seems like it's doomed for second place, but third is just 10 points shy. 14 points up to Na'Vi, and it feels like with a home turf circle like this for Na'Vi, they're definitely going to get a few points to try to defend, to try to fend off anyone assaulting it. Kiss gets Delvin down for AGL. Tide finds Simon T.
Trading shots all across that southern coast. We cut back to Falcons just north of Pochinki. Stopping down, seeing where the next circle takes us, and it is going to go hard north. So all of our teams that are very close to each other on the south are going to have to be passing by each other. T1 in a decent location.
Oh, wonder if VP take out Na'Vi here.
See them already.
I think they will.
Towards center locations. Vitality also kind of making their way here as we're seeing the jousting go on here. Na'Vi getting very close to Virtus Pro as they will stop down. Nixie's going to spot out Boosted, Boostic rather, gets that first knock, and that's going to be VP just sending it in. Now they know who they're fighting, and they want to take them down.
That's a big name to take down that second place chasing team, and sure, there's no chance of them getting first away from them, but have a fight. First and second place team, and Boosted gets flushed by Beamy, confirming the point. Twisted Minds third parties. The fight here as Ferris takes damage. Lou hits him through. No, that's going to be VP knowing that Ferris is knocked up here. They might be able to get the confirmation, and Lucarux does get it. But he did get knocked. Meanwhile, VP puts 2 kills on the board.
That is the worst possible scenario there for Na'Vi as they are trying to hold on to this second place spot. They are now going to have to do it with
now Falcons know they
players.
can finish second.
Hackatori, or Boostic rather, being one of those taken out. Hackatori and Spiro, we'll see what they can pull up together as a duo. Virtus Pro just hunting at this point, and as he said, Twisted Minds also looking down on them from that Death Road location. Falcons, meanwhile, after coming in from the west, they'll continue to wrap all the way up to the north and take their time. They see that kill feed. They know that Na'Vi is wounded.
Yeah, this obviously opens the chase for everyone in that high pack. 4 points up to Na'Vi for Falcons. Very doable with 2 members lost, and GK is out now, so Falcons is not nervous about the teams that was just behind them chasing. Sure, Vitality can have a run for it. Vicious could have a run for it, but they already lost a player. So they would have to do the impossible. Now Falcons trying to close down that northern side to ensure that they're the last team coming in from the north. They're going to have a high ground to scout off the information with everyone. Little pull up here from Gen G and 17. That could be a perfect third-party opportunity for Falcons.
Why not? See the fight going on. Tian getting that first knock onto Bean. The flush comes through as well. Soul already inside the house. Lil Ghost trying to reposition as he knows that there's a man on the stairs. Xiao Wu has already been taken down, but as you mentioned, Falcons starting to make their way down there. You see them just off to the north. They haven't gotten in range just yet. No full commitment coming through as the utility is just being traded back and forth, but I think 17 realizes that they have Soul all by himself. get him low, but won't be able to get the knock just yet.
Genji pushes in, Soul goes around the corner here, and he's going to have to try to fend the 17 players off. Half HP. D helps with some utility. That's a great bounce. It's going to be blind on the 2 players.
Vitality.
He gets in. Soul finds one too.
Vitality sending Gedrox over in the BRDM to see if he can maybe get some points off of this now, as Genji will take down 2 of 17. 17 Gaming now down to just Xiaowu and Wembwa, as Gedrox will find the knock onto D with that well-placed grenade. And now the
Falcons
rest of
gone,
Vitality,
so
all
it's too
in
late
vehicles,
for the
starting to head
party.
over in this direction. Falcons, meanwhile, they saw this. They saw it in the distance. They didn't want to commit, and they now see that Vitality is making the full pull-up here. But Shrimzy will get the knock on a Wembwa.
And we're standing open the glass out. Now Soul goes for the steal. If he can get this nade knock, that could be the break even for him to get that MVP. Trying to survive MVP. Oh, there's a BRDM on the outside too. They're burning. They're losing all the lethal utility they can to get this cleaned up. Sure, they're not inside the circle, but they have a BRDM. They can just roll in to the next circle. That's a great utility as well, but I think he's in the bathtub, so he's going to be fine. Gedrock's going to dry his hands off, let go of his mouse and keyboard. He's just waiting for the Molotov to dissipate.
It is sweaty times right now for everyone. Vitality need every single point that they can muster. Soul looking like a pretty easy come up. That nade will go through. Nicely done. Levante will finish him off. And they do it without taking a knock, which is extremely important because Falcons has been hovering around here. They're still the duo of 17 in this compound, but they have just been lying low. Wembwa, after getting knocked by Shrimzy, still bleeding out. Xiaowu just hiding in a corner.
Yeah, they don't realize that 17 is not in this big house anymore, so they're trying to use a little bit more utility to clear this one out here. As VP is now pulling up onto Na'Vi, the remaining members from Na'Vi even, to stop this second place chase.
VP making the push, despite the fact that they are as secure as they are. They're still going to be disciplined, still play the game the way they've been playing it all week long. Doing what they have to do to secure these points. Hackatory has that rooftop location, though. They have to be careful about how they approach it. He's going to spot out. Luka Ruck's first knock comes through, and Hackatory will get one.
Shots come in from the other side as well. It's Full Sense looking at it. They want to get involved in this one here. Flash steals away Luka Ruck's. There's still no kills for Na'Vi.
They got a finish on him
Now
as
it's
well.
a 3v2 effectively.
The Hackatory can't hang out on that roof anymore. Meanwhile, you see in the kill feed that Falcons are getting knocks. They're getting more points, getting ever closer to Na'Vi. And Hackatory down to about half HP. Will have time to go for the heal after getting that initial knock. VP, 3-man push. Gonna slowly figure out where these Na'Vi players are while also avoiding the shots, avoiding the third party. But now, shots coming from the side from Twisted Minds is going to force them to push into this building a little bit quicker, where Spiro is waiting with the pump shotgun. He'll find Nixie, get the knock, get the point.
So much third-party circle popped away from him as well. They're going to have to finish this fight quickly. VP's down to just a 2-man. I'm not sure it's going to be enough for the MVP fight. With Nixie's kills here, he's just a little bit behind on the knocks and the kills compared to Soul, who's had a standout performance considering where Genji is on the leaderboard with 7th place.
Soul putting on an absolute show, but as has Nixie. It's incredible that Soul is able to even be up there in the conversation for MVP.
I mean, VP just have to hold them.
That is what we've come to
Pops them
expect from
completely.
him over the years. Meanwhile, that circle did pop off to the north, so Falcons to be in good position for live. They know that Na'Vi is wounded. They know that they're engaged in a fight right now as well. And this is on the very edge of that blue zone. They're going to have to come to a head here shortly. Throw that Molotov. He's going to spot out Beamy, but won't be able to get the knock.
It's being deployed here as blue zone comes into. Spiro is forced to the corner. Hackatory is trying to engage a little bit here with the barrel in hand. 238 damage done for him.
Rexy might have maybe nicked there by a Molotov or a blue zone grenade, but I think they realize they've got him all by himself. One shot comes through from Spiro. He'll get one. He'll get both of them. Na'Vi holds the line. 3 kills now for Spiro and Hackatory, but they've got to make their way into the zone, and Twisted Minds is now looking in their direction.
Making it a little bit harder to get to that 2nd place for the Falcons. And they are inside this next circle here. They're looking extremely good, though, in their current positioning. Teams are moving towards them as Liquid and Myth is rolling towards their direction. Falcons are set up, trying to make a northern wall here for anyone to be able to get into this next circle. They're making it difficult. Kicks up, does find Jacob with a headshot from the MK. He's going to be able to get the flush as well. Shots come in from multiple sides here. Kickstart gets it for the confirm, making the difference from second to third, just 5 points now.
It's like Navi is able to get away. Twisted Mind's going to pull away from that hold for the time being. Start putting attention to other places here as Team Liquid will clean out Shadow Esports. After getting that initial knock on Cowboy, Luke 12 just opens up, but Falcons still in great position here. And Virtus Pro, though they are down and they are out, it's all smiles from the boys in orange.
Hear me out. You ready?
I'm ready.
30 more kills and the win for Falcons. And
I don't even know if there's enough. Well, yeah, there's still 38 players left alive.
It's doable.
It's not.
It would be similar to climbing Everest with one leg and one arm.
Doable with the biggest air quotes.
It's not happening.
But Glory's
Falcons all
trying
freaking
to
good
stay alive
seconds.
here as the grenades come through, and he manages to avoid them for the time being. But Twisted Mind still only have eyes for Gam, as Akatori has now made his way in to the zone just behind Twisted Minds. They have to have eyes looking around. They know that Navi needs to make it in, so you can see they're in these ditches, still looking at Gam, but also still keeping one eye behind them just in case.
What a performance it's been. All the teams in the top to put up triple digits here is impressive. There's such a separation. Shawu dies and 17 Gaming goes out as Vitality locks down the northern side. They have so much control of the west. Vitality here could potentially also get another chicken dinner for their home crowd here in Paris. And that would put them up even closer to that top 3. Just 10 points shy of Falcons currently. And they're in the chase.
Yeah, keep in mind as you look at the map, Gedrox is in that BRDM and
MG3
gets an MG3 because why not? And a ghillie. Yeah, get you some new threads there, some new drip. Let's see Vitality in the late game.
You'd have to take the left building, wouldn't you?
Gedrox in the BRDM. Terrifying thing is Hakatori is just going to go down to blue zone. I think Twisted Minds was just staring him down. He just doesn't have any smokes. No utility to fight his way in, but Navi's still in it. We still have one player left alive.
Liquid's also out in 11th place here as Luke 12 goes down. And Navi now with just Spiro left trying to run for it. He's going to have to heal every few seconds here to try to get into this circle, and it's closing ever faster. It's fall first. This is not possible. So Spyro is already dead. That's going to be them going outside the placement points too. So they're going to be finishing on those 124 points. Now Falcons making a run for it. They're sending it dead center.
They had to go for something. Gustav's going to get knocked and flushed out by Vicious, but Falcons do find a little bit of safety here in the trenches as Vitality. Gedrox getting a little bit closer, but look at full sense. They're looking down there. They know somebody's down there as well. Immediately the smokes come out from Falcons. They cannot afford to go down now. They're so very close to that second place spot. If they can just keep themselves alive, Spiro does go down in the end. So now that is the mark, 124 points. Falcons just 5 points shy.
There's just one placement, 2 placement points, and a few kills to do this. And looking at how many teams are in the south side, if this circle goes not, that would be very, very possible. Look at that. End goes very low. Baron finds the end. And Powers found Heather. T1 is under so much pressure. Type and Raining, the remaining 2 members. And they're so far outside, and everyone has angles on them.
Goodness.
Pow finds Type.
T1 just dancing around here. Myth trying to see if they can catch him, but Vicious going to use that as an opportunity to make their way in, and Vicious stepping up here big in the final game of the day. That's another knock coming through for them. Scappy and Kiss now the 2 remaining players up. AGLL just off to their west, but T1 is in shambles. Raining the last player left alive, and he's gonna go down. Vicious collects a few more points, and now Myth will go for the reset.
Vicious also with the BRDM, with Vitality on that western side, with the northern shift here. Twisted Minds, Full Sense, and GAM are gonna have to fight, and we're into placement points here. Just need 4 more points for Falcons to get that second place. Tycon jumps out, and Utility's being deployed here. It's not worth it to engage. You could get easy points here, Vicious. You could potentially get into the top 3 if you get more kills alongside the win. Even potentially get that second place. Just 12 points shy. There's 9 more placement points and plenty more kills to get for you.
It's not outside of the realm of possibility here for Vicious or Vitality to make a big jump on the leaderboard. Falcons right now definitely on the clock. 3 players alive.
Trench warfare.
Wrenching themselves in. Yeah, there's not really much else they can do, but this is a dangerous spot. And no team is going to want to have to push downhill into this as Twisted Minds will pull on the GAM, and GAM goes down. Twisted Minds collect their 4th kill.
Placement points are activated for Falcons.
They'll turn their attention immediately back over towards Myth, but they're getting backfilled now by Full Sense at the same time.
Falcons playing it super smart here. They're inside the circle, inside the edge here, and hoping for some of the teams to destroy each other on this southern side here. With this northern shift, Vicious is pushing Vitality towards the west, super close to Falcons. They've got a BRDM, and they can delay this just a little bit faster. And it all finds Petulins, and Flash finds Example as Twisted Minds is under an immense amount of pressure throughout this game.
Grenades keep flying through. Gedrock's going to pull the BRDM up within range, start trying to throw some utility down on Falcons, but it's not landing where it needs to. Twisted Minds, meanwhile, will go out, and we are up to 6 teams remaining. Falcons collect another placement point, still holding the line, as now Vitality, I think, realizes that Full Sense is just uphill.
Yeah, this is very close on that southwest side, and Vicious is just laughing. Next circle finds Tickleton, and Hello My Bad also finds another one here. And this could be the push that Vitality wants to do on to Falcons.
They're going right in. Levante will get taken down by Trinzy. Gedrock will take down Kickstart. Trinzy's going to find Quizzy as well.
He needs to finish him. He needs to get him.
No! Willing them to a second place finish. He's going to stay alive just by the grace of this trench line he is dug in, but Full Sense now is making their way down. They've got Gedrock's pinned down with Molotovs. Trimsy will try to throw that utility over the top of the line to see if he can maybe catch Gedrock.
No.
And Gedrock's is going to find him, and Falcons gets eliminated. Navi holds on to second place.
And look at Vitality
Maybe.
now. It's Vitality and Vicious trying to chase that podium finish. Hello My Bad finds Thenadol. There are just 2 members left alive. With that MG3 makes it sing, but Tigger finds him.
Gedrox gets taken down. Vitality goes
Vicious
out,
is chasing
and
it now.
The cut line is set for Vicious. They still have all 4 alive, and they are starting to get active. They are fighting their way up the hill. Simon T will find Tigger. They're going to flush out Flash as well.
He needs to get at least 3. In fact, he needs to kill everyone. He needs to kill everyone.
Super high placements here.
Oh.
They're in 6th place just before. They're in 4th already, and with a win, they could jump all the way into 2nd place.
They will jump in 2nd.
This is how tight it has been all day long. Vicious has been doing the most. They have been trying to stay within range, waiting for this perfect opportunity to make a run, and now it has arrived. Let's see if they can just grab onto this victory, as Myth still have 2 left alive, and Belmoth just hiding in the trenches. Vicious taking over all the real estate. They've got center dot. They've got everything.
And remember, Vicious had 19 points in the first day. 1 more kill. They will have put up 100 points in the 2nd and 3rd day. If it wasn't for that first day, they
need to get the kills, though.
And so far, Utility's being deployed here. Belmoth is in this trench as well. And they just need a few more kills alongside the win, and that'll push them into that 2nd place.
It's an unbelievable turnaround for Vicious. Simon T will have to reposition that BRDM. You saw how low the health on it was. It was about to go up in smoke, but he'll keep it alive for a little bit longer.
So they got that kill.
Still take shots over there as Belmoth does get taken down by Pal.
That's
That's
2 more
another point
points.
picked up by Vicious.
Yeah, if they win, they've done it.
3 points away from Navi, 4 points away from Navi. If they can secure this victory, they will have climbed up the mountaintop to take their place just behind VP.
Navi wins the tiebreaker. They need 1 kill on Myth here. If Myth denies and they still get the win, it's not going to be enough. They need 1 kill. Baron tries to make the most of it. It's a 2v4, but they are still active and still strong.
Well, the good news for Vicious
Oh,
is
that's it. Doesn't matter now. They will finish in second if they win it.
Scappy is hiding behind the U.S. fort, but the rest of Vicious is just collapsing on top of him. While
There you go. Well done, Vicious. Wow. Second from nowhere to second.
At the end of the day, it is Virtus Pro, your
VP of the winners.
Cup 2026 champions.
And Vicious, with this victory, able to jump from 6th place to 2nd place, going from $74,000 to $300,000. But it is these players on your screen, with Mamic, the manager, coming in, congratulating these guys. They knew it already. They knew it basically from the start of the day. They just need to make magic happen and deny that 2nd place to get in and over the threshold. Nixie, of course, the superstar player of this finals, and them being able to take the victory for the grand finals of Esports World Cup 2026 in Paris. Falcons disappointed. They get pushed down to a 4th place with Vicious jumping in ahead of Na'Vi, and Falcons getting pushed off that podium finish.
The board was set going into this final game for a lot of movement up and down the leaderboard. Falcons did everything they could, but weren't able to hold on. Na'Vi also running into Virtus Pro, the worst possible team you could run into. But we are gonna send it down to Barney now to talk to our winners.
Wow, okay. You set the bar. I'm just gonna push this in. Give me 1 sec. You set the bar. What an incredible performance. Even coming into today, you outplayed everyone from day one. And how does it feel to not only win the Esports World Cup, but to dominate it?
I don't know. It's an insane feeling. The emotions are going through. I don't know what to say. I'm just happy that I've done it with this team and no one else. So, yeah.
Speaking of this team, I mean, how proud are you of these boys to show up and perform the way that you did over the last 3 days?
So, of course, super proud. I don't know. I'm super proud of them, and that's all I have to say.
Speechless. The crowd are behind you as well up there on the sidelines. And I tell you what, as of course the Esports World Cup victors, comes a few perks. So come with me, gentlemen. Let's make our way over here. Absolutely dominating PUBG Battlegrounds.
And to destroy everyone else's tokens.
Is of course Virtus Pro. Come and step onto here. This is our glorious Crusher. And of course, I'm pretty sure, having competed here before, that you know exactly what you're about to do. And so, if one of you would like to press the button. Beamy, if you press the button first, press the button. We're gonna open it up. Let's open the iris, the chomping teeth. Okay, and now who wants to pull the lever? You do it together, do it gently. That's not very good, let's do it gently. In 3, 2, 1. And all those keys. Anything you'd like to say to the eliminated teams right here at the Esports World Cup?
Nice try.
Nice try, I like that. Now, to keep this ball rolling, I would like to invite Jacob, our key master, out onto the stage to give you your key that is now the only key that is still intact. Here he is. Jacob, why don't you pass it to Corexy? There we go. One of you take it. Okay. There's more jobs to do, gentlemen. More jobs to do. Okay. Now what I would like you to do is I would like you to walk down the Gadia City grid. I would like you to place your key into the trophy and seal it as champions. Once you've done that, I would like you to lift the trophy for everyone to see. Just enjoy this moment, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your champions, Virtus Pro! Ladies and gentlemen, your champions of PUBG Battlegrounds at the 2026 Esports World Cup, Virtus Pro! Wow, it's been quite a journey up to this point, hasn't it? Beamy, how's it going, man?
It's going pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good, it is, isn't it? Winning the Esports World Cup, just add it to the list of achievements. Beamy, I want to talk to you about the mentality coming into that final game. You knew you'd done it. No other team was on Smash Point. You were so far ahead on points. Was it just, let's just play this one out, let's have fun, or was this, oh my God, I can't believe we've done it?
I mean, yeah, we were just, like, we knew we made it now, so we just play our own game and just enjoy the last game and enjoy the moment.
I love that. And of course, you will enjoy this moment. Correxy, feeling good?
Yeah, good.
He's feeling good. I like that. Correxy's feeling good. Right. Finally, I would like to ask Lucarux, very quick, I'm going to come over to you. Obviously, you have the entire Virtus Pro family behind you, the fans at home, the community supporting you. Is there anything that you would like to say to them?
I would just like to thank everyone for the supporting, especially my family, and thank you guys.
That's a good answer. Thanks very much, Lucarux. Right, we've got one more final thing to do right here on the main stage. I'm gonna come over here. We have to announce our Sony Tournament MVP. And of course, the MVP is from your team. Let's invite Jacob back over here with our Sony Tournament MVP award. And it is, of course, to Nixie! Congratulations, Nixie. Now, to come to the Esports World Cup, to compete against the best players in the world, the best teams in the world, and now to be crowned as the most valuable player at the event. How does that feel?
Insane. Grind pays off. Grind pays off, that's all I'm gonna say.
It does. The grind does indeed pay off. Ibiza, how proud are you of this team right now?
I mean, I'm insanely proud. We put in a lot of hard work, and the way the guys won is insane. So yeah, I don't know what to say.
The only man taller than me at the Esports World Cup. Okay, it's fine. Now gather back over here, gentlemen, because I'm going to do this one final time. I want you to bask in this moment, enjoy it, and I want you to lift that trophy one final time for everyone to see. And so, ladies and gentlemen, your champions of PUBG Battlegrounds at the 2026 Esports World Cup is Virtus Pro!
It wasn't just one day for this squad when they ended up getting the 91 points. It was the
That is the end of the stream. We'll be back on for some gameplay later on. Until then, peace out.
Pro 5.
Let's go, let's move, let's ride. Pump it up to the rhythm inside. Hands up, feel the heat. We don't stop, just move your feet. Let's go, let's move, let's ride. Drop the beat like it's do or die. From the floor to the atmosphere. Good night to the kids under the Good night to all the men and women, and good night to all the kids under the stairs. DJ, pop the volume up. DJ, pump the volume up. Move to the beat, no time to stop. BTG, massive reserve, come back into the final drop. Lights flashing red and blue, cruising down the avenue. Monarch streets, they never sleep. I'm on call, my mission's deep. Radio's hot, I'm rolling fast. Life on the line can't come and last. Hear the beat, the city's alive. Saving lives till the morning light. Sirens in night, bass and lights ignite.